she is now. Everyone, this is Kitty, aka La Petite Sean, and a little bit of Duolingo on the flight over. I'm excited to learn from you today. Where's your beret?
I don't have one.
Phone!
Look, I was told I'd be talking about Rainbow Six and Valorant teams today, but instead they put me with this Emily in Paris knockoff. I think I can make it work, but she called me her little dog? Okay, so we are at a flower shop. We call that in French des fleurs.
Des fleurs.
Okay, you know what? It's okay. We will try with another word, huh?
Okay, perfect.
Okay, perfect. Fougère.
Forgery. I can't wait to visit all of these cute restaurants all around Paris, or brasiers, as the French call them, right?
Yeah, that's the words.
Okay, so if I wanted to order a baguette, what would I say?
You would say, voulez-vous
Voulez-vous
coucher avec moi?
avec moi? Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
Perfect.
I'm gonna go try it out. Ooh, this is really cute. How would I ask to try this on?
Oh, actually, you can say, je mange des gens.
Je mange des gens. Okay. Je mange des gens.
Non, on mange pas les gens.
Des gens mange? Je mange des gens?
Non, on mange pas les gens, c'est une robe.
Where am I messing
Vous
up?
voulez essayer la robe?
No. Je mange des gens, s'il vous plaît.
Non, on mange pas les gens chez moi.
Kitty has been the best teacher so far. I feel like I'm picking up the language really quickly. I mean, whenever I speak with real French people, they seem so surprised by how good my accent is. I'm doing très bon.
Oh là là, et puis ça y est, je suis américaine. On a compris que t'es américaine. On a compris.
Kitty, I did it! He even gave it to me for free.
Oh wow, that's amazing. Come with me, yeah.
What did I get? Do we get jam? Okay, so as I get it, the French don't really like the American tourists, right?
Not really.
So what can I say to have them truly embrace me as a local?
Just tell them.
Mbappé et Plumer! Kitty, it worked! They've accepted me as one of their own! I'm off to see Paris, and it's all thanks to you!
Bon débat.
What would you do with $75 million?
I would travel the world, I would invest, I know a bit of a boring answer, and I would help people when I can. I'll buy things for my family.
A house for my mom. Yeah.
Invest so I keep some money for the future.
Everyone's just out here saying, oh, I'd spend it on my family, I would invest it smartly in smart enterprises. We need Americans, because Americans will come out here and be like,
I buy 10 Ferraris, bruh.
what if I say that I think you're lying?
I don't know. Do you think I'm lying?
Yes. The first thing that you're gonna do is buy all of the jerseys from your favorite players. I think you're gonna buy 10 fancy cars and go crazy.
Okay, I'm lying.
I would invest it into probably a retirement account.
Why are you such a liar?
I'm a finance major. I just graduated with a finance degree, so.
So don't lie, you're gonna pay off your student loans first.
No, actually I wouldn't, because I have an interest-free loan from my parents.
Oh, so he came from money. Let's go to someone who doesn't have a silver spoon in their mouth.
That's right.
What would you do with $75 million?
I'd buy an esports team.
Hell yeah, this is what we're talking about. Why are you wearing a Timo hat watching Dota? Do you think that maybe this is, you're a traitor?
Yeah, this is my trader, yeah. A big PC. Like a nerd, like a real nerd. Lakeside mansion, you know, a good little Lamborghini here and there.
Ooh, what color?
Ooh, has to be red.
Super Asian looking Timo, what would you do with $75 million?
2, 3, 4.
Sick.
Buy my first PlayStation and Forza 6. That's it.
Yeah, PlayStations are expensive right now, so a lot of that 75 mil is going towards that. Okay, rejection. It's just like high school all over again. I'm all alone.
I'd buy this arena, honestly. I would name it after myself, and everybody would have to play at my arena. This would just be mine now.
You think that this is 75 mil? A little delulu.
Okay.
You could buy the parking lot.
Parking lot, I'll name it after myself. Perfect.
Yes! Okay, now shoot. Ooh, maybe he can use the 75 mil to buy some skills.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to Art Class as we're sitting down with the Falcons, getting ready to see how their artist skills are going to be looking as they paint the Eiffel Tower. Guys, you ready?
We're excited. Let's get it. Come on. Can we start?
Yeah, you start whenever you want.
We get a prize if we are the closest?
I think that's like up to you guys. If you guys want to have like a discussion, you know, whoever has the worst painting maybe has to pay for dinner.
Oh, I like that one. Okay.
Yeah. Are you actually finger painting? Hold on.
Nah, it was worse with the paint, and I was like, nah, let me go to finger. And
mine's looking like a little Christmas tree right now.
What's the vision here? Like, is
the
this
vision?
like the top?
I'm just building like one side right now, you know? I'm about to build the other side. Try and make it a little 3D, make it come alive.
See, I like this one. Like, you started with like the base, you had like everything, and then you're working your way back up. What do you guys think for the competition? Is there like maybe anybody you guys are looking at to like that you might want to rival in a match point setting?
Well, anybody that's on match point, we're probably gonna chase them down. All the other teams look at us, come on, Falcons, go get them. You know what I mean? So it's kind of AIDS, but
it has to be done.
We gotta do what we gotta do.
Yo, mine might be chalked, boys.
Mine's looking. Mine might be fries, bro. This really on my face.
Let's see what you're working with.
No.
Let's see what you're working with.
You're finger painting?
This is fries, bro. I'm telling you.
It's actually not looking that bad.
It's fries. Hold on.
It's looking better than Eddie's.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think it's the worst.
Now I see this one. I gotta start barring up with the.
There's still hope.
Can we like zoom in on this by chance? The finger painting, by the way.
It's PA. It's too small though.
I feel like yours is starting to look like a circus tent. The way it's like coming up.
Why'd you give it a skinny little leg? It's a Christmas tree, bro.
Do you guys have like a preference, like for the map set? What's like your top to bottom favorite maps to play right now?
Currently in the rotation, mine would probably be Haven's #1. I think Haven's is the best map right now, and then probably Rebirth, then Fortunes. But I think I like Fortunes. It depends on the day. You wake up in a good mood, you get a nice coffee, then you like Fortunes.
This is fries, G. I think I'm done, bro. I don't know what I painted, bro. This is a guitar.
Couldn't be worse than mine. I'll tell you that much. Right
No,
now.
Eddie, actually, yours is kind of like turning out
doggy's
pretty
good,
good,
bro.
I won't lie.
Mine's fries. I cooked the legs, bro. I shouldn't have done the legs.
Looks like a rocket on 4th of July.
I see what you mean, like a guitar.
Damn, bro. Let me go look at Eddie's. Let me go look at his.
You don't want to see it.
You don't want to see it, bro. Just
I promise
trust
you
me.
don't want to see it.
Stay away.
Damn, now that's actually better than mine.
It's coming together.
You want to see mine?
Yeah. Hold up. Let me go take a look.
Go take a look, G.
Hold up. Let's see this.
Little bit of water.
What's up? Look like a guitar with Paris on the side.
I think that this might be the best one we've had yet.
Better than Trick.
What's up?
I don't know. Trick was actually his was pretty good.
He goes to Disneyland,
But it's
bro.
close.
Like
That is true. He's a diamond member at Disneyland.
So between you guys, who's got second place?
You can put me in last, bro.
It's between you guys, not me.
I'll go last place, y'all.
He's easily first for
I swear, like if you didn't finger paint, you'd be second. I swear,
Nah,
as soon as your
man.
fingers got on it, fries.
I got some big fingers.
But I'm just happy that I don't have to paint, guys. I'm happy that I don't. That's been Art Class with the Falcons. Obviously, chat and desk, rip them apart if you want to, rate them, which one's your favorite. But we just know that I think you guys paint better than the casters. I think you paint better than the analysts. There's no competition from myself.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
All right, what is up? I'm Fiefkill. This is Scum and Night. We're with AGAL. We're out here in Paris for EWC. And I want to show the boys a little bit of something, some local food. We're going to try a little something here.
Is that frog?
It's frog legs.
Is that frog legs?
It's frog legs. It's frog legs, bro. Dude, look at this.
Oh, baby.
That's nice, right?
Some nice thighs.
That, dude.
We trying this right now?
Are you hungry?
Dude, I kind of am.
Okay, I will say it does have like little leg bones in it, so don't just go all in one. You gotta like eat around it, like it's a chicken wing.
Oh, okay. Cheers, mate.
When in Paris. Dude, we kicked each other.
Is there any meat?
Look at it. That's a calf right there, dude.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, bro, it feels so wrong. Dude, it just feels weird because it's a frog. Dude.
That's not bad.
Bro, I get frogs in my garden at home. This is so messed up.
What do you think Gordon Ramsay would rate this dish?
This is kind of fire, bro.
I'll probably give like a 2.
I think I'm done. The mental block is the problem.
You just put that back on.
Dude.
Jimmy's back there.
It's Kermit, bro. It's Kermit. It's actually kind of good, though.
You gonna eat an olive?
No.
No?
I got some bone. Ew, that was disgusting.
Dude, the olive was the best part.
You like the olives?
I do.
I'm not scared of the olives.
Get another leg, bro.
What are you boys rating out of 10?
I give the olive probably a 10.
What about the frog's legs?
The frog leg, I'll probably give it like a nice 2 or 3.
A 2?
Yeah.
So you're not messing with Paris food?
I mean, I had some croissants. Those were pretty good. The frog legs, though, I'm gonna have to lay off those while I'm here.
Callum?
I've given it a 2. That ain't for me.
2?
It walking around before. No, it threw me off.
I'm eating another olive.
I'll give it like an 8. I mean, the chicken flavor was good. Like, it tastes like chicken. But the fact it was a frog leg, I kept getting this image of it like running around at me. It was freaking me out. No more frog legs for me. We gotta go track down some snails. That is gonna be the end of that. My teammates didn't really like the frog's legs. Paris, you gotta step up your food game. I didn't mind it. Not bad, not bad. I probably would never eat that again though. But yo, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed. It's got like a full-on calf. Oh, look at this. Yo, imagine this thing just leaping, bro, like boom. I can't believe they just made us eat this.
I might go vegan.
I'm vegetarian now, dude. This is terrible.
I think like my favorite POI on Rebirth Island must be Stronghold because like we used to land there or we land close to this, so we always fight there.
My favorite POI on Rebirth Island is Turbine because there is literally a million teams on us and we're gonna be fighting for our lives like it's a zombie apocalypse.
My favorite POI on Rebirth Island is probably have to be Chemical. That's where we land for finals and all these land events. It's because it has the most money flow, has an anchor. I can look at more dangers from a high point of interest, and yeah, that's why it's the best.
My favorite POI on Rebirth Island is bioweapons, and that's because both my fraggers can get as many kills as they want at Turbine.
My favorite location on Rebirth Island is just Harbor, because we are between the 2 best teams in the world, Twisted Mind and Falcons, so it's like a good practice for playing good on the map.
I'd probably say my favorite POI on Rebirth would be Turbine. I feel like it's because it's more of a close combat and like close quarter gunfights. I find it quite a better POI for my game style.
My favorite location in Rebirth Island is Control because that's where we fight together better as a team.
My favorite location in Rebirth Island is Nova. It has like very good versatility to the right harbor and to the left living, and it gives us great rotational space across the map.
My favorite location is Turbine because obviously we're landing there, so any teams landing there, be careful, we are there.
My favorite location on Rebirth Island is Prison, and why? Because I'm landing there. Every game I'm landing in Prison. I love Prison.
Hi, I'm Sukex, I'm from GK Esports, and I'm here to set up my PC at EWC. So obviously first I'm gonna plug in the keyboard, because that's the most important thing. Usually I'm gonna plug that into the main board directly for the least latency. Then obviously same thing for the mouse. I'm gonna plug that in the back as well, just to make sure it's straight in the main board. Best performance. Then same thing for the headset as well. And obviously I gotta plug in my monitor so I can play. It's already plugged in. That's a display cable, so it's already set up. I'm gonna put that down here. Tilt it the right way. Also gonna make this desk a little higher. Short. I think this is about a good height. Get the monitor a bit closer. Bit tilted so I can look down at it. So put the headset on, and then we're ready to go. That's how I would usually play. I'm pretty close to my monitor. Like when I go forward, I actually lean into it, so I'm very close. I sat very far back, but then over the years, I just somehow kept leaning forward, so now I'm very close and it just feels comfortable, so I can see everything. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna head out to the stage and play for my tournament.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to Art Class as we're sitting with NIP here for the Esports World Cup in Paris. We get to test their art skills and see exactly how good they are with the brush. So let's get into it. We're going to be painting the trophy for the Esports World Cup, so maybe you can be envisioning what the goal is for the week ahead of you. For NIP, for you guys, it's about getting the trophy, so get into it.
This is going to be easy, bro. Watch.
How do I do black then?
Do you guys think that there's going to be like a best painter out of the three of you?
100%. I reckon I've got this in a bag, to be honest.
I don't.
How you guys been enjoying Paris so far?
It's been alright. We was in Sweden just before it, so it's a nice little change up.
Boot camping?
Yeah, boot camp, yeah.
Did you guys have any like bonding while you guys were in Sweden at boot camp?
Yeah, quite the bonding, I would say.
What was the focus for you guys for getting ready?
I think mainly trying to win games, trying to have better communication in the game and see how the vibes are while we're all together on LAN compared to at home.
Well, obviously, like Fortune's Keep is like, this is the first time you guys are playing it on LAN. Was that like a surprise to be playing it? Is it like, do you guys struggle with Fortune's Keep at all?
I think that's one of our strongest maps, to be fair. We've got most of our points, most of our winning games on there.
Is it like something about your team, like maybe like just favors that map? Like,
I just think our landing spot's pretty good, to be fair.
Lately, Rebirth is also working out really well for us. So I think all maps should be fine.
Oh, you got it pretty good so far.
Yeah, he is pretty good. Look at mine.
Yeah.
It doesn't even look like it. What's it? This dude?
I used to be an artist.
You used to be an artist?
Yeah. I mean, look, it speaks for itself, doesn't it?
It does, actually.
I used to be a painter decorator.
Really?
Yeah, so
thank you.
Quite used to the brushes.
I need more gold.
What was the change up to like Warzone? Was that just
It was the lockdown. I used to do construction.
Yeah.
So bricklaying, tiling, plastering, painting, decorating.
Painting?
Yeah.
No, he actually is doing it good, by the way.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at mine, bro. The last
I told you, I wasn't lying, man. I told you.
Bro, the last time what I did, it was finger painting and.
See, this is good. I like that you got the crown on top.
Yeah.
Nobody's put the crown on top yet.
Trying my best.
I know you guys were boot camping, but like for NIP, like what's it like being represented by NIP?
It's really good to be a part of such a nice org. Like we all used to watch them back in the day, play CSGO and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now to be a part of them, it's great.
It is awesome. Yeah. Who do you think is gonna choke?
I don't want to bet against Twisted Minds, but they've been looking shaky. But they could go out there and win it. They've got great players, world champions.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
I think I'm done.
What, does it look unfinished?
No, it looks like, I mean, that's done. I think I would do the exact same thing. What are we doing over here?
It looks a little bit better.
I think adding like the thickness to it, like definitely made it look a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely made.
I think I'm nearly done, to be honest.
Like, what is the different colors supposed to be? Is this
the shine.
The shine on it?
Yeah.
Mine looks great.
What do you think about painting? Is it like, you guys...
It's quite therapeutic, isn't it?
Yeah?
I used to love doing it.
Well, that's been Art Class with NIP. Chat, don't forget to make sure you vote on who you thought was the best out of the three of them. And Desk, I want to hear it from you too.
Guys, we just touched down in Paris. We're about to compete for $1 million. I know we kind of had our ups and downs throughout the whole season, but it's time to reel it in and make stuff happen, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I heard if you come to any bridge and put a lock on it and lock it in, it means that we're together forever and we're gonna make it happen. Let's go out there and shock the world.
Let's go win this.
Let's do it. All right, guys. Looks like a good spot to me. Let's get busy and lock it in. All right, boys. Seems we're locked in. Let's go win this thing. Let's do it.
Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from the Qiddiya City Grid in the Port de Versailles.
Cut!
Dandro, this is like the 5th time we've done this. What's wrong?
I need more energy, but I need more
pizzazz. Doesn't get much more pizzazz than match point finals, man.
We have 16 of the best teams in the world
Yeah?
competing for $1 million
Yeah?
to immortalize their name in Esports World Cup history.
Yeah! Let's kill them all!
I gotta do everything myself around here. It's time for match point finals, baby!
Another beautiful day here in sunny Paris. Welcome to COD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26. We have had 3 grueling days. Group stages where we had some teams absolutely dominate. And yesterday at Survival, we finally saw the favorites rise up with Falcons. But today, ladies and gentlemen, we will have one team that's gonna triumph. And at the end of the day, they'll be putting their key on the totem.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais fait une trop de pas. Big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je sais pas, j'arrive. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. De pas je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Vite encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vite, trop fort.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the match point finals here for COD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26. My name is the 7WG, and don't forget, before we actually get started, go do your pick'ems on the EWC Play app. Figure out who you're going to be predicting. I mean, for anybody that was predicting Falcons yesterday, it ended up being the right one. And if you do end up winning something and predicting some team rights, make sure you use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26 so we can continue to showcase the amazing posts that you've been doing. Now, we've had a lot of people asking. I've been watching some of the watch parties back. By the way, I'm joined by none other than Lace and I'll Hold Shift. Thank you so much for being here with me. They're wondering if this is live. 100% this is live. Hi, Repulse. We see you over there. But today, I mean, we have 16 of the best COD Warzone teams, and one of them at the end of the day shift, they're gonna be able to just put that key on the totem and get that money.
The stories are limitless right now. You've got Falcons who are looking to do what they essentially missed last year, trying to find a way to get back in with a new squad. You've got all 3 of the players from Twisted Minds who won last year on different squads, including one that's still retaining their spot on Twisted Minds, and all 3 of them are in this grand final. Should be exciting.
Yeah, I mean, you've even got G2 as well as Vitality and, of course, VP.
Oh, VP, I mentioned it earlier too. We had some teams absolutely end up dominating when it came to the group stages. The sponging of the points happened, and today it doesn't matter sponging of the points because at the end of the day, you want to be the only one up there and winning via match point as well. But for anybody that missed the first 3 days, here is the STC Rewind.
Welcome into the STC Rewind. Gojin Seymour, it is Warzone Resurgence Championship here at EWC. So excited to get into the action today, Seymour.
So am I. I mean, yesterday we had such a great day with the survival stage. 6 teams qualified for today to take a shot at the coveted trophy in Warzone.
Yeah, to be honest with you, those 16 teams battled it out fiercely. We had a crazy bubble at the bottom of the line. We had 0.8 points margin at the line to be 6 or 7. Eclectic barely making it in, and unfortunately, GK Esports barely missing out.
And on the top, it was Falcons. They showed up for their team when we needed it the most. Nobody expected them to be surviving, but they go through the top. 4 wins, 163 kills, looking like the fear of Warzone that we always know.
Yeah, unbelievable. Frankly, I'm a little bit scared for everybody else. because they really did wake up, and maybe that warm-up is what they needed today for Championship Sunday. Ridiculous stuff. PBJ make it in, Vitality make it in, and we got a ton of rookies as well making it into tomorrow.
The race for Rookie of the Year could never be closer than it is right now. 4 rookies in the grand finals, 3 of them yesterday leading their team in kills. PBJ, Lev, they look great. I'm excited to see them play today.
Tomorrow is today. This is it. Championship Sunday. The last chance for the teams to step up and make a name for themselves, make a name for their org, showcase to the world their organization could potentially lift this coveted championship trophy. Unbelievable stuff here for all of our clubs, and we are so excited to get into the action. As a quick reminder, it's time for you to get your predictions in as well. EWC Play App, that's where you can go get your predictions on who you think can win. It's match point finals. You got to get to 150 points and then win a game. It is anybody's day today, Seymour. Do you have a prediction for us?
Look, I started predicting T1. I'm going to stick with my team. I'm looking for Rookie to spam to take the win.
Okay, the Rookie spam, T1. I'm going Falcons. I've been talking about them all day, and I think the other teams made a mistake kicking them down to Survivor Stage. They got warmed up. I'm going to put my predictions in. $300,000 in total prizing on the EWC Play App. Go download it for free. Log in each day and log in all your predictions. Folks, Championship Sunday. Let's get it.
Guys, this Championship Sunday, the fans are in the building. We got Gentleman's fans in the building. We got Falcons fans in the building. We got the Tainted Mind fans in the building. Yo, Championship Sunday, you guys ready to go? Yeah! Novo's here to play as well, everybody. It's going to be an exciting day. You better stay tuned in. It's wild out here, man. The fans gonna be battling each other just like the players are battling each other. Guys, this is the Warzone Championship. Don't go nowhere.
You guys don't go anywhere because we are firmly placed here in the arena. The crowd is starting to get electric. The fans are feeling it, and our players are almost ready to go. Before we can get into the action, though, we have a little bit of a club championship update. Yeah. Miles Ross here with Mighty Dandro and Glitter Explosion. Welcome, friend. What have you got to tell us?
We've got a lot to talk about. Okay, we did a little bit of a touch on this yesterday because 2 of our games completed for Week 4, MLBB being the first one. And I got to be there live when Team Spirit was walking up to the totem to celebrate that win, which was massive for this club because they needed the win not only to be trophy eligible, but those 1,000 points on the board rocketed them up the standings from 14th at the time into 7th place. Massive jump. Now, they did drop down to 8th after that because then Street Fighter also ended. Zeta Division just barely ousted them, but the big story, the biggest story, literally, because it has set a record, is the fact that our Falcons player, Crimey, youngest EWC champion in the history of the event at just 15 years old, was able to finally clinch the win for Falcons that they have been looking for 4 straight weeks. We've constantly been asking, are they going to be able to do this? What has been going on with Falcons? Well, he absolutely shut us all up, put us in our place. And now we're here in Warzone, Miles. Falcons are one of the big stories, Dan. I mean, this is going to be a big week for them now.
It's going to be a really big week for the Falcons. I mean, I think we came into this, everybody had high expectations about them. We go through those group stages, and all of a sudden, the Falcons are not looking like the Falcons that everybody expected. We get through yesterday in the survival stage. They look back in form. I think Coach said it best. It's almost like you're kicking a wasp's nest, and that's what it feels like. You woke up Soka, you woke up Noobs, you woke up Dongi, and I'm very excited about how they're going to be able to fry out today.
Touch of turbulence for the Falcons, but right now, is it going to be smooth sailings? We've checked the forecast, and, well, frankly, we don't know. We're going to find out over today's play. But not the only team that have a stake in the club championships as well. Vitality looking spicy. Yep. T1. There's a ton of squads here. And Dandra, after the first day, after playthrough, we were worried for some, but, in the grand scheme of things, especially here at EWC, a lot still to be played for.
A lot to be on the line, and I think when I'm thinking about teams that have a good run that could really make a lot of matter in the club championship, Twisted Minds is the biggest one. We talked to Fancy, who's the owner, and he literally said, we have to win this. We have to win Warzone if we want to have a chance to be competitive in the club championship. And there's no better team, I think, to have to rely on than these 3 players. They looked lights out in the group stages. They've had a day to hang out, and now coming into the finals, I know they're feeling electric.
And I love that you brought them up too, because obviously not only defending champs, but they are facing a similar situation over in Overwatch. They could get 2 wins this week, which would be massive for the CC side of things. They would only be a couple hundred points behind the top of the leaderboard. And with 3 weeks left in the competition, that is going to make a serious back and forth at the top of the table.
What a race we will have to that club championship at the end of the tournament. But yeah, there we go, Twisted Minds as well. Wow, it's all coming to a fruition, and what a piece of fruit we'll be picking at the end of this one. What a succulent, lovely bit of a meal to be had. But then we look at the club championship rankings, and again, looking at where Twisted Minds are, it is I mean, they're not even on this page. They've got 650 points. I think they're on the next load. So what a climb they'll make with 2 wins this week, possibly.
Well, it's also just not even about winning, right? I mean, it's about coming in. The second and third still nets you good points. And I'm looking at Virtus Pro in third there. They're a very formidable team here. I have a decent shot of them winning today, but even if they don't win this event here today, they're still a top 5 team, and you're getting top 5. That's still good points to put on the board.
That's why we have so many storylines that we're going to be paying attention to throughout the entire day. But we don't want to hold up the action any longer. So 7, let's get into it.
Thank you, Dandro, Glitter, and the man with the amazing beer, Miles. But we gotta talk about the Sony story of the day, which is we could have the defending champions, as they were just saying, Twisted Minds, even though it's just one player from last time, Lace. Twisted Minds, with the way that they played in groups, they were dominating.
Absolutely. This is definitely one of, if not the team to take home the trophy today. I mean, if they can bring their performance from the group stages into match point, they could do it in about 9 or 10 games. I know that's saying a little bit crazy, but it is possible. Their average points across matches is about 26, 14 being their kills, and they have never been in the bottom 10, and they only once have been out of the top 5. So forget about the bottom 10, but they have been sitting in that top 5. They had 5 wins over 12 matches, so their conversion rate to be able to get the wins is just above the rest. And I mean, yeah, it's got to be a heavy hitters. Of course, you know, they didn't get the chance to compete against, you know, the likes of the Falcons or anything like that, but they are going in incredibly strong.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about Twisted Minds, it's, yes, the win percentage and conversion percentage when it comes to being in the top 5 is most important, but they were able to get wins on every single one of the maps. The other side of the picture, the Group B winner, JDG, insane kills per game, right there with Twisted Minds, but they only had 1 win throughout their group stage, and that was a group that didn't include teams like Ravens and Twisted Minds and things of the nature. So there are questions there. Can JDG keep pace and push this match point to the stress point of, hey, they're going to be right there at Twisted Minds, force them to have to play maybe a little bit more cautious. But on the other front, even if they do find a way to get to the match point, can they actually win a map? That's the biggest question mark for me with JDG, the Group B winner.
That is going to be the biggest question. And also the biggest question is which team is going to be hitting that match point threshold, which is currently set at 150 points. So let me just picture this, okay? We had some teams being able to put up insane numbers per game. Twisted Minds was able to put up in day 2, one of their best performing days, 28.7. JDG ended up posting 24.3, which was in day 1. And yesterday during Survival, we got a chance to see Falcons put up 23.7. So right now you're getting a picture of how many games possibly, if those teams perform like that again, which for Twisted Minds, it seems like they're not going to be stopping, who's going to be hitting that match point?
I would say our first wave of 150 pointers is going to happen between Game 6 and Game 8. 6 would be a stretch. Yes, the numbers would supply Twisted Minds with the math to do that, but we're dealing with the 16 best teams in the world. We're not dealing with the bottom feeders anymore. So I would say by 7 or 8, we're probably going to get that first wave. The second wave will happen between 9 and 10. That's where you're going to start to see teams like VP, like Ravens, like possibly Vitality, T1, teams like that are getting good points, but are not necessarily finding the same dominance that our top 3 so much are. So that's where I'm kind of looking. I would say your first wave is likely to be some combination of Twisted Minds with JDG and probably Falcons. I just think that yesterday was needed for them. They needed to come out, reset, and they got that in 4 of their last 6 games. They found wins.
Yeah, and look, we didn't really see too much from the Falcons, but coming from that survival stage is exactly what we needed to see from them, and hopefully they can bring that energy to the match point.
Hopefully that's going to be the case. Later on, we'll get a chance to talk about the map and the schedule for today as well, because that's going to be playing a big part for some of these teams in the way that they're performing certain maps. But right now, for everybody back at the venue, this is going to be one of my favorite segments, and it's been one of my favorite segments so far this week. And it's none other than Blaze getting us some interviews.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Championship Sunday, and we got the best 16 Warzone teams in the entire world ready to throw it down on the stage. And as you can see, everyone is locked in and ready to go. But I got to talk to some champions over here, especially the defending EWC champion. I mean, come on. Oh, come on, man. You okay? You ready for the day? You ready to get this thing going?
Absolutely. As prepared as we'll ever be.
As prepared as you can be, all right? And so I love to hear that one. Now, as we get going for the day, you and the boys, man, y'all had a fantastic start to y'all tournament. You guys gonna pick up where y'all left off?
Absolutely, we're going for first today.
Heard it, man, going for first, all right? Best of luck to you, man. Good luck out there today. All right, who I got in the back? Yo, Blatz. I know you ready to go, right?
Yes, sir, always been.
Okay. Hey, how would it feel to be a champion today?
That'd be my first world championship, so obviously, you know, it would be super exciting. It's the most confident I've ever been in the team, especially in Warzone. Probably even in CDL too, you know. I think we have a very solid roster, and I mean, we did the work. Now it's time to show it.
It's time to show it, man. Hey, man, you've been in the league for a while. Best of luck to you today, brother. All right, let me come on over here. Yo, Heeds, I ain't talked to you all weekend, man. You can't avoid the camera. You ready to go?
I'm ready to go, bro.
I know you're ready to go, man. You're here. You on home turf, man. The fans are behind you. How does it feel to play today?
I'm feeling really, really good. The fans are here, and it's really good.
It is very good. Okay, lock in with your team, all right? Do what y'all got to do. Get him in check, okay? Get him ready to go. Vision. What's up, man? We saw you slaying out in your group, man. All right, you had a day break. Did you make the most of it?
Of course, we just had time to relax, time to rethink our strategies, and yeah, we'll see how it goes today.
How many kills we getting out of you today?
Top fragger.
A lot, top fragger. That's what I want to hear out of you, Vision. Good job, man. Good job. What's up with you, Bates? Already all love. I mean, come on, Sage. Big dog Sage. I'm doing good. Yo, the vibes are high with you.
Oh yeah, baby. This is another day in the office. You know, like qualifiers is always what ifs and stuff like that, but championship day, man, that's where we made it. That's where we made it. That's where we done it. That's where he secured MVP and world champ last year.
And you gonna make sure he get it again, right?
Oh, definitely. I'll do anything for this guy. You know, I'll make sure everybody roots before me and everybody blooms before me, man. That's the way of God.
The way of God, indeed. Best of luck to you, homie. All right, coming on down the line, yo. Who we got coming up? Aiden. Come here, big dog. All right. Hey, man, you looking locked in. You ready for Championship Sunday?
I'm locked in today. No friends today. It's been cool seeing everyone, but like. This is everything we've been practicing for, so I'm locked in. Just me and the boys today, nobody else.
Hey, best of luck to you, man. I'm ready. I'm cheering for you, homie. All right, coming on down the line. Yo, Scythe, I gotta talk to you, Scythe, man. Y'all been having a great tournament. G2 been getting those wins. You gonna pick up where you left off?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I got some extra weapons up my sleeve, so might pull out the carbon. You know, might play a little bit safe today. So we'll see.
All right, yo. Yeah. Don't play it too safe. Do what you got to do, man. All right.
Yeah.
Get it in there. Noobs, my last one, okay? I got to talk to you yesterday. You guys played out of your mind. Talk to me about what went right.
I mean, we just started flowing. Our starts were very hot. And I think our group stage, we really didn't have the best starts, but I think yesterday showed how well we could be. So, yeah.
And you guys look good, okay? Fans behind you, everybody cheering for you. Falcons, they're looking for you guys to do big things. What you want to say to the Falcons fans real quick?
I mean, shout out to them, dude. They've been supporting this whole week. They've been so loud. I think this is like the loudest crowd I've had personally for myself, so it's been insane.
I mean, I think I can hear the Falcons fans in the crowd right now cheering their butts off. Hey, it's Championship Sunday, everybody. The crowd's ready to go. The players about to lock it in. Now, you guys lock it in.
Thank you, Blaze, for all those amazing interviews that you've been doing throughout the week. But now, for some of these squads, we talked about the top dogs, Twisted Minds, JDG, Falcons yesterday, but we got to talk about some of the other surprises as well, because Novo, Fede, I mean, he was absolutely stunning yesterday, being able to put up 67 kills.
Yeah, I mean, they've been undeniable in terms of their kill participation, but they haven't won a map yet. So that includes also playing through the survival stage, which is not great news overall. The good news here is that as we get through our day today, it's going to be the same format that we had from yesterday. We're going to go 2-2-2 through each of the 3 maps, and then go 1-1-1-1-1-1-1 all the way throughout afterwards. So there's going to be an opportunity for teams to start to catch a little bit of momentum and likely see some of their favorite maps a little bit more regularly now that we're kind of into this format here. But for a team like Novo, they need to find find a way to win. I've got my eyes, as far as the dark horse is concerned, I'm looking no further than Virtus Pro in the bottom left right there. They've got wins on all 3 maps. Their average placements and average kills are in the top 10% in course of the last 16 teams that are still alive. So I think VP, biggest dark horse that we haven't mentioned yet.
Yeah, VP definitely up there. They've been able to win it in the past too on other previous events, especially here at EWC. But as we're looking at today's schedule, one team that kind of comes to mind, at least for me, is Vitality, especially when we end up going to Fortune's Keep. Yesterday, they were able to average between a 2nd to 3rd place finish. That was outstanding. And another team, if we even go back to group slates, none other than G2. G2 was able to perform really well.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely one of those teams amongst to reach that match point threshold incredibly fast. I mean, they had the average kills at like 14, which is just shy of someone like Twisted Minds, so it can definitely be there. But, you know, if we look at groups, they only got 2 wins out of the 12, which, look, don't get me wrong, that's fantastic. And it's above some of the other teams we have in there, but the conversion is probably their weakest point because they can only move through that at a steady pace and maybe a little bit too late.
Yeah, and I think the thing about, you know, we talk about conversion percentage in the group stage. You don't have to play for wins. You don't have to. Yes, you are still playing for wins, but you don't have to get a win to put yourself into a position to be of power. That's the big difference between today and what we had in the previous ports of this weekend. Here now today, it's about racing to 150. Do you have a game plan set up for that? And then how do you manipulate and change how you drop and how you play through the map as you start to look at actually securing a win? I always go back to, if you found a win, it gives us a little bit more extra confidence. But there are plenty of teams out there that have shown they can get to a top 5, but they're in pieces. They're in shambles. There's only 1 player left. So now it's just down to, can you keep everyone alive and get that W after you hit the 150 mark?
And the main one, too, is the way that the players start thinking once they hit the match point, right? Especially you, Shift. You've been able to do so many Warzone events in the past as well. When these teams end up hitting that match point, sometimes they end up switching how they're playing. They maybe become a little bit too passive. They maybe end up parking the bus, and it ends up hurting them. Or they maybe end up being aggressive, and it ends up hurting them as well.
It's not even so much what the team above the threshold is doing, but more so the teams that are just barely under the threshold that are looking for an extra game may drop on top of the teams that are over the threshold to try to extend the tournament a little bit. Once you get past the 150 mark, you're not trying to change too much. You might play a little bit more cautious on your IGLing, but you're more so looking to play for endgame, obviously. So you're looking for more of that caution. Whereas if you're underneath the threshold and someone's above, you're trying to get them as fast as you possibly can to extend the tournament.
I can't wait to see how many games we're going to be playing today. Who will be crowned champion? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Championship Sunday at CUD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26. None other than match point finals. And it's time we get started.
It all comes down to this. 16 teams, $1 million and 1 trophy. The journey to this point, it has been electric, but it is now time to crown a champion.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes 40 millions de joueurs de Warzone. Aujourd'hui, sur cette scène, il n'en reste plus que 48. Les 48 meilleurs joueurs du monde entier sont prêts à écrire une nouvelle page de l'histoire de leur jeu.
The standings have now reset the conversation, but not the pressure. And so we now have the best teams in the world ready to jump into the same map and ready to make history.
Comme tu l'as dit, Barney, tout est reset. Les points sont reset. Tout le monde peut gagner l'e-sport pour le Cup. Mesdames et messieurs, est-ce que vous êtes prêts? Il est l'heure de faire un maximum de bruit pour accueillir vos 16 finalistes sur scène. On va commencer par les champions en titre de l'EWC. Faites du bruit pour Twisted Minds. Ils sont Almond, Shift and Blast.
Ravens Esports. They are Neeson, Kinghawk, and Hoots.
Virtus Pro. They are Remy, Destroy, and Adrian.
T1. They are Echo, Spamgola, and Disrupt.
Genji Esports with Lennon, Aidan, and Gabe.
G2 Esports. They are Scythe, Big Man, and Anxiety.
GD Gaming. They are FLS, Melvin, and Slappy.
Ninjas in Pajamas E-Star. They are King AJ, Vision, and Showstopper.
AGL, they are FIFA Kill, Scumman, and
Novo Esports. They are Blade, Freddy, and Vortex.
Eclectic, they are Thanks, Keybase, and Freddy.
Team PBJ. They are Praise, I Believe, and Jay Vela.
Gentle Mates! They are NKO, Gromalog, and Allo!
Team Vitality. They are Sage, Z-Smith, and Skullface.
Leviathan! They are Amir, Zedok, and Criminal God!
And finally, your reigning club champions, Team Falcons! one team can immortalize their names on the totem, and it's time to find our champion. It is time for match point finals.
Nous y voici. La grande finale de Call of Duty Warzone and Esports World Cup commence maintenant. Are you ready?
We're here to play for $1 million. We're here to give it our all. So having 3 wins under our belt gives you that extra confidence boost going into finals.
Going into today, I'm more happy with the fact that we got the most reps that we possibly could and prepared for LAN. And at the end of it, like, I know my team and I know how confident we are and what it takes to be here. I mean, people always doubt us, but at the end of it, team vitality always comes up on top.
I think throughout group stages, our biggest strength has just been our mentality and making sure, even if we do have a bad game, we don't let it check us out.
All 3 of us are experienced players and just have extreme confidence on LAN, and everyone else is kind of a little bit of nerves.
Kind of had our ups and downs, you know, prior coming into EWC. You know, we set that aside, kind of just gave it our all, and it showed.
I think I've got 2 absolute animals as teammates, and I think we just have so much experience on LAN.
I think one thing we're going to prove is probably in the slaying format. You know what I mean? We're going to prove on more kills. More kills equals more points.
Kongi's on 15 bloody kills. Also, that zone's now going to drag. What? Nobody but shit. Oh my God! Goes huge in the backline from a different angle, and who knew? Maybe a little bit lucky there. Oh my God!
Personally, I would love to lift the trophy again. Did it last year, but I feel like our entire team split. Now it feels like I have something to prove to the community, my ex-teammates. My biggest motivation is I want to do it for my teammates.
Being the first Warzone player to lift that trophy twice will just be a legacy statement. You know, something I've been saying the whole year, you know, completing the 3-peat, showing everybody I am who I say I am.
I think Soka's the best player in the world, so no hard feelings, but I think the ego's got in the way. I was talking to him before we all played. I was like, are you going to go mansion or boat? He said, I'll go wherever I want. And then we fly in. It turns out he couldn't go wherever he wanted. There was a few players that had something to say about that.
Other teams should be worried to face the Falcons in finals just because what we did the last 2 lands, you know, we went back to back. So we're chasing legacy. But a lot of players, a lot of fans don't want to see us win. But that only drives us.
Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest Warzone event in history. It has the most stories, it has the best players, it's the most competitive, and I cannot wait to see what happens. The energy in this arena is electric, namely because of the Gentlemates, but many other super fans as well. Today is going to be a great day. I'm Goach, this is Seymour. We're kicking things off with the first cast, with the first couple maps, and I am so pumped to get into it, Seymour.
Hey, did you guys see that? Falcons were on stage, Leviathan was on stage. You had so many super fans showing up for their teams. They couldn't have been a better introduction to such a coveted trophy in Warzone, with one team looking to take it all, a couple teams looking to hoist it for the second time.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line, yes, with the club championships, but also in the minds of the Warzone community. There's still a lot to prove for a lot of these teams here, and to get into a bit of the minutia, before we talk about the stats, before we talk about the stories of the players, I do want to remind everybody that there's $1 million on the line, okay? It's EWC. The scale couldn't get any bigger. $250,000 for the team that wins it all here today. And of course, today is the match point finals, which means we don't know how many games we're playing, and that's the best part.
And we heard it from the desk too when they were breaking it all down. What to expect for match point finals. We look at game 7, game 8 as the average threshold over the week so far. We've seen teams in Group A hit it in 7. We've seen teams in Group B hitting in 7. And yesterday for the survival stage, 4 teams hit that threshold in game 8.
Yeah, and it took a while to get some wins occasionally, and if we look back on the history of the Warzone Resurgence Series in general, in Birmingham and in Atlanta leading up to this stage, we ended in game 11 both times. I have a feeling we're going to end in game 11 here again today, but of course, a little different. Another wrinkle at EWC, you all have been seeing fortunes keep on land for the very first time. time, and some of these teams can't win on Fortune's Keep. They have to win on others. We could go for a long time today.
We could, but 3 tournaments this year, 2 of them going to the Falcons. Yes, it was a tough day 1. It was a tough day 2 out of the Falcons, but yesterday they came out on top in the survival stage, showing exactly where their teeth were. I call them the fear of Warzone for a rightful reason for the history that this organization has. A lot of people should be worried about this team three-peating today.
Yeah, super fans and the energy certainly give a lot of value to the players, but let's talk about some of the raw data very quickly. 1, Twisted Minds, they're the front runners. The pace setters today are going to be Twisted Minds. Watch out for JDG, and then of course we have to continue to bring up the Falcons. Gentleman's could be there, absolutely. VP could be there, absolutely. Who knows, Novo could be at the top setting the pace. For the 3 so far, Twisted Minds, 313 points in 12 games. That's an average of 26 points per game. And the big key factor for Twisted Minds is that they won 5 out of 12 of their drops. That is a gigantic win percentage, just under 50%. That is going to be tough to beat. Somebody's got to slow this team down.
Somebody does, and I think that it's going to be a different pace just in general. Group A, B being mixed together, the top teams, there's nobody that is going to be lacking in terms of firepower, strategy, and preparation for a day like today's. So you think Twisted Minds, they got away with it in Group A. It's not going to be the same today.
I totally agree. And the Falcons, a different story because it had to go through the Survivor stages. But Survivor stage, we talked about it yesterday, is one of those where there weren't too many weak teams. There just also weren't those point sponges at the top. They averaged 23.7 points in 10 games at 237 at the end of it, and they won 4 out of 10. A very similar win percentage as Twisted Minds.
Let's talk about the team that's the hometown heroes right now, Gentlemates, because we haven't seen them since the group stage, Coach. And of course, with the fans behind them, they were the ones to lead both day 1 and 2 for their group, kicking off on Havens Hollow.
It's really important that the Gentlemates start hot. Sometimes we've seen the Gentlemates falter early, and it takes them a while to get started. And you may run out of runway very quick today should things go awry and Twisted Minds be unconned. Very unlikely. As we load in, folks, map rotation is very simple to follow. We'll be playing 2 of each, same order, Havens Hollow, Rebirth Island, into Fortune's Keep, and then we will go 1-1-1 until the cows come home, or we are done here today. We could be here until 2 a.m. Paris time. Who knows? We could be here until every single team has reached that threshold. It is technically possible, and I am so pumped to get into this very first map and see who sets the pace. The biggest quandary, the biggest question, the biggest hypothetical, Seymour, where are people dropping and who is going to be contested? I have a feeling it's going to be nearly everybody.
That's what we heard from some players. Expect action start to finish. Expect contests at every POI. Nothing is safe. Nothing is free. Everything is earned at EWC. And today's the day that we put another key inside of that podium.
A look at some of the best IGLs in the game. A look at some of the top fraggers. They've all earned their spot here through a rigorous multi-stage competition. It doesn't matter how you got here, it matters that you are here. Let's kick off map number 1, Havens Hollow. Who's gonna get the first blood? Who wins their POI? And I think for these competitors, where is this zone pulling?
Where are the Falcons going? Where is Twisted Minds going? Who are we gonna be looking at?
Here we go.
A research lumber pull.
We are going to the east side of the map, ladies and gentlemen. We'll quickly walk through all the players, the teams, what colors they're at, but we're headed deep to the east as the players come flying in. We're going to see some early contests. It's going to be Twisted Minds in red 1 today. They're the top seed. They scored the most points in group stages, and they find themselves contested with the classic play from the Ravens. Finding first blood on Shifty could set the tone, or could just be the beginning of the end for this contest.
Riverboat, you got Falcons, Gen G, and Eclectic all dropping on top of each other. It is going to be crazy on the south side to see who comes out with that.
As we look through our teams, you might be wondering who is who. Numbers have changed, colors have changed. The Falcons are that orange 11. They're going to be orange 11 all day today. And it looks like, unfortunately, no, it is a false positive. We do see that Vitality have lost their contest with Team 1 over at Train Station. This is kind of classic Warzone that we've seen over the last several lands. Vitality in trouble. What are they going to do? They're probably going to relocate up to Pond. lick their wounds, and then get back into the action. But the Falcons on main here with Kletic at boat, trying to figure out who's going to be the boss of boat and who will be able to own this western side of the zone.
And this is a conversation that we had back on day 1 and 2. It's just Falcons were not going to the riverboat. It allowed Gentlemates to have a little bit of a better rotation. It allowed for JDG to have a little bit of a better rotation. And we saw those two teams rise in the standings very quickly from Group B. Now that the Falcons are back on the boat, yes, they're being contested, but it means a lot in terms of the macro that we'll be seeing across these games.
Still a big 3v3 on boat. Dongi will win his ones, gets it. Trades are in if they full send this, and you can see that Kivi's team is backing up, trying to stay alive, just to make sure players of Eclectic just get back into the map. Looking over at the kill feed, you do see G2 going to be in that Cyan 4 all day today. They're actually battling it out against Leviathan. This is a predicted fight as well. Leviathan said they were going to come down here into Lumber, and look who's joining the fight. It's going to be Gentlemates coming from Cole, one of the only teams unconned. Big man, unfortunately, getting gunned down by Deus Samir. The Ogre himself swinging his mighty fist and trying to win out in Lumber, while the Gentlemates come to try to grab some early kills because their anchor is safe.
You talk about this Leviathan team. I mean, they were good on Haven's Hollow, day 1, day 2, and even yesterday in the survival stage, we saw them go 5 maps in a row to start day 3 with 10+ kills. So it's going to be a tough one to see if Leviathan can keep up that pace against teams like today, but I'm excited to see their story.
You see AG Global now on your screen. Going to be number 10, playing up at Research, the north side of Research. You can call it G2. Be playing up here most of the Haven Hollows map. It seems like they were mostly uncontested. They were able to win some engagements. Now going to push into Research. These eastern zones, we've seen several of them through the course of our LAN environment here at EWC. And we know that oftentimes the circle will not end in Research, but it's a great place to find some kills. You can rat out with your anchor, find safety, and just go get really aggressive. We don't care about KDA here. All we care about the kills.
We see T1 drop train station, a lot of KP at the start. They're leading the lobby with 5 points. VP right below them. Off of that server drop, we got 3-4 trios inside of Research Center. Haven't touched yet on both Gen G and JDG. Moving through the main street. This is going to be a big one for JDG, who are dominating the main street of Haven's Hollow.
JDG, top team in Group B. Unbelievable slaying power, a lot to still prove in terms of their ability to grab wins. Anytime you see pink in the kill feed, it's going to be the Gentlemates, and you're going to hear the crowd erupt.
We're going to feel it underneath our feet. You're going to hear it through the crowd noise. There is no certainty when the Falcons are in the feed other than that crowd giving it away.
Gentlemates an opportunity at Cole to be at WinCon already, so a quick check-in with them shows that they're mostly alone. It actually looks like flying in Blue 12, it's going to be Vitality trying to regain after losing out their drops without having to rotate early. This is a map that's going to be difficult for them. They're going to go play in Cole. We'll check in with them and see if they can win some of these engagements here as Groundlock continues to find some engagements on some of these rosters like G2, like Deus Samir squad, Leviathan. They've been all battling for Lumber because Lumber and Cole are the hot spots right now.
Well, we are a minute left from seeing the close of Circle 2. 16 teams still alive in game number 1. Haven't lost a single trio yet. Everybody valuing their lives and their rotations. But here comes JDG on the Gentlemates inside of Cole.
Yeah, JDG are full tilt, full sending this, playing from mid-map all the way over to the win condition, and they get hollow. Gentlemates deeply in trouble. They've got one way out in the outer bounds of the map. Won't be hunting that player down. They couldn't quite find him, won't be able to find him in time. But let's swing over to Twisted Minds, who had to rotate out of Mansion very early, and it's Ravens and Twisted Minds still chalking each other. Both teams, edge of the map, working their way in, killing each other. Glass gonna have to stay alive for his teammates to fly back in, and the Ravens are hunting. Toms are flying. Where the heck is Glass? And they found him. Can they gun him? They got him! Twisted Minds are your first team eliminated. Must have been by a second. The blender is upon us, and Twisted Minds are out of here. And the second team to fall will be Vitality. 2 heavy hitters down early.
Hey, it's Championship Sunday. Anything's possible. When you go for the Kings, you don't miss. That is a precedent set early. This is not going to be a free back-to-back title for the Twisted Minds. You got to work for it every game, one step at a time. Let's look at where we're going. This third circle in a few seconds, we will see exactly where this next zone pull is going to be. And another one drops. That's the Falcons eliminated.
Unbelievable. Vitality, Twisted Minds, and the Falcons are the first 3 teams out of this lobby. You want to talk about a tone setter? You want to talk about a litmus test? The first map? We're going to be in for a long day. Holy cow. Let's see what happens here with an Eastern Zone, as now it looks like JDG in the win condition, complete control of Cole.
Where's the zone going? Down to Cole Depot. First one in the center is going to be Gentlemates looking to survive in the backside of that train yard. Lumber, 2 trios there. It's going to be G2 as well as Leviathan still coexisting just above them. Athletic. So let's see what Lumber has to offer with these players who will have to eventually move.
Yeah, Cole the win con. Unfortunately, the Gentlemates lost it, so they're going to be outside. In the zone, yes, but outside of the main POI. Z-Dark gets gunned down. G2 still shooting. The good news for G2 is that they've hardly had to move a muscle. The kills are coming to them. The Italians strike into the kill feed and do find another team being eliminated. See you later in IP. Not a free day for you either.
Still going to have to see a couple teams rotating in. From the east, it's T1. Cross the river, trying to get into Cole Depot Research. You still have 2 trios on the outside looking in, and as a solo, Ravens need to regain.
First look at Virtus Pro here on main. They've been able to find some kills. They've been fighting through servers. They've been in zone this entire time. Things going well for them in Destroy. Able to stay alive. Right for a moment goes wrong, but they are still up. 1 player in the air just in the nick of time. Virtus Pro not out of this lobby, not yet, but it does look like, unfortunately, Leviathan has been eliminated. Leviathan will not start with a banger map like they did in the past, and the Italians continue to fire their guns.
There goes Athletic. Top 10 finish in game 1 as we're into the multiplier now. Fire sale just about to run out. Teams trying to find some space into the new zone. Still on the outside looking in if you're Ravens. Finally, you have all 3 players resetting. And another one goes down. It's going to be Adrian and Destroy finally getting knocked out. VP are gone. We need to look at the gatekeep that is going on through Cole, because the team that is trying to keep everybody away is JDG.
T1 on screen in a great spot, but unfortunately I don't know if they know they're about to get gunned in the back. Watch out for the rotation from Ravens Esports, and no, they had absolutely no idea. Spam goes down, the rookie down early. Bad news for T1 fans. Disrupt gonna fall, maybe gets a trade, but that's about it. They don't even get the full. Down goes T1, a missed opportunity, unable to hear through the cluster that unfortunately for them, they get flanked in the back. Big opportunity for Ravens to make a difficult rotation and make a play for a win.
Wide open zone pull, and AGAL still alive. Prey's going to be gunned down by Knight. He's got the stim shot, trying to pop up, trying to finesse. New zone pull, very wide open. You got a couple of walls from Cole Depot still in the safe zone. Same thing with servers. If you win your fight server, you don't have to early rotate. You're going to have a lot of positioning and safety.
PBJ, the only team without an organization representation. They represent themselves, and they find their way to a top 5 position. We're into the highest multiplier. It's time to win.
At some point, we got to see some movement from G2. Yes, they take down Leviathan, but now it's got to go against Gentlemates just outside of that circle, trying to hold some positioning underneath that bridge, and it's Gentlemates going for the full send.
PBJ on the outside of zone, but a full send with the Gentlemates on main. G2 strike first. It's going to have to be the Young Prince. Can he find him? Inkyo last alive for his team. Running and hiding in gun. He's got to find Anxiety in a 1v1. He gets shot in the back. The COD timing strikes, but Gentlemates still make their way to a top 5 position in a zone that was theirs to win. G2 in trouble means the best team right now, the best position by a country mile is JD Gaming. Look at him on your screen now. Set up with not only triangle position with one up on high ground, but also still edge on the zone. They're going to find the Ravens. The Instin's in trouble. See ya.
G2 have overtaken Gentlemates' position underneath the bridge. JDG recognize this. They want to go for the 3v2.
JD Gaming, they've got player advantage. They've got the high ground. Do they also have the gunny? Absolutely, almost a great trade there for G2. They take 2 down, but the rest are going to come through. JDG in a 3v2.
3v2, and it looks like PBJ have already made the rotation out. This is great positioning. Look at the player outside Cole Depot. He is going to have a sideline view of this rotation.
If they're not aware of Believe's position,
where Jay Vella's position. Potentially Jay Vella could get a pick here because FLS is making a huge wrap through Cole. Things slow down for a moment because this is frankly a fairly large zone for only 2 teams. Unbelievable job from a team barely making it to this stage, barely making it to the survival stages, and then barely making it to the finals, and yet they find themselves in a 2v3 against the top dogs, PBJ. Let's see the moves that they make. FLS alone. Slappy and Melvin trying to chow as a duo, and FLS is actually going to join them. They're kind of trying to death ball one. They maybe think they have one isolated. The shots coming through and the smokes are in. Melvin, unfortunately, gets surprised. Guns are up. Believe. Find one. No. Goes down. It's going to be a JDG win. This is a freebie. They've only lost FLS. It's a 2v1. Heroics have to be made right now. Not going to happen. JDG, the top dogs in map 1 after winning their group. These guys have gunned down their opponents, but have yet to find their wins. JDG are finding them now.
No better time to turn up and a walk down Main Street to get it done on Havens Hollow. Opening up Championship Sunday, JDG looking good, feeling good. And that is one that I'm sure is going to kickstart this conquest to a trophy. Like you said, Group B, they were on top. We didn't get to see them in the survival stage. They got to sit, they got to study exactly how they wanted to take down these top teams, and it looks like all that studying has paid off.
Crazy to think that Vitality, Twisted Minds, and Falcons fall first in this map, but at the same time, as we look back on this replay, look at where we ended. Look at this final zone. JDG were able to set up with patience a win that frankly had to be inevitable. There was no way they were going to sell this one. Let's listen into the comms.
Come on, boys! Fucking shit, bro.
Great celebration, well earned, but it sounded like maybe expected.
I mean, this is just finding form at all the right times in the year. 14th place in Birmingham, 7th place in Atlanta, and now you're coming into the championships for WRS with a map win on the final day to open it up.
Peaking at the right time. I love it. 3 of the top dogs go down early, but again, looking at that zone, we could not have gone further east. So for a team like Vitality, this is going to be a tough one to find a ton of points on, especially when you lose your POI. Even for a team like Twisted Minds coming out of Mansion, that is an incredibly difficult rotation. You know you're going to go through more than half the lobby, especially rotating up to the north and through research. And even for the Falcons, not the hardest rotation, and I think just unfortunate timing with when they chose to rotate, getting caught in that transition and going down as well. Didn't get to see the whole read of what played spoiler to their move, but I think there was just too many cooks in the kitchen down there. And here's a quick look at the leaderboard. A big moment for JD Gaming to start at the top, but look at Novo. Top fraggers in the lobby, man, that's wild.
That's what you expect from them. And it's what Shift said, too, at the opening of the day, just outside the arc. This Novo team, they can shoot. They just haven't been able to find map wins. So if they can start putting that together, Novo are putting themselves in prime position. But we got to talk about the bottom of this leaderboard. Vitality, Gen.G, Team Falcons, Twisted Minds, and T1.
Leviathan's down there, too. As we look back on the highlights of this map, I think it's important to note that all of those teams are teams that have put up meteoric numbers, frankly, on Havens Hollow. Those are really difficult losses in the first map of Havens Hollow. When we're rotating every 2, they really need to pop off in the next one. Seeing Leviathan drop a stinker early, bad news if you're Leviathan fans. This is where they get most of their points.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, like, this is a complete change and a complete shift in their narrative. So hopefully their Rebirth Island can look like it did yesterday, because fortunately not for Leviathan, they did rewrite that narrative a bit in their survival stage. But as we close into the final moments, JDG just checking off all the right boxes, recognizing all the right moments. They keep all 3 players alive. You do justice against G2, and then even against a PBJ team that were just sitting and waiting in the wings, it wasn't enough. You step up, and a huge game coming out from our Main Street droppers.
Yeah, big credit to PBJ for making their way to the top 5 as well. It'll be really fun to watch out for those guys. Pop off today, no expectations, just go for the win. Let's head down to Miles and Blaze and see what's going on in the video.
Thank you very much, boys. Miles and Blaze on stage, not beating the allegations. What a great first game.
Never are. You my man's for life, man. And when we came in today, when I tell you the atmosphere in the venue was absolutely insane. I'm talking about we got some of the best fans in the world here watching Warzone. We got the Gentlemates fans, the Novo fans, Gen G super crowd up there, the Falcons fans going wild, and it all delivered for this game number 1, Miles, where, as you heard the casters say, our 3 top teams went out first, and now you got players like PBJ out here about to win the game, yo.
Somebody said, wow, those guys came out in button-downs. No sponsor. They came here at their own accord. They're representing themselves. So if you're a big org, eyes on. Those boys are very impressive.
All about their business.
Main Street Heroes, JD Gaming, winning groups coming in, taking the first map. Very, very impressive work out of them as well. Nothing too crazy so far.
But I will say this, the French squads, okay, coming in 5th, coming in 4th. We got Ravens, we got Mates. They are feeling that home crowd advantage. And I got to give some love to G2, because everybody be counting out G2, but you got some of the best slayers on that team. I'm proud of them boys.
They escaped from the shout on day 1. Hey, she's new here, but she's got the brain of a vet. That was incredibly great shout. I mean, they do. We've had some good stuff so far. We're going to see one more coming in at Havens Hollow before we go on to our next match within this great big grand finals. Match point still far, far away.
Far away.
But we've got a little taste. We've got a taste of the top dog so far. How you feeling? What's the flavor like?
I mean, if this is the taste in which we're going to get just in map number 1, imagine once we add in map 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're combining the layers of the dish to create that meal, create that plate that is the Warzone Championship. I'm ready for a slice, ready for a fight.
Oh, the degustation has just begun. The first course is down. Second, casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Miles and Blaze. Great job on the stage, gentlemen. Both looking fresh. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, Havens Hollow map 1 could not have pulled further to the east. Can I just see it all the way to the west this time and just flip the script and see who can make their way across the entirety of the map? I mean, my goodness. Vitality, T1, I think, is another good example that kind of went silent after winning their first engagement. This is so tough on a Havens Hollow map of this caliber to rotate the entirety of the map. So a big tip of the cap to JDG, who were able to win in a position that they didn't drop. But if you know JDG lore, you know that they used to land coal and they used to slap people around there as well. So feels like they're pretty comfortable in that area. Slappy about to get Mixie himself. JDG's currently on top, but it's still pretty close.
Correct me if I'm mistaken, did you just ask for a water polo?
No, okay, let me be very clear. Maybe not as far west as we can go, just like on land as far west as we can go. Okay, let's go to train station. Let's go, I mean, anywhere. Gazebos, I don't care.
But you're right. I mean, T1 slowed down a little bit. There's a couple of teams that I think we can highlight going into this game that had a considerable amount of kills. Just didn't pair it up with the placings that they would like to look at. I mean, AG Global, they had 11 kills, translates into 13 points. T1, 12 kills, translates into 14 points. PBJ, 11 kills. Virtus Pro, 13 kills. It's just, you know, you see the teams, they're making rotations, they're slaying well in the opening KP, but in that translation of rotation that we look at for a map like Havens Hollow, you just have to see these teams making it the final circle a bit better.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for some more Havens Hollow, and let's see, it does look like it's pulled to the west. I promise I'm not a script writer, but I'm loving the script so far. Let's see what these teams are able to do with an opposite zone this time around. Headed to the west, what will JDG do through Main Street, dead center of this first zone? But the teams on the opposite side, Gentlemates, won't see them for a while. They're over at Coal Depot. Looks like G2 are alone down in Lumber this time around. A couple changes. Biggest one, Virtus Pro, a classic. They have moved up to Pond rather than playing at servers. Watch out for VP on the northwestern side of the map.
And Leviathan as well, switching up from Lumber back to train station. They're going to be contesting T1, and it looks like they've actually forced Vitality away from the train station. They move up to the church. So they're going to be looking for a little bit of space to regain, get some early guns to start fighting. Over at the barn, we got a lot of pressure onto NIP, who also dropped pretty early in our game 1.
Whoa, did I just see Blade go down? Team wipe, we're at 15 out of 16. I think Novo is out of this lobby already. Novo's wiped. Holy moly, we got a fight on our hands though. Vitality trying to make a move, trying to find some real estate on the map to play through. Z-Smith getting really aggressive at Chapel, actually going to force VP out. Grimy, the fragger, coming down from Pond to try to get a piece of the pie, and unfortunately, that pie's going to be thrown in the trash. See you later.
We see that confirmation. Novo are gone from game number 2 after a second place finish in game 1. And I think that just further emphasizes the point that nobody is safe in these match point finals. This is the best of the best in Warzone, vying for a trophy. If you slip up even a millisecond in the map, you could be looking at that lobby yet again.
Same contest here, Twisted Minds, Ravens. No sense of urgency. This mansion's going to be in the zone probably for the next couple, depending if we pull south. So they're going to hang out and play their game. This is what Twisted Minds always do. They're going to play the backside buy station. They're going to get loadouts, get all their cash up, and then rock and roll. King Shock knows this as well, so he's going to peek the backside and see if he can maybe pick up a free kill just to add to the repertoire and put Twisted Minds on their heels.
It was Ravens that actually won this contest back in game number 1, so Twisted Minds looking for the bounce back. I did want to highlight that the Falcons have moved away from the Riverboat into the gazebo, so Riverboat is going to be free for Gen G to hold.
That's a good shout. Falcons, bottom left-hand side of the map, as Athletic do find a kill on Scummin. AGAL trying to figure out where they can go after losing out in mid-map. Main Street got several teams inside of it. Here's a look at that boat without the Falcons. Gen G. We asked them before we got kicked off today, hey, things gonna change? You know the Falcons are down there, right? And they said, heck no, we're going down to boat. And they're gonna have to answer the call and prove that they are the Falcons that they say they are. The Falcons are changing things up. I respect it.
Since the drop of Novo early, just like game 1, it has been all quiet in the elimination front. 15 out of 16 teams, 30 seconds until we're going to be looking to where this rotation will focus on. And everybody who has started on the eastern side towards Coal Depot and Lumber have now started to move their position. Even PBJ have left research, so they're going to be moving into the rotation between Barn and Mansion.
And the Mansion fight will continue. This is one that'll continue probably deep inside the third circle. Here is a look at what the new second will be. And it is going to pull further to the south. So actually, players gonna have to rotate out of Mansion a little bit sooner than you'd realize. You can see on the far right-hand side of the map, you're gonna see Jailmates in the pink. They're gonna be rotating across fairly free through train cars, working their way probably to Main Street or up through Barn into Chapel. Likely the first engagement here from Ankyo to clear their backside. It's gonna be PBJ from servers working their way in as well, and Ankyo getting extremely aggressive. Nice flying, Ankyo goes one, Ankyo snaps to the second, gets him weak and is able to trade it out as well with the help of Hollow. Gentlemate's doing a fantastic job to hunt down second place in the last map.
And while Gentlemates take them down and move closer to the Mansion, Riverboat gets jumped on by G2, and Gen G are eliminated in 15th.
Gen G down and G2 in control of the south. Bad news. Anxiety is shooting nukes on land, and Big Man has now joined him. G2 is a scary team. Here's a look at them on the mini-map, covering boat. They're going to send Fragger out into Main Street to see if they can get a piece of some of these third and fourth parties. Main Street is busy. First look at the Falcons, though. They have been hanging out at gazebos, waiting for everybody to catch up to them, and Nude's going to get caught in the crossfire between Amir, Leviathan, Criminal God. Able to trade one out, but not going to get the full. Nude's going to get cut down, and I don't think the Falcons are helping at all. No, Ahsoka's down as well. Dongi's up on height on gazebos, just trying to stay alive. Leviathan probably going to send this.
And this is one of the issues that we had back in the group stages for the Falcons. It was an identity issue. Nobody knew who was going to be the anchor. They kept on switching up roles, and Leviathan are putting them on the back foot yet again with a chase.
He just caught by surprise, whether the stadium's too loud or the comms weren't flying and flowing freely enough. News gets cut down, and Ahsoka thought he was safe, prone down on the ground, and he wasn't. Look back at Mansion, though. It's going to be real mixy here. PBJ have regained, and they pushed up into Mansion to fight through the north side of the map rather than fight for Gentlemates. Gentlemates have rotated the bar, and they're safe. So PBJ looking for a fight, and they're going to get it. Grimy, unfortunately, on the other side, is nearly unstoppable throughout the course of the group stages, finding their way to third overall in score. Virtus Pro maybe in a bit of trouble. They've been playing out of Pond. Remember, they changed their drop spot as the Ravens find the rest of PBJ and going to send them back to the lobby. Bye-bye, PBJ. Second place no longer.
Well, everybody just trying to exist on the map right now. PBJ gets eliminated. Twisted Minds not done yet. Pushing into the Ravens. Niacin goes down. Shifty has 5 kills right now. Looking for Grimy. Blastides with the assist, and Twisted Minds a lot better in game 2 than we saw in game number 1. They're going to be now moving away from the mansion as the circle closes in. Coach, where is this going?
Look at your screen. Look on the minimap right now. Here comes the Gentlemates. They've won out in mid-map. They got all the way to barn from their coal rotation. This is a big moment between Twisted Minds and the Gentlemates because they're being held and there's nowhere to run. It's either VP or it's Gentlemates. Let's listen in.
I'll get to the middle. I got ripped. I came on the buys. I get straight by. Underwall, close my yeah.
Selfie as well. You can trade res. He died. The other kid got up. The other kid selfed on us.
Yeah, self dead.
Nice. Blitz.
Yeah, I'm taking this.
He's landing left loading. He's landing like bees, by the way, that kid.
Yeah.
Play that.
Come on. He's cracked. He's one shot.
On top. I'm gonna die. You get free res. You have free res. He's on top of your high.
Okay, yeah.
They have advanced too.
Yeah, coming for bees. Coming close.
Yeah, he jump low left. I'm gonna land on my guns. What's on the low left?
I'm resing. Alright,
I'm good.
Good job, man. Please. They have advanced.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get like a streak for your push. Show up. I mean, there should be loot.
The scrap between Twisted Minds and the Gentlemates went both directions, but the Gentlemates are standing tall. Unfortunately, now getting shot in the back. The big part of that engagement is that fire sale was active, so both teams were able to regain instantly. The fight continues.
NIP eliminated in 13th, Lev eliminated, and Ravens now it's Gentlemates on the back foot as Twisted Minds are still going to be pushing hot on their heels. Here comes Destroy and VP are third partying.
Virtus Pro had to come through pond. Everything was clear on their north. They've been there since the beginning of the map. These two teams have been fighting for a while, and Virtus Pro said, please, let's stay in the action. We need some more points. They've got complete control of the north. They've got Chapel, and the fight for barn continues. Allman gunning down Grom. Twisted Minds and Gentlemates chalking each other while Virtus Pro just lie in wait to clean up the scraps. Good news for both teams, there's a buy station here. Bad news, we're running out of cash. The fire sale's gone, and Resurgence is about to be disabled.
Yeah, but he get his teammates back. If Allman could just stay alive here, get rid of the Gentlemates, that is going to be some sweat off the back of their neck. However, now Gentlemates gaining some ground. Hollow's going to have Enkyo, the Dark Prince is coming back.
Hollow unsure of how to address this fight, and unfortunately, in that uncertainty, they will be wiped. Great resilience from both teams, but Twisted Minds win the engagement, and Virtus Pro too slow to move over to this engagement. We have to swing our eyes to the other side of the zone. We continue to pull to Main Street. We pull to JDG, who've been holding here, off drop, off spawn, and now G2 have rotated up, still controlling the south side of this zone. That's that Cyan 4 on the south. Watch out for G2 to play spoiler to people like AGAL in main and JDG. Wherever G2 decide to rotate to on new zone could be, unfortunately, a bit of a bang out.
Yeah, honestly, really good positioning right now from AG Global inside of the bowling alley. If everybody just starts kind of cutting each other down on this rotation, like, this bowling alley is so central into the zone pool that they could still be in it, whether it's south or north.
Everybody else having to get to Main Street. T1 won out in train station are just now joining the party. My biggest question right now is who has kills? I don't know if T1 has found a ton of kills or not, but we'll look at Eclatic and see that Zanx is getting his first. This is Falcons on the other side, and Dongi essentially last alive, able to make a play for himself. He's able to get one, and actually on the backside, G2 find the right angle and clean up the rest. So down go Kibbies and Freddy, G2 finding 2. Falcons finding a moment to breathe, but it's just Dongi alive.
Yeah, it's just Dongi, but that is an absolute layup given from G2. That could have been Falcons eliminated. Looking around though, 8 trios left, circle closing in 15 seconds. That means that teams are going to start to condense into the zone. JDG's got positioning, Virtus Pro hitting the rotation from the north side over towards where T1 are set up.
Here it is.
Let's see where it goes.
This new zone will dictate everything. Small fights, oh my goodness. Vitality. Last in the zone, sorry, first in the zone, maybe last standing, depending on how this works for them. Falcons technically, Dongi in zone as well inside of train, but JDG in trouble. Twisted Minds desperately want this building, and because of that, Slap gonna get cut down. Most of JDG gone. One trying to run for the hills. try to get to safety and potentially get to a buy station. But the hunt continues. Shifty's on double digits on 10. It's been a brutal day for them thus far. Even a brutal start to this map, but they found their will to live, and with that, they found a ton of kills.
If this is a Twisted Minds map win, they are going to shoot up the leaderboard. There goes T1.
Yeah, T1 has been quite silent in the kill feed. Virtus Pro has been very aggressive to own the north, and they will continue to do just that. Virtus Pro on the north side of the map, Vitality in a very safe position, and JDG scrambling for a position on the map. And unfortunately, I don't know that they're going to get it.
Yeah, JDG getting held right out from Twisted Minds. Inside of the bowling alley we go. 3 teams already going to be in there, and Virtus Pro are struggling to get through those front doors, being held by none other than Vitality, who are going to be the first ones in. So this is going to be a tough nut to crack. Everybody staying still.
We still have 7 teams in this tiny zone. Z-Spit makes a play, a nice chow over the top of AGAL. Down goes Scummin. Knight and FIFA on height, get gunned down as well. No, naded out. Great play, great utility usage. Zone pulls to the lone survivor of the Falcons as Vitality continue to battle because G2 and everybody have to leave their places of safety to work their way to wide out in the open. Could Donkey pull off the impossible? Twisted Minds fall in 5th. They still get their multi. This is a big game for Twisted Minds. Could be the biggest of this map, but the big question is who will win.
2 for Vitality. 3 for G2, now 2 versus the 1 of Dongy. The more damage done between Vitality and G2, the better it is for Dongy.
Dongy finds a rookie. Oh, they didn't know he was here. Anxiety just crosses out in the open and get punished. There's no way the Falcons are about to pull off the impossible. Could Anxiety just get rezzed here? I think so, but Z-Smith's still alive as well. Dongy gets the pull yet again. A 1v2v2. Dongy alone, but only for a moment. Gonna get a quick buyback. With the zone pull, buy station available. This is a great play. He's got stims to stick this. An early rotation here and playing from the wall. Here come the backup. Here come the Falcons. And in the moment of chaos, Z-Smith tried to make a big rotation, and it looks like Dongy's able to find it. Noob's able to find the other. Ground loop pistol or otherwise, the Falcons are in a position to win it. They got it! Not a big map, but a win. We take our 1.6 is where we can get them. The first team or one of the first to fall, and they find themselves at the top of the podium in game 2. Not a ton of points, but great resilience. They're able to adapt here, Seymour.
A win for the Falcons is a win for the crowd behind them. Soka, Noobs, and Dongy, rough start to the groups. Survival stage, they flew through. And it might not be off the back of a precision airstrike, but it is on the back of Dongy making some veteran play calls. He was the anchor on this map. He stays alive inside of the train. He gets a layup from G2, and he turns around to stab them in the back.
You know, frankly, I think the biggest point to make about this multiplier is not that the Falcons got the 1.6, it's that they prevented some of these other teams from getting it, who had many more kills than them. Dongy, again, great resilience playing inside the train. He's able to get this win, frankly, because he gets 2 zone pulls back-to-back. A great read on Z-Spin, who was trying to do a lot of the same as the solo. And then when he's able to get the double buyback, Noobs flies in. Let's listen into their comps.
I'm on to number. Yeah, on your left. Guys. Last one should be number. He's top of the right.
What do you got, kid? What do you got? Good job. What do you got? Hey, good job, bro.
No celebrations, just good job. That was a job well done. Unfortunately, not a great job. We did our job, weren't able to achieve the points that we would have liked. But still, we take those.
Positive reinforcement from the Falcons, and it's Hisoka kind of leading those communicative moments just to allow his team to build themselves a foundation on this championship Sunday. I mean, he is one of a few players that today will be looking to hoist this EWC trophy for the 2nd time in history. That would be for a player like Soka. Twisted Minds having a good game, getting shut out of the win. You think of Shifty in that same regard on the other side. Those 2 teams will be battling it out all day long.
A wild map 2, a lot more coming your way. It's going to be Rebirth Island next. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
I think those nerves are going to be really kicking in for a lot of people.
I'd say good luck.
Just know Genji will be coming for you guys.
It could be anybody. Twisted, Ravens, Genji. We'll get the job done.
It's Skullface, still alive. Can he find any of these low HP players? I don't know if he can, but if they line up, he might be able to knock him down. But they surge forward. They find him. It's Big Juju to take the map.
People always doubt us, but at the end of it, team vitality always comes up on top. So, I mean, today we're just going to take over.
We went back-to-back, and we're trying to complete the three-peat, so we're chasing legacy.
Raze and Jadella doing a great job as a duo here to just carve a path forward. Can't believe up here from Stronghold, you'll meet up together if you are Geekgate. Nemesis hears all this battling going on. They roll up. It's Brave from behind as a Nemesis will swing. Finally find their way where they desperately needed to be. The Falcons double chow. They're not losing that one. Ahsoka, a deep sigh of relief, not a celebration.
I think the biggest threat would probably be Twisted Minds or Falcons. They've been pretty dominant, both of those teams, the whole year.
I keep an eye out on my top op, which is Twisted Minds, you know, obviously the reigning champions.
I think we're just a very well-experienced team. We have experience when teams land on us and try to fight us, you know, it kind of doesn't ever go their way, so I think that strikes fear into them.
And that doggy coming in with the clutch for the Falcons, being able to hold off squad after squad, getting the buyback for the team and then the win. I am Lace and I'm joined by I Hold Shift. Take us through that game for the Falcons.
One of the most insane 1v everyone clutches you're going to see. But the reaction afterwards, I think, says more than anything else of, nice job. They didn't get the kills that they needed to really pay off that first place multiplier. Meanwhile, G2 set up an extremely efficient zone at the end and find a lot of kills at the end. They're still to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm watching Big Man and Anxiety just in that on that kill feed, and I mean they were holding on for so long, which actually made them skyrocket to the top of the leaderboard with 35 points. This is what we expect from the likes of G2 to pull out those sorts of kills just to make their way up the leaderboard, and it's nothing short of amazing. And we also have to talk about Twisted Minds and how far they shot up that leaderboard as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's business as usual, it feels like, for Twisted Minds right now, and that's a scary thought as we start to look over towards Rebirth. I think the biggest thing as we now move away from Haven's Hollow and into our second map of this finals, new opponents need to start to rise, and I'm looking particularly at teams like Ravens, who have been great at Rebirth. The vast majority of their kills and placements have come by way of this map, and I'm still keeping my eyes on G2. They're still very solid here. For a team that we really didn't talk a lot about in terms of expectations at the beginning of the day, they are still putting together the numbers that you need to possibly be a surprise champion.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. These teams do have a lot of time to be able to rack up these kill points to hit that 150 match point threshold. And I mean, we've just come out of match number 2. Obviously, match number 1 was a little bit shaky for a few, like Twisted Minds. Even coming in from there, I think VP as well. But it was a different game for match number 2. But of course, enough from us. We're going to go into match number 3. Seymour, Goat, let's take it away.
Thank you so much, Lace and Mr. I Hold Shift. To add a little salt to the dish that Shift was talking about, Rebirth Island, it does change some things. Ravens is a very fun team to talk about because they're a team that could potentially continue to make Twisted Minds have a difficult time. Looking at this leaderboard, we don't see Ravens on this leaderboard. They find themselves on the second page. It's G2 at the top with a ton of kills, 26 with 36.4 points, puts them in the lead by over 4 points over JDG. Here's Ravens. They're kind of gatekeeping this second half of the page at 21.4 points. This is still a pretty even leaderboard after 2 games. Here's the big thing about Ravens Esports. The salt is that it's 53% of their points came from Rebirth Island and group stages. Over half. That is a lot of points that they're looking to grab in these next 2 maps.
There's a couple of teams that I think on Rebirth Island we can really notably say had a good group stage. I think one of them that I wanted to point out was AG Global. Remember that their kind of pop-off moment to start their rise in the groups was on a 27-kill win. Inside, or not even a win, just a 27-kill game.
Yeah, they were just getting crazy kills. 51% of their points are on Rebirth Island. They're right there as well. There's a couple teams that desperately need to step up if they want to repeat history and what they did on Rebirth. And then the opposite can also be said for a team like Leviathan. Again, I'm harping on them because they were so dominant yesterday. Hardly any points in Havens Hollow, and they really struggle on Rebirth Island.
9 points for Leviathan. They are right above Gen G with 3 points. And we heard from Aiden when we were looking at some of those player profiles. He said, Gen G will be coming for you. So far, you haven't.
Let's quickly talk drops. Traditionally speaking, Bio has been uncontested. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be true anymore. Could potentially see T1 up there. Could see G2 up there. Could see Channel Mates potentially even up there. We really don't know where everybody's going to drop. We have our guesses. We have our hypotheticals, but as we drop into Rebirth Island, I think it's going to be real hot to start, and it looks like we're going to the north.
And we heard that, Vitality were putting some inklings of ideas of where they wanted to drop, and that puts them down towards Channel Mates for going to living quarters. We look across the board. It looks like early KP for the Falcons on their drop is going to be taking on at Factory a couple of squads.
I mean, first and foremost, the Falcons on screen. 1, they're winning their engagement, but 2, it's against JDG, but 3, it's down to the boat on Factory side.
Yeah.
No chemical for them. Who's landing on the Falcons again, taking away their spot? It's Gen G. Gen G are up in chemical by themselves. Also, that bio point I was talking about, no one wants to chow G2. They're way too strong right now. G2 are alone at bio, which means their fragger's going to go get some kills here shortly.
And instead of T1 being inside of bio, they're taking on AG Global at Turbine, and with being left alone, it is going to be AG Global gone. T1 eliminate them, and G2 have already sent a Slayer to go check in.
I told you some surprises, and I think AG Global were a bit surprised by the T1 push. Immediately, T1 finds some early kills. We swing over and we do see Vitality playing Factory. They're going to be playing against JDG, and the Falcons are in the area on the boat on the Factory side. Over at Control Center, it's Novo taking control of Control Center with Virtus Pro in the boat. This is standard for that side of the map.
I was wondering what Headquarters is going to look like in my own mind, because NIP were fantastic from Headquarters in their group. They're going to be dropped on by Ravens. That contest has led its way into prison. The only other team there is going to be Eclectic.
Channel Mates alone down at living quarters. Maybe because of the map and the zone, or maybe just because they're scary. JDG win a nice engagement here, knocking most of this Vitality roster.
And the one weird thing is that Leviathan, it's not a stronghold push. Ravens get eliminated inside of this masked Headquarters battle. But where I was saying is that Leviathan have actually moved from top to bottom on their regain. They're trying to find somewhere to land now that Stronghold is in the circle.
Ravens going down right when we cut away. Unfortunately, losing that HQ battle means NIP are back in a power position. This is what they did in their group stages that gave them so much success. Watch out for NIP to pop off in this map as PBJ are continuing to join the fight down here in Factory, which is giving some free kills here for Shifty. He's finding a lot of engagements playing up into Factory. Twisted Minds, you've got PBJ, you've got JDG, you've got Falcons all in the same area. A ton of action, and as long as we stick with it here, I think Shifty's going to find his way to a ton more kills.
And not too far away is going to be the Channel Mates as well as NIP and Headquarters. So lots of teams to look at this Taking a look across the map at what we're seeing for some of these engagements, big fights going on between Virtus Pro and T1 up in the turbine. T1 now trying to track down Grimy in the water. Spam gets cut down in the moment. Adrian's actually going to give Grimy a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, it's important to note that Virtus Pro, again, are totally safe with their anchor. We swing back to the Falcons, who have their anchor also on a boat just on the opposite side of the map. So Virtus Pro doing the same thing that the Falcons are doing right now with much less people to fight. There's so many folks on this side of the map. South side is quite busy. Factory, headquarters, living quarters. Look, Gentlemates are making a move early, abandoning living quarters because the zone is forcing them to, and they're going to go up into HQ fighting against NIP, but potentially fighting Southside here as well.
They're going to go right for the anchor, so that's going to disrupt the entire setup for NIP as they are forced inside the prison. Now, Gentlemates, depending on the circle, can have a fantastic position at the top point of Rebirth Island. Falcons getting pushed on by Twisted Minds. Almond immediately going to meet his end to Hisoka. And it looks like we're actually getting a jump on between two teams inside of Control Center. It's going to be Vitality making a push, and they're going to be wiped away by Novo.
Our new zone continues to pull to the north as expected. So the Gentlemates will continue to rotate, playing the south side of the zone, slowly creeping their way in. They have control of headquarters now, pushing NIP into prison. They can take a look at either side of the map, either this side on your screen right now. Blade totally unaware. There's a player in the corner hiding behind the door. Grimy going big. Virtus Pro make quick work of 2/3 of this Novo roster. Where is the final player? He's gone upstairs. Grimy trying to hunt him down just in time, and it looks like Fede will able to stay alive for a moment, sneaking and hiding so his teammates can fly back in.
Fede, 67 kills in the survival stage. He has been a monster for the squad. Tomahawk on point. And that's going to put him at 3 so far. They started off fantastic in the slaying back on Haven's Hollow. Rebirth Island, definitely a map where Novo can start to pop off yet again. 14 trios still alive. 35 seconds until we start to see the zone closing. To look further and further where we will go on Rebirth Island.
Bad news. Ahsoka down. Doggy is on 7. It's Twisted Minds and the Falcons, but Gentlemates are going to come down with their fraggers. PBJ still in the area. A ton of chaos, and all of these players still have to technically get to zone. Doggy shooting straight, getting one out of the sky, but he gets cut down. Gentlemates, Inkyo, they're safe in HQ. He's just going to go out and find anything he can get.
And what a moment it would be for Gentlemates if they can take down both Twisted Minds and Falcons yet again to continue to keep them tamed inside of Championship Sunday. It's a moment that a lot of teams need to do if they want to deny them of a trophy at the end. Just continue to put the pressure on these top dogs.
Yet again, Machine Pistol goes huge. Ahsoka last alive for the roster, allows his 2 teammates to fly back in. The Falcons are safe for a moment. They can breathe for just a second. Twisted Minds staring at the shores while PBJ stare at the shores of Harbor. This is going to be tough for the Falcons to recover. Let's swing back over and see what's going on between Novo and Virtus Pro. Edge of the map, both teams having to rotate as well. Both teams in a battle that's been going on since the very beginning of the game.
Virtus Pro are actually in a really tough spot right now. There's a couple of teams that just have not been able to get their feet underneath them. Leviathan just continue to get farmed by G2. They have no home right now. At the same time, you can say that about Virtus Pro, just not being able to get past Novo, as well as AG Global get forced out of Turbine. We haven't seen anything from them. And in Chemical, it's going to be still Gen G looking to find some kills versus JDG.
Yeah, Leviathan home, it needs to be at Bioweapons. They have to push this. Unfortunately, G2 have restabilized. G2 good for the lobby. They don't have actually a ton of kills, and Criminal God continues to find kills on G2. So Leviathan maybe slowly but surely paving a way to a place in WinCon.
Circle's going to be closing further to the north, as it is going to be majority of chemical industry and bio still in the circle. A little bit of Harbor. That's going to be where the Falcons are moving with Twisted Minds. Falcons, though, trying to get all the way through the water to go past chemical engineering behind these teams to take the north side of the island.
Twisted Minds walking in the zone on water side. PPJ go hunting, gonna try to find one member of the Falcons and will get it. Let's listen in with PBJ and see what their game plan is with their position on the map. Twisted Minds hot on their heels.
I gotta grab his shit. I'm grabbing the shit right now. The shit, yeah. Yo, look at Most Wanted's pushing up a little bit. Most Wanted's pushing up a little bit. He's just in the building. I only hear one, bro. You want me to try to blood him?
You don't have to overcharge. You don't have to overcharge.
I'm just waiting. I'm gonna take my time.
Yeah, take your time, because you have to play our back.
Yeah, one's in my building now, okay?
I'm getting out. I'm getting out of the water.
Yep.
I just fell off the fucking window.
They're in my building.
Close. Looking at your bottom. I'm staring at your bottom. Sitting here in second. I got your bottom door.
I still doing on me.
Nice.
Push it. Another one jumped out. Yeah, the last two are on. They could buy.
Inside. Oh my. Oh, he dropped on me, bro. Oh my god. He's running out to buy. No. He's still sitting inside.
Okay.
Oh my god, I gave it up for a second.
A surprise. PBJ able to strike first, but they get answered back as well. Twisted Minds fully restabilized, but in the meantime, Seymour, we lost a ton of teams.
Falcons gone in 14th, Gen G gone in 13th, and T1 gone in 12th. We're down to 11 trios as we're closing the circle, and mates are making moves.
Gentlemates have moved through center map, they've moved through HQ, they find their way into prison, and they continue to pave a pathway to a win. They still have a lot of work to do if this zone continues to pull to the north, but for now, they've abdicated everybody out of this giant prison POI. They're free for a little while. Twisted Mind's gonna stay south. You can see Virtus Pro staying north. Gentlemates have won the central part of the map. This new zone's gonna dictate everything.
Remember, JDG was struggling at the start versus the Falcons. They had to regain. They're in chemical engineering uncontested, just like how Bio's being held by G2. Both of these two teams right now have the power positions to dictate exactly how the end game's looking.
Our new zone continues to pull to the north. Gentlemates will still have to rotate, potentially through mid-map out in the open, or likely through maybe Industries. Some of our other teams, PBJ included, are at G2, continue to find their way to the kill feed as they just wait on everybody else to show up at their home. Their anchor has been sitting inside of Bio since the very beginning of the game. They've been finding kills, and finally Leviathan can hide no longer in the water. Here's Anxiety finding more kills on main, proving me correct. A great move from a fragger as his teammates are safe. He's just looking for anything he can get his hands on. He's finding more kills after more kills. G2 going to be a big problem with a map like this.
Now we're going to be into the multiplier, and this is where a lot of teams can find some benefits. Vitality and Twisted Minds, as well as Gentlemates. If they get a win here, it is going to be massive for their scoreboards.
Athletic, a very scrappy game. They've been battling in Turbine in this northwestern side of the map since the beginning. Going kill for kill with a couple of the other teams in the area, mostly fraggers from G2 and Virtus Pro, just looking for a couple points here and there. Gromalok on main. Shifty unfortunately getting shot in the back. That's going to be JDG from distance. JDG up at Chem, shooting Twisted Minds, who are now deeply in trouble. Shifty was 1 HP in a dream, able to get his plates in, but he's got Gentlemates hot on his heels. Again, the zone pulls north. It does pull to Industries, though. G2 going to have to move, and the Gentlemates going to have to take down Shifty, and they're able to do just that. The crowd is loving the Gentlemates' resilience. They are not being given anything, Seymour. They are earning it all, and they've made their way to top 10, looking for top 5.
And look at the zone pull. Bioweapons and chemical engineering are no longer safe. Turbine and people are going to have to move up the dam to get into this Industries. The only two teams in the safe zone at the moment are going to be 14 and 15. That's Novo and PBJ.
Watch out, VP. Athletic's coming in with a vengeance. Swinging into the water, finding a couple. Adrian finally able to answer back, and he's last alive. Having to stand up, try to stay alive, not going to happen. Virtus Pro, I believe, are out of this map. And with them gone, we near the top 5 position. The Gentlemates continue to pave their way into new. They did rotate into Industries. They are in WinCon. They're on the south side of it. Let's see if they can win this map. Now top 5 as Athletic finally fall, missing out on a big multiplier. G2 in a very dangerous position.
And JDG is going to be in the best spot right now because everybody's going to be feasting over at the Industries, and they get the rotation towards bioweapons first. G2 are going to recognize that they're going to be the first ones to actually beat JDG on this row. JDG quietly hiding into the bottom of chemical engineering. They don't want to make any noise right now.
Huge rotation. Inkyo still battling. The Gentlemates having to do all the dirty work in mid-map. Gromalok with a nice trade over the top. Gentlemates still up. They've got player advantage. All 3 on their feet. Down go PBJ. Down go Novo, who are scrapping it out in mid. An opportunity. No, PBJ back into the air. Got the buyback. Two players at PBJ on the top side, but I told you G2's frying. They've got the multi. Now can the Gentlemates do it from living quarters to bio? They work their way underneath. Now PBJ's gone. on JDG, gunning down one member of G2. Can I say somehow, some way, Gentlemates could do it?
Gentlemate's gonna move in. JDG removing big man. They're moving up bioweapons. JDG on the outside looking in. G2 down to 1. 3 players now holding on to bio for Gentlemates, but it's a rotation south side of bio for JDG to win that out.
Gentlemates have not been given a single zone in this entire map. JDG get another. Can the Gentlemates still rotate, still fight, and still do it? JDG here first. Anxiety trying to play spoiler, somebody that moves first. Last alive for his team, just trying to shoot somebody in the back and get some extra kill points to add to the tally that's already impressive.
Anxiety is about to be a problem. Gentlemates don't even know it's about to hit them.
Does he strike at JDG or Gentlemates? JDG strike first, hollow down. Ankyo and Gromlock taking a ton of damage from zone. They'll be able to play back up and be fine in new. But Anxiety's playing for the buy. Knowing that shots are being fired, knowing these teams could go for this buy station, he's gonna wait and try to get some free kills. While they're in menus, he's gonna shoot him in the back.
Anxiety's the only one ground level. Now it's JDG looking to go for that buy, at least watch it, make sure that Gentlemates can't buy anybody back.
JDG just saw him. Anxiety peeking his head up just for a moment. I think they saw him through the smoke. Anxiety, no, he gets shot in the back. FLS gets credited with the kill. It's gonna be Gentlemates down to 1. JDG about to be winning their second game on map 3. Gromlock has to be a hero, and it's going to be nearly impossible. But Gentlemates did all the dirty work, but JDG get credited the win. JDG win again. Is there any question that these gentlemen are at the top of their game, peaking at the right time?
No doubts in the minds of the fans. JDG do it again, and what a win after so much turmoil on their drop. They get contested by both Twisted Minds and the Falcons, and they outlive both of the Titans. This David versus Goliath story is nowhere close to being finished. And these 3 gentlemen right here have earned every amount of respect.
JD Gaming, holy cow. Some circles going their way, but great aggressive plays as well. It's not like they're walking away with just a couple kills and a win. Let's listen into the selling.
Right behind, he's back. He's in tunnel. Come on, boys. Looking fucking fantastic on the map, boys. Wow, wow, wow.
Fantastic indeed. No celebration when it's expected. JD Gaming are stomping the opponent. Should jump them up to the top of the leaderboard most likely. I would still watch out for G2. Gentlemates made great moves there on the leaderboard. They'll jump up as well, but G2 still got the top multi besides the win, and they had a crazy amount of kills. If anybody's questioning Big Man, take a look at LAN. These guys are shooting.
And this is the only team in match point finals where all 3 members are from 3 different countries. Melvin from Germany, FLS Sweden, Slappy from the UK. That is quite the roster, the international roster to come together. And with these 3, I mean, you are peaking at the perfect time in your year. 3 games in, 2 map wins, and most likely first place ahead when we look at our leaderboard.
Great job from these guys, man. JD Gaming, I can't say it enough, have been unstoppable on LAN. Top fragging, now getting wins. I don't know who's going to stop this team. They did a great rotation up to Chem, and they just simply sit in Chem. They basically use the Falcon strategy against them. They're able to win out in Chem, hold an anchor there, and then go frag out. The zone pulling that direction, being gifted a victory. Gentlemate's the exact opposite story, having to fight all the way from living quarters, through HQ, through prison, through industries. Ridiculous. Let's head down to Blaze on the stage.
I'm here with one of the Reapers of the G2 team, Scythe himself, as G2 has gotten top 3 in all 3 of these games so far. Scythe, you guys have been real consistent, but I know you ain't happy about that performance, man. Talk to me about how you're feeling in this moment.
Yeah, so I can't lie, I'm not happy. We should have won both those last games, and both of them were on me, so I'm upset. There's nothing to be happy about. I don't care that we're first. The tourney's not done.
The tourney's not done at all, and so you already know what adjustments and what you're going to make. Anything that you learned in the lobby from some of these teams off the first 3 maps, or you just worried about you and the boys?
I'm just focused on our team, each game at a time. You know, after every game, even though we have a good game, we reset. We're at 0 points. I don't care if we got a good game or bad game. We just got to keep that same mentality that we have 0 points. That's how we get bangers.
That's how you guys get bangers. And Dean, we already know how slate heavy you guys are. You guys are putting all the pieces together. I'm going to let you get back to the team because I'm pretty sure it's a lot you guys got to talk about. So give me some dap. Best of luck to you. Back to you guys.
Do you consider me your biggest rival?
Falcons, close it out!
Do you think you'd be a world champion without me?
Do you believe you would have won EWC 2024 without me? Hi, I'm Isoka and I play for Team Falcons.
Hi, I'm Shifty and I play for Twisted Minds.
The Esports World Cup wanted us to ask some of the most important internet questions.
But to make sure we tell the truth, we've connected ourselves to a lie detector.
So if we lie, everyone will know.
Starting with...
Oh, fuck. All right, let's go.
Do you believe... Yeah, you can't look at me like that. Do you believe you are better prepared to win this year's EWC more than me, and why?
Yes, I do believe I am better prepared this year, for sure.
Telling the truth. We're off to a really good start.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. Come on. Do you believe you are better prepared this year to win at EWC? If so, how so?
No, and I'll say that because we are a short-term roster right now where we just picked up our new teammate not too long ago. Who do you believe are the favorites to win EWC?
I believe, without a doubt, Falcons statistically are the favorite to win EWC.
Seeing a little bit of a reaction there. Is there someone else that you believe may potentially?
Nah, just more so if we beat ourselves, that's our biggest opponent.
Give you that one.
Did you ever think of coming back?
No.
You've considered it.
I mean, I couldn't.
but you've considered it because you'd be the dream team. You've considered it.
No, I'm pretty stern on never teaming again.
Okay.
I'll say unless some mature conversations happen. Do you think... I actually can't look at you. Do you think Twisted Minds are the biggest threat to Falcons?
No, I thought you guys were a bigger threat with Z Smith.
Oh, that's the first time I've seen a bit of a deceptive reaction.
He knows Smith is ass.
Yeah. Why?
I don't know. I think they had a better closing ability with Smith, but I think we're seeing he has a better trading factor.
Okay. You were testing me there, weren't you?
I just want to see if he was telling the truth or not. Okay. Do you consider me your biggest rival?
Yes.
100%.
Do you think you'd be a world champion without me?
Yes. And definitely, I would have found a way to win a chip without you. If Falcons and Twisted Minds meet at EWC, do you genuinely believe your team wins?
Yes.
Ooh, you're not sure on that one at all, are you? Is there a reason? Okay. Is there may be a weak player in your team? There may be someone that...
Oh, hey, chill out. Okay. No, it depends, right? They got an advance, we don't. Depends on situation. Do you think you're... Come on. Hey, staring in my eyes. Do you think your career would have been the same if Biffle and I didn't pick you up?
Yes, I think it would have. What?
No, seeing a bit of a deception there. Maybe it was because your career would have come on later.
I think I would have found greatness, but I think that 2024 Dynasty team is very hard to replicate. Do you regret how our friendship ended?
Yeah.
100%.
Do you believe our split made us both better players?
Yes, for me at least. Do you believe Twisted Minds can become the biggest Call of Duty team?
Yes.
Yes.
I think they'd have to invest a lot of money in getting a CDL, but if that's the route that question meant. Do you believe I was a better player on our old Falcons roster?
Yes. Do you believe Falcons are still the team everyone wants to beat, and why?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, at the end of the day, they've won both the lands this year, so, you know, they are the ones that everyone's chasing right now. But the way I see it is this is their tournament to lose and everyone else is to win. Do you believe you're the better player now?
Yes, without a doubt. Okay, he's making me laugh, bro. I see.
Yeah, and again, he's telling the truth, so there's nothing to laugh about there.
Yep. Do you believe you would have won EWC 2024 without me?
No. Do you believe the Falcons would have won more if they replaced me earlier?
I think if we replaced 2025, we split, yes.
He's telling the truth. Well done.
Do you believe I am a better player than you right now?
No.
Telling the truth. He believes in himself. Well done.
Do you believe you're the best player in your current trio?
No.
Ooh. 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 What was that about?
I don't even know. Like, I didn't even feel different, though. How do you tell?
That was a massive lie.
Okay,
you believe in yourself, and you believe you are the best.
Amen, Jason. Amen. Okay, I was making sure it worked. Do you believe my current trio is better than your Twisted Minds trio right now?
Yes.
Yes.
I will say, I mean, they have won, so it's kind of hard to, you know, the stats are there, you know what I mean?
Okay.
So, yeah. That doesn't mean I don't think we're going to beat them, but who do you think is more likely to struggle under pressure in a final, me or you?
Under pressure in the final, probably you.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. Do you both think this has been able to build some bridges? You've learned some things about each other?
No.
Never say never.
Good.
Whew. Those questions were not easy.
I'm glad it's over. That was tough.
Welcome back to the side of the stage. My name's Barney. I've got Tank here with me. This is Dad Chat once again. Tank, tell us a little bit about what it was like walking out with your son onto the main stage for Match Point Finals.
It was great, man. It was great walking out with my son. It reminded me of when I used to coach in football, and he used to go out there and, you know, get on the grind. But, you know, it's great to see him go out there with his team and all his Falcon supporters. It was beautiful.
It's been an absolutely electric start to the Match Point Finals. He's playing incredibly well, but obviously it's crunch time right now for him and his team. I want to know from your perspective, how much communication do you have with him, you know, between these days and especially coming into today? Do you chat with him or do you just let him do his thing?
Well, I try to let him do his thing, but I always want to chat with him. Things that we see, things me and Mama Soka see, as well as the team, that we can help him and try to make him, you know what I'm saying, polish up his efforts. But all glory goes to God no matter what. We're blessed to be here. We're blessed for this opportunity, and we got to finish strong.
Do you think Falcons are going to go the whole way?
Man, I can't doubt that, brother. I have to. We got to go hard. There's a lot of good teams here right now. It's the last day, so we got to finish strong.
There's a lot of people here that say that your son is the best IGL in this game. The best. Is he good at keeping his cool when he goes into high pressure situations?
Yes. No, Soka has the ice, but you know we want to stay humble. Always stay humble. You know, we'll let everyone else speak like that. We'll let everybody else say he's the best. He's the best. You'll never hear Soka say he's the best. There's no need for that.
I love that. He's also a glass half full kind of guy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. We're all glory to the faith of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. That's it.
I love it, man. Thank you so much, Tank, for joining me, and best of luck to the Falcons.
Always. Go Falcons.
And it will be hard for Soka to keep staying humble if they are able to pull off this win here in Match Point Finals for COD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26. But earlier, even in Game 2, we got to see the real Dong because he was the performer for that squad. But so far today, honestly, JDG looking so impressive.
Yeah, I mean, you let Dongy out. He's been in the wind all day, letting it happen. But JD Gaming have been a force to be reckoned with. 2 maps now under their belt, a sizable amount of points, and they've already shown they can close out. That's a winning caliber. And it's closing out on 2 different maps, by the way, which is super, super important. And it kind of just immediately counterpoints what I was saying in the opener was JDG has a chance to push the tempo as far as when match point gets hit. But can they keep the pressure on once they get past 150 to win? They've shown that they can.
Another team that's going to be looking to continue to be consistent throughout all these matches, and we're looking at the match ranking right there, is none other than G2. G2 so far today, make sure they stayed in the top 3s all along. And one thing to kind of point out too, for Haven's Hollow, for that squad in groups, they were averaging about a 6th place finish. Right now, so far, they ended up getting a 3rd and a 2nd.
All that helps in the long run. I mean, this is definitely a marathon, not a sprint. We'll get to the sprint part of the race, but for now, those kind of results, you're happy to see them come through. You're happy to see those fly through the net. Not too many more to go before things get a little bit serious, but that is exactly what you want to be seeing as a mid-of-the-pack team. Happy to be there for now, but you have to find that new gear soon. I don't even know if we can call them mid-pack of this finals right now, because they've been consistent across groups, and I feel like they just kind of keep floating under the conversation radar. We just really haven't talked about them all that much because of the storylines that are really pushing us through this entire event. But G2 have made unbelievable adjustments when it comes to seeing how circles move in the late game, and they're capitalizing on great moments. Even that last game, just camped out by Bio, picking the players apart just as they walk in. It's just been really smooth for them.
Yeah, the defending champions, Twisted Minds, as well, they've been a bit of a hit and miss. And something that we have noticed so far for 2 matches straight is that they keep encountering Gentlemates. They got a chance to beat them, but now in this one, Gentlemates got their revenge by making sure they went back to the lobby.
Gentlemates are hot hands, a hot-handed team. They've got a wonderful crowd support behind them. There's conversations about the energy, about those drums. Everything is there for that squad. They are a dangerous team in every situation.
Yeah, I mean, G-Mates, they just continue to just show up when it matters most at EWC. All the way throughout the land so far this year, they've been a little underwhelming, but now they're all of a sudden dominating in a couple of really key gunfights and a couple of the key moments in rotation, and they're finding really smooth moves across the map as well to put them in contention to win maps.
Earlier, you were talking about VP, and as we're looking at the overall ranking here, VP currently sitting in 4th place with 44 points, about 23 points away from 1st place, still within striking distance as well, making sure that they're not fading away.
Yeah, they've been in a couple of late game moments, just haven't quite been able to have the numbers to supply the support that they need to actually take down the squads that are set up in those final circles. But VP, consistent. That was the name of the game through groups. Just comes down to, can they find high kills and actually tally up a dub?
I'm hoping that they're going to be able to find that dub. One team that has been, that we've been talking about the rookies this whole time, because rookies have been performing so well. For Noble, they're currently sitting in 7th place with 39 points. And when we were talking about that squad, it was always about Fede. Here in the finals, he's going to need some backup.
He's going to need some backup, but also, I mean, he can keep doing what he's doing. That's what got them here this time. This is an incredibly talented young player. Confidence in spades. Wonderful English, you name it. He's got it all. What a package. Ladies, is he single? Who knows? But this is a very, very capable player. He's shining under these high-pressure moments, bright lights, great players. He hasn't skipped a beat.
Yeah, talk about the experience that he's just going to be gaining from this alone, right? Not only is he contending for Rookie of the Year, but being able to pop off like this. Now, I know you got a chance, Shift, to spot something on those first 3 matches. What was it?
Yeah, I just want to keep tallying up the success that G2's been able to put together for us. I mean, they've been so solid. So you go to the end of map number 2. As before we get into the action here, you're not going to see a lot of their individual POVs, but just take a look at where they're at the moment. Top side of the circle, going to need to find a way to rotate in. They're going to send one player initially to kind of scout things out. He's going to be our detective as he starts to run his way through. We then have somebody in Big Man who's going to stop all the other teams from rotating on the backside of this. He's the guy who's just trying to sneak around. So really good stuff here from G2 to put themselves into a spot to actually be in a position to get to the late game. So kind of watch as the circle unfolds. Again, you're not going to see their POV, but you can see it on the minimap at different moments, how quickly they can get around to some of these P positions as you start to see the circle move through. Now, the only downside to G2, and this is where I need to see them really step up to actually secure a win, is as they get into these closing moments and you have a position that is actually solid for you, this is a perfect spot to watch it. You've got one player on the backside still kind of lingering in on the back, everyone else still sitting, that's not what we wanted to do. The other player still sitting inside of the circle, looking in a good position to kind of hold. But what you're going to see is, knowing they have numbers, which they should, because as you get into the top part of the circle here, 3 total teams, 6 total players, 3 of them are yours. We need to start playing more aggressively and getting these final kills, because they get stuck at this particular moment. They're trying to rotate around, maybe to get to the buy, but Dongi's able to hold it, and then the special play from Dongi comes out right afterwards. So G2, really good in terms of moving around those final circles, knowing how they can still get kills on the solos. But then once we find out that we're one of the last 3 teams with the numbers, we have to clean everybody else up and not get passive.
And that's what we're going to be expecting out of that squad. Now, if we're looking at the bottom of that leaderboard, we ended up seeing JNG. We ended up seeing Leviathan as well. And those squads, their points are just coming straight from kills. They haven't really found themselves into the later end of the game. And right now, I mean, I know it's just 3 matches, but it is match point finals. They need to do a lot better.
We talk about it all tournament long. Kills, high placement. Those are the 2 pieces of absolutely essential ingredients for the win. That's all you need.
That's all we need. Just win, survive, and get those kills. And you might be able to get that championship at the end and put your key on the totem. But now we're going to be heading to match 4 with Dandro and Enigma.
Woo! Thank you much. 7 miles and Shift. Beautiful breakdown from Mr. I Hold Shift on how Dongi was able to take that win. But we're not over yet, my friend. It is a long road for us to cross 150 points here in the match point finals. Currently, JD Gaming and G2 lead the lobby, 67 and 64 points respectively, just shy under our halfway point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they do have a little bit of a shelf to Gentlemates back on 47, VP on 44, Twisted Minds on 43, and then it's a whole cluster right in behind that. So all to play for in the early stages. The concerning things for much of the lobby and why they must be on notice is that we get this next rebirth where we've already seen a lot of our top teams perform. From that, we move to Fortune's Keep. And pretty much all the sides towards the top of the board are actually great there. So right now, you've got to find ways to come alive. If you are one of those bottom end teams that everyone's talking about, your Gen Gs, your Leviathans and so on, otherwise you are watching win condition sail beyond the horizon. For every side now, you've had your break. The conversations like arms around one another, continue to talk through the game plan and set yourself for everything still to come.
Trust has been a key theme that we have heard time and time again for all the content and interviews. It's just us communicating, us trusting each other. And you're going to need that level of trust here in a lobby of this caliber as we get ready to hop on in to our second Rebirth Island map in this set. Reminder, folks, we're going to play Rebirth Island. We're going to 2 Fortunes Keep, and then it's 1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1 until the cows come home, until we are done this event. So let's get ready to head on in to Rebirth Island here in match number 4. The first one was absolutely electric. Surely the second will continue to deliver.
You would expect absolutely nothing less. So we're going to jump in then with JDG, a team that have stunned us here in Paris. Had a mid-season patch where they looked untouchable, wavered since, well and truly made the claim here that they're back to that kind of form. Slappy will get the instant knock onto Shifty, will suffer a little bit of damage from player out by the ball. That's Blastides. And this early on, knocks mean you can get a self-res off, so Blast does well to let Shifty back to his feet and back up.
Twisted Minds not being allowed to have this area of the map for free. I love it. JDG, they're getting active. They're not going to let Twisted Minds just have this entire POI by themselves. Also going to be the case over here at Control. You can see Virtus Pro, they've moved up. This looks like a little bit of a flip-flop. Well, Virtus Pro has moved up here. You also have some of the members of Leviathan is already. You're putting the bullets into the bodies and you're dropping them like flies.
Yeah, Levy desperately need points on the board towards the bottom end, and Rebirth has never been somewhere that they've strongly favoured. The left-hand sides, in particular, always wobbled here. Small Havens Hollow has been their preference, but they will start to apply that pressure to Virtus Pro. Falcons, they've landed Chemical, heading back to familiar territory. They'll be joined by Gen G. Got off to arguably the worst start you probably could have thus far, but we have seen them look good in these contests very recently and then build on maps from there. Time to get active.
No better way to get yourself back into the game than take it to one of the most formidable foes in the lobby. It's been a little bit of a slow start for the Falcons themselves, so if they can wipe Gen G here, gain the positioning at Chemical, this would be huge, especially if they can gain this and then just look on over at the battle that's happening between Eclectic and AG Global. Soka starting to make his way on up, pairing alongside Doggy. They'll look to clear that out. Nice little sky cam lets us know what's happening over on that headquarters side, because the Ravens, they're finding themselves in a fight against NIP.
Yeah, Ravens been slow. Typically pull a hell of a lot of their points on this map. But against Ninjas in Pajamas, going to get inside of prison. Nice and waits for the gunfight to kick off. Dropped King AJ, instant cleanup. AG Global's going to float on over the top as well. Eyes in the sky, so everything being pinged out, called out. Showstopper's going to lay in wait. Hope that the French will push him through a bottleneck so he and Vision can set up a kill box.
I like the patience from Ravens there. You get the one kill. You don't feel like you have to chase these red dots just yet. Go ahead. Start to back on up. Vision on the inside, though. Thinks that he has an angle. Freddy Keebes. They find the huge kills in that moment. And all of a sudden, King Chalk is going to start to aim on up down lane. And he's just going to back on up with the boys.
Confirmation, not a wipe on Vitality. They will have bodies in the water, but they continue on a path of hell right now. They are endlessly in a blender, sitting 11th on the leaderboard. It's got a ways to go. Let's get back into the Chemical action. Gen G and the Falcons have spent the last month or two waging war over these multi-layered fights. Right now, just trying to set up, waiting for the timing, the correct moment to strike, take control of this building, and march on through the rest of this match.
It's just about being able to sit here and hold the line. And this is something we've seen time and time again. G2 starts making their way on over. Here at Guns, PBJ, they find themselves in a bit of a blender. Already, you're trying to move on up. You have Gromalog, who's trying to hold the line here, catch some of these rotations, these players pushing on forward. We know that the Gentlemates love to land living quarters, and they love holding all these teams that are pushing up from Stronghold. We are just bouncing everywhere on the map here because it is non-stop action in map number 4, second map of Rebirth Island. Everybody trying to get points on the board.
Two teams go out in the process. Ninjas in Pajamas, they'll drop with just the one kill. Team PBJ with 2. They were being hunted out for a while there. Vitality still recovering on the south side of the map. Gentleman's currently trying to push them out, as well as hold Leviathan inside of Stronghold. Just create pockets of space is what all these teams are trying to do. The circle, once we get closer, we'll start to see people push towards those buy stations. So that's what everyone's moving for right now. Get your money up, and get your gunny up for all these sides, including Soka, who's got Gabe Kuhn for company.
Now you gotta slide on out here. You gotta work as a duo if you can, but Gabe, he's gonna find noobs. Can he find the second? No, he cannot. Falcons, they play two perfectly, but when you roll back on in, you have Lennon. He's been able to get on out, get the plays back on in, swings, finds the kills. Lennon continuing to go, finds Big Man. Unfortunately for him, you have anxiety. It's a slow start for him, but a good kill there. Helps kickstart G2.
This is textbook from G2 to just wait for the fight to kick off. Third party the situation, move on forward. They don't need to bother with the straight up fights, and it will gain them chem control and all of that corner of the map eventually, as Falcons and Gen G continue to reinforce in bits and pieces, and G2 have been looking bloody unstoppable so far. We asked Big Man, can you finally step up on land and join your brethren on the slaying side? And my God, he's been doing that. One of the leaders in the lobby. The Italians will have Zanks up high. He'll drop noobs over industry side, but gets landed on next.
Lennon, has he been able to hit this loadout is the question. You can see Zanks wants to clear it on out, and I like it. Len, he's going to drop on down, thinks he can get the jump. Unfortunately for him, doesn't realize you have two members of Eclectic sitting up here on that water tower side. So for Gen G, they push on into Chemical Engineering. They take a pretty decent fight, but they're still just finding themselves in the rotation, in the blender. It's a little bit better of a start than they've had previously, but they need to keep the train rolling.
Yeah, complete lack of stability for the side. It's also been that way for Eclectic for a moment. Typically get themselves set up pretty well, Water Tower, then look to third-party Chemical. They won't get the opportunity to do that because they're under pressure from AG Global inside of prison. Dealing with that fight first. Let's drop back in with G2, who have played up, pushed the Falcons all the way to Water's Edge. The buy is in for Dongi, but he's still being sent.
You made a good call. It was G2 wanting to come in third party. Looks like they've been successful. They have so much ground here, and they're continuing to find success in the kill feed. Gabe down below, he'll at least be able to line on up and find one more, but the rest of your team is going to kick apart around you. It's a three-way party here, but guns up to the sky. Gabe Kuhn, he finds anxiety. The only problem, gas is at your back. You still have to maneuver your way into zone.
It's moments like that why Gen G have shifted him into the back line. Seems one of the best fraggers in the world when he's on form, but moments where he keeps his team in the fight is exactly why Gen G have made their way through to this finals. Just got to get him hot and active through this one in order to get yourselves right at that leaderboard. But at least for now, you stand the test. You're not swept under the tide, and you will go back once more at G2.
G2, 5 kills so far in this lobby. Down at control. This is an area of the map we need to keep our eyes on. As you can already start to see, Virtus Pro, they've made this their home. However, Novo, they're also finding it. But look at this, Grimy. He's currently sitting on 13 kills. He's 13 of the team's 16 right now. Put them on their back, get the backpack rolling, and you're starting to see why. Already, fantastic fight here. You get the armor crack, you hop off. Can the teammates wrap with you? No, they can't, because Echo, he is there. He's found the shots onto Donkey. Vortex diving in and out. Can you play alongside the boys? Hold down the line here on the boat, get some of this positioning, wait for where the zone starts to move.
Yeah, Grimey's just begging the boys with a control center to look over and provide some protection to the Gentlemates then inside of living quarters. They've been in a tug of war with Leviathan for some time and have finally sent them back and tucked inside of green though, under pressure from JD Gaming, and Kyo sticks his shoulder out a little bit too long. Shot from the headquarters side. I'm just going to slow it. Take your time, pause. Almost let this map flip itself on out, and Leviathan, well, they'll see themselves on out to the next lobby.
By the way, while all of that's happening, Team Falcons dropped. Only 4 kills for them. Not exactly how they want to start this Rebirth Island. JDG, they'll continue to hold out the gentlemen, but they got to be careful because you have fellow European team Ravens looking down at you from headquarters, making this wrap over to control. It's going to be a little bit sticky here because you also have Virtus Pro looking to hold the line.
Shifty's dropped Aiden, so now feels blood to hunt here. Just trying to scoop up on Gabe at the end. Len is going to be out in the water, so it is essentially a 1v1, but you might be looked over by the players of G2 who've taken over Chemical. Go back to the control center battle. JD Gaming making the most of it against VP. Res needs to happen because that's essentially going to be a 2v2. Should he be able to get back to his feet? Shifty's realized what G2 are doing and has decided to just Hail Mary his way back out, set off south and find his boys to the factory.
I think if he could just pop it up, find a kill, this would be huge, but G2, they are sprinting right now. I'm seeing Lennon get dropped. That isn't confirmed. Gen G has been wiped. Shifty will get dropped by Scythe in the back. G2 continuing to surge forward towards Factory.
PP out of here. JD Gaming continue their reign of terror, just cutting apart anything that steps in front of them. FLS himself, the leader and IGL of this team, often referred to as a Grim Reaper for how bloody brutal he can be, and how he and his team have taken a lineup of scalps through this one. Another squad will join them on map 4. That's to be Eclectic. No. G2 second-guessed themselves in the moment. They'll actually lose track of the player that they were trying to hunt down. Will be one crossing just on over. That's AG Global. And it looks like FIFA Kills just trying to back off here. Knight and Scum is just trying to control Water Tower side. They'll have one player who's being a pain as Zanks from above. If you can push him out, though, it gives you great control over what's left of this next circle.
Yeah, this is tough. It's really hard to shoot through these grates down below. You can see the Skynade hoping to connect there from FIFA Kill, but he might even just be fine. Go ahead, guns up, look through the window. You'll get in a couple of tags on a G2, back them down. But you won't find any purchase just yet. Both FIFA Kill and Zanks kind of trying to basically do the exact same thing at different layers of this water tower. Unfortunately for FIFA Kill, though, he drops, not realizing that Zanks does have an angle. So all of a sudden, your anchor finds himself in a perilous position if you are AGAL. Knight, Scummin, gonna have to be a little bit careful till he gets his feet back on the ground.
Confirmation of the other team that was eliminated was at T1. They dropped with just the 7 kills. A tiny bit of multiplier, but nowhere near as much as they would have liked at this stage of the tournament. Twisted Mind's going to rotate up through the banks between here and Prison.
As they start to make this rotation, let's see, how are the boys feeling from Twisted Minds? Let's go for a listen in.
They're gonna try to take showers from us. There's one hits our top right. Zip up, I'm right. 20. I'm trying to cross.
I'm sending smokes.
I crossed under. I'm shouldering this. There's guns here.
Rip is peeking. I'm crossing. He's looking at me. I'm dead from prison. That's kid beats up prison.
Okay. Are you gonna be able to cross or you done?
I'm trying to get out.
You can live there. You don't have to die for it. Don't die for it if you can't receive. Don't die for it.
I get the game. No, from top prison. I mean, I couldn't.
I don't have top 5.
Twisted Minds, it was looking good, but here in the comments saying, don't die for that, don't die for that. What happens? Blast dies for it. Now it's just going to be Almond here alive. Can you scoop some of the loot and maybe hold the line as you're just trying to get to that top 5?
2 members of the Gentlemen are tucked into the heart of the prison center. They will just slow things down here inside of cells, try and let the fights almost come to them. Not much in the way of cash or utility. Going to rely purely on their gun skill. Not many better than that than the French Prince himself. Blades finding purchase over at the turbine on Sage. That will allow you now to rotate in with the gas relatively freely as long as there's no teams up on the wall, and currently there isn't, so they should be able to move in, squeeze in with the gas itself. JD Gaming now pushing in. A knock comes through from the PA. That's Nearson walking into it. He does survive the second splash, at least the Ravens will be able to get him back to his feet, but it lets JD in underneath them.
Yeah, I mean, for the Ravens, though, they have control of this entire top of prison side. This is going to be huge when they decide where the zone decides to pull. They're going to be able to look down either side and just let those MXRs rip. For Almond, though, he needs to make it to that top 5. Twisted Mind's currently second in the lobby when it comes to kills, 13 here. So you want to take full advantage of that multiplier. That's been the secret to success for this team. And definitely a great way to push them up the leaderboard.
Zone's going to usher its way back over towards the south side, which means that Eclectic, who've just lost Freddy in engagement, are in a hell of a lot of trouble. Also, on that big rotation is going to be Novo. A lot of squads inside of prison going to move across, run into one another. Side and Anxiety, the twosome for G2. They're going to lay in wait. Hope that a couple of people do get caught flush, and Fede's the first.
Scythe finds another one. Continuing to slowly rack up the score. Good shots. Ankyo, he makes the read. Nade up over the top. In the back, though, Slappy, Melvin do get dropped. Almond as well. Freddy, he's here to keep it rolling. Eclectic have looked fantastic, and as the zone has started to move, we are watching these players drop left and right. Gentlemates, they put themselves into a beautiful position here, just holding the corner. They know they're going to be players out in this gas side trying to push from showers. Can they manage to find them? But do they expect to have heats up over the top? MXR is here. He's just taking too much damage from the gas. He has to be careful.
Again, Ravens take so many of their points on this map. Not only put up massive kill numbers, but great at closing out typically. just looking to lock things down from the rooftop. It's the Frenchman on the other side. It's Enkyo who drops Chalk, so he is on his lonesome. Time for Stim to absolute perfection. Drags 2 more off the deck. But remember, they've been nerfed in the recent patch. He won't be able to stay here for very long. Time for the next one too, but just trying to hope and pray that everybody else starts shooting so he can make a dive.
Gentlemates, they're worried about this player on the roof, but they've completely missed it. You have a member from Vitality and G2 behind you. He might have done the damage though. Hollow answers on back, and you're able to actually get the res thanks to Field Medic. It's 2 members of the Gentlemates. It's 1 member of Vitality. It's 1 member of G2. The Gentlemates, they would love to close this one out. They just have to hold on together.
The nade doesn't connect with Anxiety, so they think that they've cleared it. They might not check this down low and get a missed timing on the play. They're going to push him out instead.
Going in, who's it going to be? You're just hip firing your way to victory. See Smith from Vitality dropped. It's just 1 last player of G2 and Anxiety. It's Enkyo. It's Hollow. Can the Gentlemates close this one on out? Guns up towards the window. They have split here. Has Anxiety managed to thread the needle? He has. There's 1. He's dancing. He's jumping around. Anxiety. He's normally the fragger for this team. Surges forward. G2 take the map. Anxiety icing up in a 1v2.
A reminder that G2 had never won a map on land before coming to Paris. They do it one in the group stage. It's a banger to close things out. And right there, you look to Anxiety, your superstar, the man that topped the Atlanta tournament, and by some distance, putting
wanted to clutch that up. That's a difference of a 1.4 to a 1.6 multiplier. And when you have 11 kills, just getting just that little bit extra is huge. But let's take a little bit of a look at what happened there and how G2 was sounding in that moment. Good discussions between the coach and the boys. I don't think we've ever really seen these 3 boys smile on land, and here they are. They are all pearly whites after winning that map.
A lot of the conversations, if you are new to the Warzone scene, last year they finished relatively disappointing, around 17th I think it was, at the Esports World Cup. And a lot of the talk was how good they were online, but how much they couldn't deal with the pressure here in front of fans, with the crowd screaming down their bags. But they do actually have themselves some ice in the veins, not only in Anxiety, but Big Man was almost the seeming final piece to that puzzle. He's looking incredibly comfortable out there, so now it's like, what could they achieve if they do start to match that online form of theirs? So yeah, very comfortable, very confident. A lot of love for so many teams inside of the stadium, of course. A lot of support for Vitality, Golden Hornets, family members, friends, all jumping up here in the stands in Paris and willing their boys on to win.
That wasn't a bad map from Vitality either. 12 kills, that'll net them 16.8 points. So a great job from them to be able to kind of get back into this game. We've seen them get taken out early on. We've seen them just kind of struggle a little bit. So if we're here on Rebirth Island, we had questions about where they were going to drop, how they were going to control it. Seems like, speaking of control, they were able to go control, manage to hold the line, get the kills, get the points that they needed, maybe throwing a wrench into the plans of some of these other teams.
No, certainly are. I mean, the squads like Novo and Virtus Pro, they're probably expecting it to be a little bit quieter that side of the map, but when Vitality have to get involved in the mix-up, well, that's the tough tides keep down. It will, of course, be a great map for Ravens again as well, who put up 13 of their own kills and 18 points on the board. But this is a side that have taken, during this tournament, 53% of all points on Rebirth, so they would arguably have wanted more than that. Athletic have themselves a great one, 26.6 points to top the entire lobby. And that team just continues to stun and surprise every time they roll on. Qualified yesterday by less than a point to step up into the finals. And on the leaderboard, well, they're not looking too bad. Pop themselves in 3rd place. The Italians putting their entire country on their back, trying to take them back to the top of European Warzone.
I mean, just look at this when it comes down to the breakdown of the points here. It's just minus Athletic there at the top. It's actually pretty close between G2 there in 2nd, almost all the way down to the Gentlemates in 7th there. So when you look at this, when we talk about map over map, this is why consistency matters, especially in a match point finals, right? It's, yes, you can have one pop-off game like Athletic just did. You can have 19 kills and a 1.4. Fantastic, feels good. But the problem is that we've seen it time and time again where a team might do that early on and then it's 2, 0, 3. It's just all single digits that don't really matter at the end of the day. It's your ability to put up 15, 16, 17 points every single game, and that's how you march towards that 150 match point threshold.
It is. We so often speak of it as the floor. We know that a lot of these teams can just go and pop off, 20, 30 point game. We've seen bigger and better than that, even at LAN events as recently as this year. So all these sides can do that. It's about making sure that you do at least hit those double digits and keep yourself consistent. Hard to do, of course, when you're facing against the best players in the world. And some of those sides are not seeing that for Falcons. They get just the 4 points in that last map. They are currently way down on our leaderboard. PBJ, Ninjas in Pajamas, Eastart. Ninjas in Pajamas themselves often great at this map. They tend to land between that headquarter prison side. They're happy to deal with the multiple pivot contest. We'll take a look at our overall leaderboard, and it will be G2 confirmed at the top, fragging out everybody inside of the lobby, and 7.6 points clear of JD Gaming in second.
They're halfway to our 150 match point threshold. A couple other teams not too far away either. But looking at the bottom here, while one team is over halfway, we have other squads that are struggling to get a quarter of the way.
An important thing to note there with Gen G, 17 kills, 17 score. What that means, they haven't seen a single multiplier, not one top 10 finish yet. It isn't that much better for Ninjas in Pajamas, E-Star, and honestly for all those sides down towards the bottom, a lot of things to figure out.
Well, let's head on over to Looney with the Gentlemates and Barney.
I feel seen, I feel heard, I'm having a great time over here. Now, let's give you a little bit of a breakdown of what's happened so far. JDG have 2 wins on the board, okay? G2 Esports are absolutely flying up the leaderboard with all the kills, and to be honest, managing to close out that last game has got to do a lot for their momentum. Falcons playing pretty well, but still a little bit further down the leaderboard than we would have expected. Twisted Minds not playing too badly, are they? Vitality could be better. However, there's a reason why I'm standing here wearing this, isn't it? Go on, Luty.
I mean, Gentlemates is kind of doing good, and you know what? Of course, we're a little bit sad because we lost this one, but we just need one top one, and the top one we need is when we're 150 points, because Gentlemates gonna win this!
I wish I knew French. Oh man, that's enough fun. Casters, over to you. I actually know what that means. So we should definitely start just talking to one another.
Okay. I'll have to ask you in the next break what that one is.
Ladies and gentlemen, do not hit up Duolingo for that one. Either way, obviously they're having a fantastic time over there in the stands, the Gentle Suits, and everybody else, of course, trying to will Enkyo, Gromlock, and Hallow on towards victory. Disappointing towards the end of that last one, of course, you lose the 1v2, but a great map otherwise, and it'll keep them towards the top of the leaderboard. And they're not the only fans going absolutely nuts in here. If you think it sounds loud on the broadcast, I tell you now, it does not do it justice. We can barely hear each other here.
I have a little knob, which is how much I can hear Andy. For the first time in my life, I've cranked it. I want to be very clear about that.
That was rude.
That's how I'm trying to convey to the viewers at home how absolutely loud it is, because it's also not just the Gentlemates, for the record. We have Gen G super fans in the building. We have Leviathan super fans in the building. The Falcons are getting loud. So many of our top teams, Vitality as well, have brought their super fans, have brought the community here, and they are letting it be known who they are rooting for. It's a really, really great time at the Esports World Cup in Paris, and just seeing all the camaraderie and community amongst all these teams.
It certainly is. But, of course, we have a hell of a lot more drops to go. Many of you saying that they're expecting 12 to 14 drops today. Well, we're in for a long all afternoon. We're going to move, though, for the first time to Fortune's Keep, and sides that look particularly good here during this tournament. Number one, the Gentlemates. 44% of all their points have been coming on that map. We're averaging 18 kills on that. A map that we have spoken about since its inception as a very slow, defense-heavy map. Them and Twisted Minds have figured out how to play around this. Twisted Minds are coupling up that average 18 kills of their own with an average of second place as well. So look for them to be very, very dangerous. A lot of other sides, they're kind of middling here. There are some sides that need to be concerned. AG Global, Ravens, they've not enjoyed their stay so far on this map. What I will say, though, it's a very circle dependent. It's incredibly hard to rotate through. There's a lot of bottlenecks, a lot of chokeholds. So a lot of sides often have to change up their drop spot away from their typical in order to avoid being put in a spot where they're rotating late and being held out.
I mean, this has been the conversation since Fortune's Keep has come into the map pool. It's just how absolutely defensive this map really is. It's hard to move. It's hard to go from one POI to the next, and that is what we've just seen time and time again when we get ready to hop on in here. It's our first map of Fortune's Keep, ladies and gentlemen, but it certainly won't be our last. An opportunity to make a statement, an opportunity for some of these teams to jettison their way up the leaderboard, because they definitely need it. We have a couple of squads running away with it, and this is the worst part of Call of Duty Warzone Match Point, when you're on the bottom of the leaderboard and you're watching G2, JD Gaming, Eclectic just rack points over points, game over game, and you can't buy a kill.
No, you can't. And for those of you who might be wondering how the Falcons look on Fortune's Keep, currently averaging 14 kills in 6th place, which doesn't sound bad, but it's considerably worse in groups. So they've got to make sure that when they step up to this high quality lobby, they return with some sort of form, because right now they're down in that second half of the leaderboard and have got a mountain to climb. So is any team that will be rotating in from the east side. A typical winery landing. We're looking at maybe 3 or 4 teams to play here. That might change in this next couple of seconds, because you've got to go to the other side of the map where the likes of Falcons and Co will be setting themselves up for the typical drops.
Well, let's hop on into it. We're here with G2, and it's guns up, guns top against Eclectic already. And you can see Anchor Scythe. He sees both of his fragger and support get dropped in the front line. What does he do? Just go ahead, trap on back to Bay, loot on up, grab some of those crates, get that respawn timer down early.
Yeah, an example of an alternating drop spot attempt there. Usually G2 play over towards Bay. That's on the northeast corner. What they're doing by sending 2 bodies into the middle is trying to clear Eclectic out, so then they have a gap to just push through and rotate through nice and early. They won't get it, so now they'll understand the task at hand is a hellish rotation. Might instead playing through the keep. We'll come back to all of that, because the terraces, we've got a lot of company. You got Ravens. You've also got Twisted Minds doing battle, and Ravens, King Troll's got to be careful here. He does the battle stay alive for the timing to get forward back in. But another contest going the wrong way if you are that French lineup.
Yeah, I mean, at least for the Ravens, you have your anchor sitting back into keep, and you have all 3 members of Twisted Minds sitting together on that terrace side, like we've come to know and love. So maybe just an opportunity from the Ravens there to try and send out your fraggers, see if you can start to put Twisted Minds in a bit of a blender. However, you are just not successful. Has me worried. Does that disrupt your economy and your opportunity to get your cash, get your loadout, get set up for this fire sale, and get that advanced UAV?
Jay Valley's going to set himself up here for PBJ in the far western turret, my apologies. Directionally challenged once again. Back to Winery. Gen.G, they've cleared all of this out. 3 teams landed here, and Gen.G have laid waste to all of them. I don't know if they've done it single-handedly, if they simply third-parted the initial fight. Either way, they'll be happy with all of that space. You want to get that as early as possible on that side of the map, because again, you've got to move all the way over towards the west.
Ooh!
Not easy to do. Genomates, they're going to be at Overlook. And we'll actually have JD Gaming here. So both of these sides towards the top of the leaderboard, and how this very fight might shake things up.
They got to be careful though, because all of Vitality just rolled up in vehicles at the house on top of Grotto. So at any moment they can surge forward if they wanted to. But you can see a couple of trades going back and forth between JDG and the Gentlemates. A huge force of a battle here, but Hollow, he's looking over with the Hawk.
Oh, the noise has also pulled Eclectic in this direction. The Falcons have got 2 players pushed on over towards the south side of town. Everybody's seeing red dots and thinking this is where I could scoop a couple of free points. And those are hard to come by in lobbies of this quality. The cluster strike is basically going to draw a line in the sand. JD Gaming will head off in their direction. The Gentlemates will back off into their little pocket of space here at the Overlook. And for Keep, there are 5 teams in the vicinity. Blast is just going to try and slow things down to these spots. Scum in, the answer is yes, but a little bit late. Tomahawk whips just by, gives him a haircut, but it's not enough. And Blast will find his 3rd of the lobby.
Quick start here for Twisted Minds. This is what we like to see from them. Already on 4 that we can see. And with that kill, that's actually going to throw AGAL into a bit of a tizzy, as they will be the first team eliminated from match number 5.
Quick flash up there talking about the club championship and how important it is to all of the organizations that have backsides into this. Watching AGAL fall will be a bitter pill to swallow as they continue to struggle. How good they looked in groups as well. Not really hit that form just yet. Got plenty of time. Dongi up and over. Somehow gets away there. He definitely felt like he was trapped between a rock and a hard place, but keeps his life. Gets backed off on up to News. Soccer will spawn back in. But you have lost Books here, and you're also potentially being squeezed up on by Vitality. That's that number 12 on the mini-map. either way, in uncomfortable position in town. And this is a circle that the Falcons would really want to control early, is where they could mop up a hell of a lot of points.
Oh, King Chalk! It's good damage. He snaps on a disrupt. You're going to get one drop onto a member of T1. That's just going to leave Echo. That's just going to leave Spam Gola. And you can see already they are hot on the retreat. Get back to their spiral. Get back to that high ground. Continue to look over. If they're careful, they might be able to sort of sneak on out, and they could potentially find this fight between J2 and JDG and potentially third party.
One of the G2 players has slipped by, so you got to be careful about getting shot in the back. And yet, that's what's happened. Scythe catches Heeds, sprinting through. That should now give a little bit of a timing for the boys to get past. And Scythe will actually clamber on up, see if you can rip keep from the hands of this French side. King Cho, though, he looks on over, and he's actually been sent for a hot dog entirely. Anxiety drops him. Should turn it now into a 2v1. Close proximity. There will be one King Cho player. I think that's Nielsen back into the sky. He's going to try and be a little bit of a UAV up there, almost that bird up there towards the top, just pinging things out, but realistically a recovery situation for the side.
Novo, looks like they've been relegated to the boat. They'll hold on until the zone forces them not to. Falcons have gained control back of Books, but you can see already Vision and AJ, they've worked together to take down Soka. So Donkey and Noobs just hoping that maybe we get somebody to bust through that door, but a very good nade is going to land on the top of Noobs. That's going to be King AJ potentially flying forward. The only problem is for AJ, you've lost Vision in the back, so you have to hold. But Grammys might just put himself in a strong position here to potentially get a jump on the Falcons.
Yeah, Grammy thought he could third party this, rolls up, and actually the Falcons have split off. So you'll just slow things down over there, trying to kill feed for that engagement. So G2 trying to jostle there through keep in order to figure out exactly where the Ravens have gotten to. Dan gets loud because the Gentlemates are laying waste to JD Gaming over towards Overlook. They'll continue to hold the south side of the circle, and Eclectic are the next to fall as well. So Gentlemates suddenly on a little bit of a heater. Virtus Pro there at the terraces against Twisted Minds, but T1, they're going to start to clamber the walls from the gatehouse, apply pressure and try and pinch this all in.
Got a great map for Virtus Pro so far, 6 kills to their name, but you can't go down early! Adrian says, hey, how about a little snack there, Spam Gola? Feeds him a Semtex for dinner, and he says, I'm hungry.
The awful thing is, I think it popcorns as well. It blows up the nade in his hand, so bad situation goes incredibly worse, and it's just bad luck if you are T1. But Virtus Pro set themselves up here at Church. Next circle pull, relatively central, no hard drags. Looking like it's going to be somewhere between Graveyard and Gatehouse. West Spiral control would be huge right now, and that's actually where Virtus Pro made the call to go. It's been home of theirs for most of the year, so could mop up a lot of points in the later stages. But now the fire sale's active. You see that at the top of your screens. Look at all these teams to head on over to buy stations, drop their money on the deck, stack it into advanced UAVs, and that'll give them intel on what everybody else is in this lobby so they can go on the hunt.
St. Melvin, he's been able to find Skullface. Gentlemen, they've just been over here at the house just for so long. JDG, though, they have an inkling. Obviously, the Gentlemen are here. They've been battling back and forth. They look to hold. The problem is, and you can see FLS, he's made sort of the same exact read that Leviathan is not too far away ahead of him. Have you been able to find an angle? You set a couple shots onto him here. You have to back up, but you're not ready for Seedark to be from down below as well, and Criminal God is there as well. Zanks hearing all these shots. He peeks his head on over, sends the shots down lane, and all of a sudden JDG has pushed some of those Leviathan members into the tunnel, exactly where Eclectic wants them.
Incredible play by FLS. He tucks himself into the steps and drops a smoke screen in front of the caves, which means that Eclectic actually can't watch him cross out. They also get blessed a little bit with the timing coming in from Leviathan. That then turns the attention of the Italians and lets you back out. More resilience coming through from one of the best teams in the tournament this weekend. Now the Italians are going to turn and face. He's hoping to hunt out Amir here. You will have seen him on the X-ray. There was a shoulder just peeking up over a rock there, but Resurgence not done just yet. So it's the right decision from Amir to slow things down, let Crimean Dog back in.
And as the zone continues to move, we know that Twisted Minds love this spiral, but they have to take it from the hands of Virtus Pro if they want to gain this positioning. You've already lost Allman in this battle. Adrian, he's able to drop down on that outside. Allman shifty drop, but Seedark is here to enter into the third party. Adrian gets dropped, and that's going to immediately send Destroy into the basement to meet up with Grimy. But while all of this is happening, look who's surging on forward. Novo, they've made it to land off the boat. They squish on up to Placides. They take Twisted Minds out of this lobby, and they're going to continue to try and find these kills, get those points.
It's painful for Twisted Minds. You were leading the lobby on kills with 10. You get dropped in that moment just before the resurgence is even closed. So if you just figured out the right timings in terms of disappearing from the fight, you'd have been able to turn those 10 kills into some sort of multiplier. As this though, you will watch the action rage on, and everybody else group up points. Thank you. Draw sprays, sits him straight down. Looking to control the south side of this circle. You've got to push out PBJ on one side. Falcons are going to be set on up pokes. That's that orange 11 on the minimap. On the other side, you've got JD Gaming rotating in from the east as well as Vitality, so a lot of work to do here for the French.
Oh, good shots from Hollow. On to Jay Vela. Enkyo's going to be the one, though, to get the damage that you need to get the knock. Over the Gentlemates, it's hold this outer side, hold this street area, do not let anybody hit that zip line and find an angle onto you. Clear out your backside, hold the high ground, and start ripping anybody that tries to push in on you. Eclectic staying alive here on the tin side. Let's go ahead and listen in with Eclectic to see how they're doing.
Uno è dietro a me, credo. Non ho info.
Quanto è top?
Sono top io. Io sono sotto.
È la torretta robot.
Joinano, mi sa.
Fightano, raga, fightano.
C'è P. Uno qua a sinistra da me. Ok, è fuori. Uno dietro. Fatto.
Dietro. Ciao, vai.
C'è un altro,
Oh my God, Eclectic, they think they have the timing, they think they have the angles, they're just not ready for the number of teams that are around them. It gets a little too chaotic for them, and in all of that chaos, they are dropped with 9 kills.
I feel like we're the curse, honestly, this weekend. Every time we've done the listening, a team has been cut apart. So our bad for that one, boys. Gromalok's just going to help south, trying to look over Enkyo. Hallow's got a big job on his hands. He's pushed all the way out to the west side of the circle. That number 6 you can see in the bottom left corner. What he's trying to do is hold space in case the circle does exactly what it just did. It pulls back towards town, so he wants Enkyo and Gromalok to be able to join in. He's created the space. We'll have one member of PBJ holding him there. That is Believe. However, it's all about books, and that's where the Falcons are set up next.
The Gentlemates have done so good in this map. 13 kills to their name already. The problem is we are one team away from getting into that 1.2 multiplier, and you know the Gentlemates, they're thinking about that last map. They were so close to a 1.6 and taking that dub. Now looking for revenge here on Fortune's Keep.
Circle was slow for a moment. Top 10 achieved. JD Gaming unfortunately dropped in 11th. So now it's a 1.2 multiplier active, and to join them will be T1. On you go, son. Sat in the middle of the pack right now. That squad is in 8th, so an earlier exit than they would have hoped for here on Fortunes. And look at all the bodies fall. Ninjas in pajamas, E-Star. They will also be eliminated. Sokenko push their way out to Graveyard. They're looking to lock down the entire north side.
I love the high ground play. You have 2 members, they're looking over you because so many of these teams do have to push through this graveyard. Gen G looks like they're going to get taken out. A little bit too much firepower for them. Niasen up over the wall, finds Fede. Rookie dropped. King Chalk, Niasen from the Ravens trying to stay alive. Not ready for Soka to be dancing around here in the graveyard, communing with spirits because they're watching it go. But while all of that's happening, the Gentlemates still finding the kills. 2 members of Vitality found, and they are dropped.
Push you into top 5. The rotation now as well is going to be early for the Gentlemates. They can get squeezed on out to the east side while everybody else just takes parts of each other away from one another. It will mean that squad's going to arrive in bits and pieces. Gentlemates have a full 3 to lock things down.
God.
And then we'll take Believe next. And Enkyo's bagging away. We'll send King Chalk and Niasen on off to the next Fortunes lobby. Top 3, 3v3v2.
20 kills for the Gentlemates. They've got the 1.4. They want the 1.6 here. Only thing that stands between them is 3 members of the Falcons and a couple of members from Leviathan. You've been phenomenal, but this is where you have to have patience. Wait for these teams to start moving. Set yourself up in a crossfire position.
The Falcons are going to go low. Gentlemates have actually sent one player on over to the east side just to try and capture anything that rotates through. You might be overwhelmed in terms of the numbers though, because Noobs and Soka that you're squaring up against unless they decide to back off, because the Soka's actually going to drag itself back to the graveyard. And look at the Falcons retreat. They know exactly where they want to go. Mates have got the most difficult rotation. We're running to Leviathan.
Oh, they're actually going to see just a little bit of a pixel of Criminal God. You throw the nade up over the top. The General will find Criminal God. You get the full, but you're not ready. It's a mirror in the corner behind the deployable cover. armor. Immediately, the pre-fires go out, trying to catch one of these other Gentlemates members. But Enkyo, he doesn't fall for the trap. He actually jumps up over the wall. He's knocked. It's hollow. He's trying to shimmy and shake. The Falcons will hold. They cut down the Gentlemates. And it's Leviathan. It's Falcons here in this final moment. It's a 3v1. Dongi makes the read and finds it. And as much of a win as that is for the Falcons, my man, Gentlemates ends that map with 21 kills. How many did Falcons and Leviathan have? 10 and 9. It's not even close. Gentlemates just ran that lobby. And that's why when you look at the faces of the Falcons, it's not elation. It's not absolute joy. It's, I guess we got a couple more points than we would have before.
Exactly. You see Soka basically nipping his nails there. It's because he understands, look, we've got him out win, sure, but this is nowhere near the standard that we need to see from ourselves if we truly want to contest at the very top. It is at least resilience from them, great control over that end circle and patience in the play. But we got to go back to that Gentlemates play. I mean, they locked down pretty much the entire south side of town from very early and just pushing out for space either side. We talk so often about the RNG of the circle, and what they're trying to do is minimize that. We are pushed out not only south, east, and west, but also in locations that mean if the circle does drag, we've got it all locked down.
Getting in zone. Yeah, Chungy. Okay. All right. Yo, let's talk about it. Yeah.
I like that from Soka immediately. Let's talk about it. It's just saying, hey, all right, you know, it wasn't our best map. It's 10 kills, it's 16 points. That's 16 points they desperately needed on that leaderboard. It's sure the hell better than not having 16 points when you're looking at the gap that they currently are. But it's just, hey, let's talk about it. What could we have done better in that map to get more kills, to put ourselves in a better position? Because you got to think about it, when you're a team like the Falcons, if they were in a position like the Gentlemates are, but then also put themselves in a power position to win the map, that's how you're going to start to crawl back this lead and start to be one of those teams that puts themselves in a position to cross match.
No, 100%. The Falcons understand this. They've been here many a times before. Level looking. There's some cosplay going on there. Why they joining? Ooh, great stuff from the fans coming on through. Incredible talents. But of course, the main talents that we're interested in are sat there on the main stage. And for those of you at home, you might have just heard the crowd get pretty loud. And that's because the Gentlemates will take 29.4 points off that lobby. Not only that, it'll get a little bit louder in a minute when we tell you they've shifted themselves right to the top of the leaderboard, though only just. Fortunes keep continuing to deliver for this French side. A couple of other rosters that look pretty good out there. Of course, the Falcons will walk away with 16 points. But honestly, after that, Ravens on 14, and it's just dregs. This is old school Fortunes Keep. This is how it looked when it first came out. One team dominated, everybody else struggled to find points.
Yeah, but the good news is that, guess what? Fortunes Keep isn't the only map we're playing today.
Definitely not, no.
The bad news is, though, is that we've still got at least one more Fortunes Keep to play. So by the time you maybe get back over to Havens Hollow or Rebirth Island, you're going to be looking at one of these teams staring down 150 on that match point threshold that is there. Beautiful stuff here in the first Fortunes Keep that we had. Now it has me wondering how much of this was circle dependent, how much of this was just absolutely gameplay dependent.
I love that you're bringing up the circle because, of course, this map is really defensive, difficult to rotate through. That's why there's a lack of kills on the board and lack of recoveries. We'll find out how all those teams deal with another episode of Fortunes Keep straight after this bit of content.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
Now, of course, we don't just have dads here watching and supporting their favorite players on the main stage. Of course, we have mums, we have family members, we have fiancés. I'm joined here by Gladys. This is Sage's mum, who's competing for Vitality. Gladys, how does it feel to be a parent seeing your son competing here at the Esports World Cup?
Very proud, very happy, very nervous, everything.
Proud, happy, nervous, all of the emotions you can feel. I've also got Haley here, who is Sage's fiancée. Haley, how's the nerves for you watching him compete on the main stage?
I think I'm a bit like him in the sense that come game day, I'm not really nervous. He gets in the zone, I get in the zone. I'm just really passionate, so I just love to watch him.
I love it. You're both locked in. How was it actually walking onto the stage for Match Point Finals, being in and amongst the players and the crowd? It felt electric, didn't it?
It was. So I had to learn a chant in about 3 minutes. Did pretty well, I think. But very hot in the bee costume. It was great to be out there with everyone from Vitality.
I love that. In the bee costume as well. You're committing to the cause.
Yep, very committed.
I love it. Right, Haley, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. Gladys, thank you so much. Oh, I want to shake your hand. Yes, let's shake hands. Thank you so much. We've got friends, family, loved ones here in the crowd at EWC. It's Match Point Finals, baby. Let's keep going.
Welcome back to the match. It's Miles and Shift. And we got some mates to help us out. No, not the gentle mates. I'm talking about the ghosts. What a time we are having here. Esports World Cup 26 continues. Warzone rocking and rolling. We've got mums and dads in the crowds, but here we're mission ready for another man.
I'm not even going to try to do that voice. It's just not going to go well for any of us. Wow, what an unbelievable start, though, to our first handful of games. This could not be any tighter, any closer. Some underdog stories, some favorites looking a little bit soft. It's going to be an interesting finish to this 14th Ski.
What do we say when you play Call of Duty? You've got to win your ones, and that is what the Genomates have struggled to do for a few maps now. Back-to-back bangers. A moment, though, to catch your breath, get yourselves back into the game. Maybe not lose another incredible 1v1 for the round win, but that is how it's been going so far. Alan, we've been treated, man. I mean, survival stage was something. Every single map has had an incredible moment so far. What's in store for the rest of the tournament?
This is what you get when you get the 16 best teams to play Warzone in one lobby, and you get to do it over and over and over again. It's been legitimately, it feels like anyone's tournament to this point. But now as we start to get closer and closer to that point threshold, this is where things start to potentially change a touch.
We've got quite a while to go before we reach that 150-point mark. But again, it does feel like we're getting strong wins.
Yes.
Outside of the Falcons' victory, which was a low game for them, everyone else is looking strong. 29 garnets.
Unreal.
From the Genomates from that kills alone, it felt like. So, from myself, Alan, and the ghosts here on stage, let's play another game.
Okay, I can't match that at all. Miles is just too good at all of that. You're looking at me with a bewildered face currently right now, and I'm trying to wonder why.
So, Gentlemates, confirmation, they are top of the leaderboard by 0.2 points over G2 Esports. I want to tell you about a certain French prince, my friend, who's put up 34 kills already. He is frying pretty much anyone else in this lobby. There's something there towards the high 20s, but no one else crossing anywhere close to where he currently sits, dragging this squad towards that match point line. Because once this team do get there, they've got a couple of closing questions to answer. Want to make sure they get ahead of the likes of JD Gaming, Vitality, Falcons, who are all much smoother at that. They want multiple bites of the cherry.
Yeah, I mean, let's harken back a year, right, with the Gentlemates. They were actually one of the last teams to cross match point threshold. Ended up second because they basically go nuclear on the map. The Twisted Minds win. And here, it just feels like it's a different energy. It's a different aura from them. We kind of haven't really talked about the Gentlemates all year long. Let's be very clear about this. Kind of disappointing, it feels like, almost all year long. Not the team that we expected them to be, but here we are. It's their hometown. Let's be honest. This is their arena right now that they are playing in, and they are feeling the energy. They're feeling the vibes, and they are putting it into their gameplay. An electric first map of Fortune's Keep from them. We got one more to play, my friend, before we start getting into the one-by-one map rotation. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 6, getting ready to drop in. As we get ready to get here, Enigma, obviously the Gentlemates kind of basically point sponge the entire lobby. What do you need to see from everyone else?
Well, I think it's a case of going out into your Bravo drop spots. I think a lot of teams rotated very late and compared to what we're expecting. A lot of teams landed on that east side compared to what we were expecting. I think teams maybe settling in for some sort of home ground, some sort of backyard turf that they would feel comfortable playing out of to cause the pressure here on land. But you got to be brave, you've got to be bold. And on a map like the Keep, it will clutch its pearls and keep all of its points if you're not willing to go hunting them.
Sorry, friends at home, I'm laughing because this circle is diabolical right now. So much of it is just water, and it's basically a line straight down the middle from Keep all the way down to the south. So very curious how some of these teams are going to decide to play this. Any change of drop spots, any maybe just early rotations. We'll have to wait and see. But for the gentlemen, we get an idea of where they're landing. No surprises here. It's going to be on that sort of western overlook side before they have to push into the likes of PBJ. But on the other side of this entire street, it's NIP already getting active with a kill onto Vortex.
Yeah, AJ does well to get pushed out. Drop the first. I'll be honest with you, not many changes in terms of landing spots. Ninjas in Pajamas, one of the only to shift their way over away from Winery. They don't want to hit that rotation either. But for Blade, that's a trip to the boat, try and anchor things down there. Could let you rotate relatively freely if he keeps that pocket of space open. Some teams will try and contest that on regain, rip it away from him.
Just waiting to see how some of these fights go ahead and happen. Scummin, he's going to be the one to slide on up, get the full on to Shifty, but Grimy already has eyes like a hawk. He's looking over, and he's actually going to be able to find the kill. Virtus Pro. They've kind of taken over this spiral, it feels like, lately, Enigma. Normally, this is the home of AGAL, but VP not giving it to him.
Well, they used to control it in the early stages of Fortune's Keep. They gave it up eventually for other pastures, but it lets them lock down all of the graveyard side, as well as anything rotating in from Gatehouse, so they could cut off a lot of rotators, as well as hold off Terrace's teams. They could reward them with points. It is a spot that a lot of teams will vie for later on, so they'll have to be at their damnedest. For the Gentlemates, just going to lock down Overlook. Again, just control the south side of the circle. This is the formula that not only gave them the great set of points last time, but has rewarded them over and over again since Fortune Keep was injected into map pool.
Ooh. Good eyes from Enkyo. He's going to spot NIP, making their way over to helipad. It's good info. And you can see on that mini-map there just how many players are here. A little bit of a shoulder throw from a member of Novo. A couple of shots from Enkyo, let him know, hey, I'm pushed up here. I'm trying to get a little slippery in and amongst the buildings. Go ahead, back on up, get back with the team. Don't need to overextend this early.
Didn't find any kills there, but that's not a problem right now. You're just trying to create space because they have about 18 grand on them already, which they're trying to get back to the buy station at Overlook, dump it down for the advanced UAV once the fire sale comes up. So not a problem that you're not putting many points on the board just yet. And again, the circle's headed this way. They're in no rush, no hurry to go anywhere. G2 getting active, Sight, an anchor in roll, but Slayer in all senses have to put up numbers alongside his boys as he waits for Anxiety to spawn back in from the skies. The big man, he's moving down below. A great tournament. He was one of the big question marks coming into this afternoon. It's one of the reasons why the team are right up there challenging for the top spot.
You know, already I'm seeing a little bit of a party here happen between Eclectic and Novo, as it just looks like a battle. Also, right underneath the JDG, you can see Leviathan, they're kind of in this area as well. Down below, big man guns up. He's going to be able to drop one, slides on out. You find another, you're cleaning up the members of Leviathan left and right here. And you might have heard me slip up because I'm looking at our mini-map. Vitality, they're looking to get into this mix as well. JDG down below, you find Zanks. You also find Fede from Novo. This is just a party in the grotto, ladies and gentlemen. Scythe claims his second of the map.
Yeah, so many of the teams down low here are often met by recoverers, and as such you can just cut them out, push them out, and ensure that you just rack up extra points on the board. These two have read that, decide to play their own game on it. Anxiety makes light work of Sage. Will have players just above him, so plays inside the caves where Scythe and Big Man have opened up a pocket. Let's have a look at Terrace's Twisted Minds. And the Ravens go back and forth. Ravens on for a slow day thus far, and you can see why as Blast picks up a quick little two-piece. Omen's got the third in his size, Ben! Sits him down, and that will be the Ravens out of here first.
Now the problem is, though, I don't know if the action stops there. You have a member of Virtus Pro who's lurking around, but I wanted to check on into this because G2, they make their way from the underground, and what do? They decide to push this top side against JDG, who was just waiting for anybody to hit this zip. They cut them down. It's a couple members of G2 getting dropped. It's just going to be one more player having to stay alive, get the teammates back in. The Gentlemates holding this side of the map. They have so much space that they can control because everybody has to move over here because of the zone. I'm looking at Hollow, he's 26 damage to his name. Says, hey, I got Anchor on my tag as a role. I'm gonna live up to it.
Yeah, they are chilling. And when that fire sale opens up in about 30 seconds, they'll be in prime position to take advantage of it. I think I've been a little bit ahead of myself for 30 seconds. Feel deeper into the map than the FPL. Adrian will watch Destroy and Grimy so far. Now trying to find an exit route. Just gonna check back in. Trying to use the footsteps to just shift Twisted Minds around, buy himself time. Kill feed, we're seeing Vitality and G2 go at it. Blastides has come and check around the right side of the tower to eliminate Grimy yet again. And Twisted, if they win this fight, they have not only the pretty much entire north side of the circle, they have the lookout over places like Graveyard and all the rotations that be, so a massive fight really. I tell you what, Adrian there put the moves on blast, absolute skates. That knock alone looks like it was enough to keep VP in the matchup. Destroy's going to head towards the boat. Don't think that's a good idea because it already plays out in that direction. But either way, VP hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Twisted Minds looking good early.
Yeah, they might need to just go ahead, VP, maybe land in that water and just play for the regain. But right there with you, Twisted Minds, just clearing out the teams in front of them one by one here. Already we're looking at various spots on the map. Nice little visual for you there, top left, of where this zone is starting to pull. Where do we go next, though, Andy, is the question. Who's going to have to move? Who has to make these big rotations? For the most part, it's a lot of these teams in the center of the map, and they're going to be okay for now.
This is when everyone starts to invest the money for that fire sale. Rotate themselves across. Some teams that have control of the buy stations will be very happy. They'll welcome it in. It pops up at the top of your screens. It means they're going to get those advance and streaks and fill their boots with pretty much everything that they like. If you do not have control of a buy station, it's panic stations. You got to move. You got to start to put some pressure on these other sides. Hopefully strip them of the items they have purchased or the money should they not have spent beforehand. If you don't get any of that, you are on the back foot for the rest of this match.
Take a look at this Main Street area and just how many different teams are sitting here. Already Gabe not expecting a member of PBJ to be down below. It's going to be Believe, who has been able to find Gabe Kuhn. Already PBJ just playing together. Aiden shots across will cut down Jay Vela. He was actually able to find Lennon before, so just moving in and out of these buildings, in these tight confined spaces, you can lose teammates just like that in the blink of an eye. But as all these teams are forced to move, we saw them in a little bit of a regain down there on that bottom side. Leviathan have already made an exit.
Their struggles continue here at the keep. Spam bangs away from the top side, and the problem with the tunnels down in Grotto is that you are often overlooked. And right now, Resurgence still being active will mean that Big Man just staying up here, being elusive, allows his boys back in, hit their guns, but he's finding a route out of here. Everyone will be watching the exits for some free kills. Actually, Big Man might get himself out underneath Genomaze in that moment, but either way, we'll move over. PBJ, he's got company in town. Jay Vela gonna get active. Already has to be on the board. He gets to the front side, trying to set up the pitch.
I don't know if they heard that or not, but he might have just set himself up in a great position. You can see, you look at that mini-map. Praise, Believe, they're all around here. Nade will land. You get confirmation. Somebody's down here. A couple of shots. You're begging for them to maybe push onto that outside directly into the guns of Jay Vela. But if the reposition comes on in, and all three members of Gen G are set up here on this bottom side.
The nade somehow didn't tag, so PPJ don't know what they're looking for. No. That positions them elsewhere. All three players of Gen G are just waiting here. Might catch someone by surprise. Kill feed will light up. Squad 4's out of here. You also see Eclectic gone. So big teams falling by the wayside. Squads have been brilliant all day long. Eclectic sat in fourth, bear in mind. They're done with early. Everything starts to shift its way towards town.
Resurgence will be disabled. 2 more teams until we're into the top 10. This lobby is about to look like molasses real quick here. As the circle will start to pull us continued north here. Finally, the Genomates will have to make some type of movement, but it's a straight cut across. They don't mind it. The only problem is, have they read that JDG is going to be on this outside? Sort of lurking, maybe starting to move on up here. JDG trying to figure out, where do we move? What side do we start to make our push on?
So many teams still alive here. 12 squads rotating over quickly or playing in much earlier. And as such, just holding out, desperately trying to set this up into a situation where they can third-party all the fights.
Well, let's go ahead as they are going to hold the line right on this edge of gas. How is Virtus Pro feeling in this moment?
He's like trying to jump up on the roof.
Flew over or fell down?
We're just gonna walk up on the green, okay?
Yep. Right here. weak. I'm down for it. On me. Close up. So you ready? 3, 2, 1, come. Dead.
Nice kill.
I'm plating.
Wait,
I'm here. I got my pull. Don't tweak on it. He died.
All right, guys. You ready? Let's go. No, don't go.
One shot.
They're on the roof.
He gave it up.
They're fighting.
Where are you, Grim? I'm with you. They're on our forward. Come. I need to play it. Here.
I might be safe, okay, guys?
EMP'd him. They're on my right close.
Yeah.
Got naded.
Gotta go low.
Yeah.
Novo's on the left. You're safe right here on the bottom stairs, eh? You're safe. I'm just gonna mirror
I love what I'm hearing. It's a plan. It's the immediate call out that you got Gen G pushing up from behind. Adrian slides out. It's a quick kill. The problem is on that rotation, you're not ready for Novo to just be rooftop shooting at anything that's going to move between that alleyway. And the other problem is from behind you. NIP has made the wrap. AJ and Vision, they line up together. They eliminate Virtus Pro, put us into the top 10.
Yeah, the fight will kick off pretty much immediately off the back of that. PBJ getting involved. Will win the fight in the majority, but that's going to turn the attention of Vitality towards them who set up in Bug, so you got to deal with this quickly. And well, JVella losing 2 plays, backing off to slide them in, won't answer that there. Novo, they're out. That was on the north side of that, where Twisted Mind to take complete control. Towards the south is the Gentlemates, fighting with AGAL. PBJ, they're done. Attract attention from pretty much everybody. Hallow, here's so many footsteps. It's about the timing, it's about when you dive out, what you do for a smoke grenade right now, and there's nothing available in terms of utility.
Fighting down below, you catch one stimming, and you're going to get the shots through. However, Hollow, he's dropped in the back by FIFA Kill Trade, starting to come through. And unfortunately for you, the Gentlemaites, they're very low HP. FIFA Kill, he's on the hunt. Chromalok down below. He has to make his way out of the gas. Double buyback comes in. The Gentlemaites stay alive for what's a little bit longer.
Chromalok will play clean up, sends FIFA Kill onwards. Scumming, he's managed to move himself onward towards the circle. Now going to have to check back to figure out where Chromalok's gotten to. We will have 2 players in the sky to let him know where rotators are coming through. T1 are going to get here ahead of the curve, trying to make sure that gas creeps over them before they play the wall. Noobs drops Enkyo. Scumming then sends Noobs onwards, but Noobs will be eliminated, and as such, the Falcons are done again.
And you are just dropping players left and right. JDG, they are still alive. Spoiler alert, actually leading the lobby right now in points, just 1 step ahead of the Gentlemates.
WRS just shimmies and shakes and trying to set this up with Slappy. A little bit of a do-si-do around the back of the gravestone, and AJ will be buried straight back into the cemetery.
Into the top 5 we go. 1.4 secured for our remaining teams here. It's about who can control the graveyard. And I like where Twisted Minds is set up, though. They want to play this outside rock side. However, have they seen these members of T1 make their way towards the top? Shifty, Allman, they'll line up to drop FLS as JDG. They find themselves in a very precarious position here, as finally they will be found out, but the zone will continue to pull. Slappy has maybe made the early rotation, but is it too early?
That's a good question. You've got to hope that the gas is not going to make you suffer as much so that you can get on over. He's desperately just trying to find a little pocket here, scoop some bodies, look for some loot, and does hit a muni box. Very fortunate call must come in from the teammate. Twisted Mind, Omen gets it all wrong on the wall. Shifty's going to try and trade. Spam sends him. Gentleman's also done in the process. We're down to our top 3.
Spam! A huge fight disrupt. He drops Smith and Sage from Vitality in the back. That's Vitality gone. It's now a 2v1 to make it a 3v1 as the buyback comes in. And just like that, T1 hold a nice early position. They cut down the opposition. And that is a huge game from them. 21 kills and a win. Gives them 33.6, 35.2 points on the board. When you're talking about a race to 150, that's a great way to start chunking down the lead that some of these other teams have created.
Yeah, haven't had a great afternoon thus far. Very middle of the pack, but that should surge them upwards. It's essentially a 5th of the target in one fell swoop. There was a lot more points on the board, though, during this map in its entirety. Twisted Minds will walk away with 22, Gentleman's 22, JD Gaming 25. So some squads starting to find their flow there. Ninja Pajamas E-Star also touching around that 20-point marker. So some great stuff in terms of action, in terms of point scoops and moving your ways around this leaderboard as we all get a little bit closer to that all-important 150 target. I will say, though, some top sides fell early. I think I actually called them Squad 4. My bad for that when I was reading my screen a little bit much. But G2 dropped very early. They were trapped in those lower tunnels for some time. And while that can reward you early with kills on regainers and rotators, as soon as you need to push yourself back to surface level, sides just hold you out and they never really get themselves back out. Eclectic, who were also in a good spot before that, they dropped early. Some other sides, such as T1, they'll surge their ways right up the leaderboard and leapfrog.
mean, this is just the beauty of match point, right? You can have these sort of stints of games where the teams that are at the top, they might go back to back, have a couple stinkers, and all of a sudden you have some new blood finding their way up. And just looking at the top of this leaderboard, because reminder folks, we are playing towards 150. Currently, we only have 3 teams above that 100-point threshold, but you still are just behind them. I mean, Team 1 off the back of that game currently sitting at, what, 90.4. Just 20 points behind. You can easily make that up over the next couple of games, even if some of these teams are sprinting at that 150.
Yeah, certainly could. We go back over to Havens Hollow, of course, after this, but then we go 1-1-1. So it is a Havens, Rebirth, and then Fortunes, and onward from there until we finally draw everything to a bitter close. T1 have been solid at the Havens. Their contest with Vitality, of course, are important for them, but if they are going to want to find those 20 points, then winning that contest on their next drop and holding things out with Vitality, done so successfully through portions of this tournament, would get them there. Of course, got those big check boxes before we get to that point. Sure. A lot of your sides, Havens is relatively solid. Vitality, obviously a big team here. Leviathan in particular, this is the map that they rely on heavily. By God, they need a big map there towards the bottom of that board.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of squads who really need to come alive here, sort of in this second set. Players just kind of chilling. Hopefully you can regain, have some of those conversations. As I'm looking at these points, man, about half of our lobby right now, I think, can make a decent run at just staying active. Because this is the thing, right? We can talk about these first teams that cross 150 points and how, okay, now they're here, now they can win the tournament. We've watched enough scrims, we've casted enough tournaments to know it's going to take probably 3 to 4 games, even once somebody crosses, to be able to have somebody actually able to claim victory that's there. And some of these scrims, we've gone a couple more than just when somebody crosses 150, where 2/3 of the lobby is suddenly there. So obviously you can see that you have entire times to get yourself back into the mix. Let's go ahead. We do have an interview with some of the gentlemates though, so let's go ahead. Let's hear what they have to say.
Ooh, it's feeling pretty hot here on the main stage, as you can imagine. Gentle, gentle, gentle! Yeah, that's what I thought. We've got Enkyo here joining us from Gentle Mates. I'm sure he's feeling elated right now. Currently top of the leaderboard, also leading in kills, might I add, from yourself. A pretty good day so far. What we're looking for today, of course, in Match Point Finals is consistency. How's the day been so far for you?
Bon, alors pour l'instant, vous n'êtes pas trop mal dans le classement. Vous avez quasiment tout le temps fait top 5. En plus de ça, toi, t'es premier en kill pour le moment. Comment est-ce que tu te sens? Parce que c'est important d'arriver sur ce Match Point. C'est quoi là, le ressenti sur ce début de grande finale?
Franchement, on se sent hyper bien derrière les écrans. Le but, vraiment, c'était qu'on soit le plus constant possible parce qu'on sait que le match point, ça joue sur la longévité du tournoi. Et puis là, je crois qu'on a genre 30 points du match point. Donc on va essayer de débloquer sur cette game. Et puis on va tout donner.
So we are only 30 points behind now, and we are agree with you, buddy. It's just about consistency. We're feeling really good behind the screen right now. We're feeling on our home. So basically, we're just playing the game. We know it's a long way to go, but only 30 points. So 1 or 2 games, and here we go.
I mean, speaking about doing it right here on home turf, do you feel like you've got a bit of a LAN buff? Do you feel like this crowd behind you are giving you that little bit extra?
Est-ce que justement, de fait de jouer à domicile devant le public de Gentlemate, est-ce que pour toi c'est un LAN buff? Est-ce que c'est quelque chose qui te motive, qui te met la pression? Comment tu vis la chose?
Non, moi franchement les gars, le public ça me transcende encore plus. Et puis ouais, on va essayer de gagner ça pour vous les gars.
Yeah, for sure. For me, it's not like pressure. It's buffed me so much, and I want to win for me, but I want to win for them.
Like a bit of confidence from you as well, right? Last year, securing second place at EWC. This year, have you got it?
L'année dernière, tu as fini 2e au final de WRC. Est-ce que c'est celle-là, la bonne année?
Franchement, j'espère que ouais, on est chez nous, on est à Paris ici. Donc j'espère qu'on va le remporter ici, ce putain de trophée.
I can't say something else than I hope. Like we're gonna do our best. We are now in France, at Paris, at our home. So if there is one time to win it, it's now. So I just hope, and I will play my best.
Currently, your best is working. Enkyo, thanks so much for joining us in this interview. Gentle, gentle, gentle! You heard him.
What's up, everybody? Championship Sunday is fully underway. But you know, I got to talk to some of the coaches because they're going to give me that real intel. And I got the man himself, E-Bates, here, one of my favorites. E-Bates, man, Vitality. Looking so-so today right now. What you guys want to change here going into the second half?
Honestly, I feel like we've been struggling a little bit to find the kills, kind of getting our footing off the start has been a little bit rough, but usually our cons have been really good all year, so hopefully we find some flow in the beginning.
Definitely need to find some flow in the beginning. How has the zones been working out for you guys? Have they been pulling the way that you guys need them to?
I mean, zone's been kind of pretty stationary, I feel like. Overall, I feel like we're finding good spots and like regaining really well right now, which is super important, especially in big lobbies like this. I think a lot of teams struggle for that. But overall, I mean, doing pretty good. Getting in good spots, just got to find those kills.
Just got to find the kills, man. I was talking to your boy Sage today. His energy is through the roof. Man, talk to me about how he keeps this team in check and keeps their spirits up during the game.
Yeah, Sage has a championship mindset. He's got a great mentality. He kind of brings that calmness to the team. He brings that leadership. He's young. He's our youngest player. He's 22 years old. But man, he's a leader out there, and I'm really proud of him. He's taken on every single role this year. He's been a fragger. He's been a supporter. He's been an anchor. He's been an IGL. He's done everything we've asked him to do. So just really proud of the progression that he's made over the year.
Hey, man, it looks good out there on the field. Bates, I appreciate you, homie. Good luck out there in the next one. What's up, everybody? I'm here with Coach Havoc from JD Gaming. As we have seen JD Gaming throughout the last few days just absolutely dominate the lobbies. You guys are in the top 3 right now. Havoc, what was the turnaround for this team?
It was all about finding the perfect team balance of letting Slappy go do his thing, but also coming back to work with the team to then make the perfect rotations and just making him more of a team player.
Yeah. I mean, he's looking like a fantastic team player. And I know the top team player out there, I got a chance to talk to him yesterday, FLS, man. You know, that guy is a leader out there. How proud are you of him for how he's keeping the team together?
I'm super proud. I mean, they're making it easy for him out there by actually listening to his commands and just doing what he's telling them to do. So it's not all just him, it's those two as well.
Yep. And as a coach, what would you like to see from the boys going into the next half?
Just keep sticking to the game plan. Like, we have perfect game plans for each map, just sticking to them, and we'll see. Hopefully it works out the same.
Hey, they've done their homework, everybody. Keep an eye on JD Gaming.
Thank you, Blaze. JD Gaming was starting to slow down right up until that match when they ended up getting that second place. For that squad, we were looking at consistency the first 3 matches, and as I just mentioned, a bit of a slowdown, but a good bounce back for them.
Yeah, and I mean, you're going to have a map where things just go wrong. It's going to happen. Again, we're in the Resurgence Series Championship Finals right now. You've got 16 of the best teams in the world. But for JDG, the thing that's impressed me the most about them is not just the fact that they're keeping up with the tally that they had in groups for their average kills, but like we've talked about time and time over, their placements have been elite, getting themselves into top 5 positions. That multiplier has been big for them.
That's what I mean. Slowing down 7. I was like, yeah, one game out of the way. Isn't that COD Warzone? I've been hearing that a lot lately. But no, look, this is good. This is consistent. This is exactly why they're sitting in that top position. And obviously, you know, we heard it from the coach. He just wants them to do exactly what they've been doing.
And one team that's been doing exactly what they want to be doing is none other than G2, actually Gentlemates, because Gentlemates are currently in first place as we're looking at the match ranking from the last game. Actually, let's talk about this real quick, because T1, with that performance that they just put up in this match, they ended up going from 9th place all the way up to 5th.
And that's what happens. You know, you get one banger game, all of a sudden you're into the conversation, and you can alleviate all the past pain of having a bad drop early. Not that T1 has necessarily been, you know, underneath where you would have expected them to be, but that boost right there all of a sudden throws them into the conversation. But now we reset our map pool as well, which is going to be interesting to look at to see if T1 can continue to do what they just did in that last map, or was it just a flash in the pan?
I mean, it's only about a 5-point difference between teams all the way down to 7th place. So it can absolutely change. It could even change for people under that 7th place as well. So it is going to be like incredibly tight, but I mean, one bad game doesn't count them out.
Yeah, but it is time for those teams that you saw that you're going to see like on the second page of the leaderboard. They got to start stepping it up, because at the moment you're dealing with a lot of bad starts from teams like Gen G. Vitality's been kind of floating. Like, we just haven't seen the same dominance that we had from the previous days of action, and they need to find a way to get something going immediately here, otherwise they're going to be too far out.
And one that's currently in that conversation as well, which is insane because they have gotten 2 wins so far today, is Falcons. And as you can tell right now, Falcons are actually currently not in the first page. The consistency is just not there. But right now, with Gentlemates being in the first place, you also got JD Gaming, G2. Like, these teams are being so consistent, and that's why I'm starting to raise a bit of a red flag there for Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten a couple of wins, but they haven't had the kills. On the other front, talking about your favorites, Twisted Minds, after their incredible Group A stage, now starting to slip back into the conversation after a couple of slow starters. I mean, they were 16th in the first drop with only like 4 points, 4 kills. So this has been really, really solid for Twisted Minds to recontrol their destiny.
Yeah, and I mean, from that last game, they have that 12.5 kind of average, but we haven't seen them doing anything too crazy. But I mean, they're in that conversation. But then I wonder how they're feeling after that 1v2 being taken down to sort of stop them from winning that game. I mean, they did have a great position moving in that final zone, but unfortunately, something went a little bit south when they just couldn't actually take down T1.
A team that we got a chance to see yesterday perform really well was none other than Leviathan. Leviathan in Game 5 ended up with the top 3. I thought that was going to be a bit of a kickstart for them. So far, it's not looking like that because they're still in 15th place. And honestly, so if we keep allowing some of these teams to just not react and not actually end up waking up, those teams at the top with the consistency that we're seeing, it might be getting away.
Yeah, and I don't want to like sit here and just like crush the dreams of Leviathan, but they had 3 good maps yesterday and everything else was just okay. Like, yes, they came out, they did what they had to do for survival stage, but that wasn't a team that was on my radar looking into today.
No, I have to absolutely agree with you. And like, obviously getting into our 6th match and we have teams just tickling at the bottom of that, match point threshold, being at that 42 points and having these under average games, they're not going to be able to knock down. I mean, they're going to have every team at the top choke in a couple of matches just to be able to get up to those points.
Yeah, Leviathan fans, I'm so sorry. Hopefully you're still going to be bringing all that amazing energy that you've been bringing for the past 3 days. For some of the other squads, I actually want to go to G2 and Eclectic because they ended up contesting in this last match as well. And that's something that I'm pretty sure is going to keep happening as we go on.
Yeah, G2 got a little bit stuck underneath Grotto for a moment there, just trying to regain. You saw Big Man just kind of holding in the cave system for a while. But Eclectic has been sneaky in terms of bidding into the leaderboard at the moment, largely due to their kill tally. They've also put together a lot of consistent results, finding themselves in the top 10. We have not seen them be in a convincing position yet to truly win a game, but at least they're doing what they need to do for now to start building towards that 150 points just by staying in the top 10 and finding a lot of eliminations.
Yeah, and G2 obviously have had a banger games right at the start. This is where they will be collecting obviously all their eliminations, and they are taking the risks that are necessary to reach match point. Whether or not they calculate that over to a win, they are taking all these risks and they are able to get those points on the board. And I mean, the progress so far, because of these early matches, it will always keep them in the top, even though in that previous match they were eliminated early.
Let's see what's going to be happening in the next couple of matches. But I know, once again, Shiv, what were you able to spot in this past couple of matches?
These are the things that I need you guys to start looking at as we get into final circle moments. We'll take a look at 2 teams here. We're going to look at Gentlemates and we're going to look at Falcons. Both squads put themselves in perfect positions as we start to get to the circle move at the very end of the game. So let's just kind of tally where exactly we are right now. You can see in the very bottom right, that's Gentlemates. The circle is going to pull all the way down towards the bottom right-hand side. So they're in a great spot. On the other front, here is the majority of Falcons on the top side. They're going to have to rotate against teams and against the zone and the smoke. Very difficult to do. Falcons, obviously, if you remember the result of this game, end up doing a nice job through it. So let's kind of fast forward a little bit here and see if we can, whoa, don't want that. See if we can kind of get towards this final late game moment where you can see where exactly, pause right here, where exactly you start to see how Gentlemates will find a way to move. They don't want anyone contesting them from the front. So you block out the middle, you watch over towards the back, you send someone to the back part of the zone to lock down kind of like your anchor position. As we keep going, you're going to see in the kill feed, though, that Falcons are doing an unbelievable job of rotating late and putting themselves in a position to still find ways to win. They're going to play the other side of the zone, though. They're not looking over this direction. They want to put themselves in a position to work the back side of the zone, or at least at worst, to put themselves on the front corner, but they have to work through teams to do that. They do an unbelievable job of doing that. They find the kills that they need to, but as you start to get into the final portions, this is where we need to see Gentlemates close out maps. They have the perfect position. Look at this high ground. I mean, you've got everybody in front of you. There is absolutely zero reason that G-Mates should lose this map, but of course, as we remember, they don't win their ones. Hollow has to get out of his mind and start winning these ones, because because there's no reason that Gentlemen should have lost this game. They had the perfect position, the perfect rotation, but Falcons were shooting and were able to steal away the win from them.
And it wasn't the first time, too. Remember, we ended up seeing G2 being able to win not just once, those 1v2s, and that was quite impressive as well. But for some of the other squads talking about G2, I believe we got a chance to talk with the coach.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with Okwala from G2. Okwala, I mean, I know you got to be proud of the guys, you know, not winning a map, you know, until they got here, but now they seem to be winning everything.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, the boys never won a map on LAN, but happy we got to pull it off on the last map on day one. I think that was like a really good way to kick off the momentum, you know, settling into the tournament. Day two, they won another game, perfect, and now in finals, we won a map again as well with a crazy 1v2 from the best player in the game, I'm telling you. Yes, sir, he's the best, man. But no, man, all my guys, I mean, I'll let them do the work, you know. I'm just here to help them out with whatever they need, but they're the real stars. They're the ones shining, and I truly believe I have the best players in the world.
I mean, we see it on the stage. It's showing for itself. The consistency is there. The slaying is there. Anything you want to see them change, or just keep on going?
Hey, just keep going. Like Captain said, one map after another. We start at 0, and let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens, one map at a time.
Thank you, Blaze, and thank you, G2. They are slaying out today. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Goj and Seymour back on the mic for the next couple maps here, and who knows how long we will go today. We do have a couple teams now over 100 points. 2/3 of the way to our 150-point match point threshold. A lot still on the line, and still a long way to go, Seymour. What you got for me? Top dogs, underperformers, where you want to go?
I mean, we got to talk about the teams above 100 right now. Gentlemates looking on form, haven't closed a map, but they're at 114.4, averaging 19 points a game right now. JDG 110.4, averaging 18 points a game, and G2 105.8, averaging 17 points a game. Our threshold 150. If we stay on pace with these three teams, Gentlemates should be able to hit match point in 2 more maps. JDG, G2, they're looking to close out in 3.
Yeah, it's a great breakdown. Let's talk quickly some underperformers. The game's about to start, folks. We have finished our 6 maps thus far, which means we are now in a single map rotation. We will go to Haven's Hollow, we will go to Rebirth, then we'll go to Fortune's Keep yet again. Over and over again we go until we finally wrap things up. Underperformers down at the bottom or mid-pack, what you got?
It's just been a crazy day for some of these teams that we saw really turn up on day 1 and 2. Ravens, NIP, they're coming out of both of their groups. Ravens in 3rd to qualify for the final day. NIP in 4th. AGAL from Group B, they're in 13th place, coming out of that 5th place qualification spot to get to the final day. And Gen G, all the way in 16th. I mean, they were our 5th qualification team out of Group A. So to see teams in the bottom half of this leaderboard who qualified early, who turned up early at this tournament, it is absolute chaos.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, back to Haven's Hollow, and this time we go northwest. It's Mansion, it's Pond. It's going to be wild at Pond in the late game. That's where we're going to be ending. So down in the southeast, G2 are going to be all alone at Lumber, and it looks like the Gentlemates have changed up their drop spots. Yes, T1 on screen. They just won a map. The Gentlemates are up at Pond, and already Virtus Pro get cut down. Virtus Pro are out of this lobby because not only did the Gentlemates drop Pond, but so did Leviathan. 3 teams at Pond. It can only support 1. A lot more action up on the northwest side of the map.
This is what we expected for Haven's Hollow. Vitality back at Train, getting contested by our previous map winners in T1. Big matchup for Vitality because coming out of Haven's Hollow, they were one of our bottom teams to start the day, so they can turn up in this go-around, then maybe we can see Vitality rise, but Gentlemates are out as well. So talk about a team that was looking to get the match point in the next 2 games. It's going to be longer.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to halftime. Leviathan has just woken up. This is Survivor stages, it feels like. Again, Leviathan just wiped 2 full teams, 2 teams that were dominating. They've won out in Pond. Leviathan in the best spot. To Train we go. and still T1 fighting for position with Vitality.
But you know, this is amazing for Leviathan, because when we talk about Havens Hollow all week, it's been with Leviathan, so it's great to see them turning up here and now. Still though, at train station, this is an absolute stalemate between Vitality and T1 Disrupt. He is keeping Skullface on his toes.
How is Skull not dead yet? He's about to be. A double pinch, he goes to the high ground to try to get an advantage, he won't get it. Sage down as well. Third's gonna have to run and hide. Z-Smith trying to make sure his team gets back onto the map. By doing that, he's gonna be in the water. Vitality in a blender, but still alive. We'll check back in with him later as we swing over to Twisted Minds. Into the mansion zone, this is a position as well. There's gonna be a big fight here for a long time. Twisted Minds is here, but guess who else is here on the backside? It is the Falcons joining the party at mansion, because the south side of the map is totally chalked by the first zone. Falcons, Twisted Minds, Ravens, another heavy hitting drop spot.
Yeah, and just outside of that is going to be NIP, sitting between Research and Mansion. So yeah, a whole lot of gunfights about to ensue through this POI. I was wondering where the Falcons would go, because Riverboat was contested by Gen G. They got forced over towards Gazebo in our second drop of the day, and now to see them at Mansion, that's 3 Havens Hollows with 3 different Falcons drop spots. They are still trying to put the pieces together.
Yeah, NIP moving over to the G2 position on the map. Northeastern side of the map. They're just going to hold any team rotating out of Research, and there's actually a couple still there. You still see Novo playing out of Research regardless of the zone. PBJ as well. AGAL have been shoved out of that position. They actually went back to mid-map at Barn and Chapel and seem decently comfortable here. Athletic in the area as well. So right now, it's a waiting game for the likes of NIP, but G2 not going to wait. They were down in Lumber, and Lumber is already deep inside the gas, so they had to rotate. They rotate through Coal. There's nobody there. They come up to the top side at Research, and they're catching the wrong end of a couple streaks. Scythe goes down. PBJ on the run from servers. A big fight on the edge of the zone.
NIP going to be wiped out here. G2 looking to get the rest of PBJ, our second place team from game 1. On Havens Hollow, Gray's in trouble, and it's all down to 1. Anchor gonna have to stay alive in the gas, sitting in free search. G2, they know that. They're looking for him, but they're not gonna find him.
Yeah, in the meantime, you saw it in the kill feed. Take a look at the top of your map. Mini-map is going crazy because Twisted Minds wiped most of the Ravens, able to restabilize all Team 3. Same with the Ravens up in the skies. Let's see who goes into the Research side of this zone.
Rotating in from Main Street, it's going to be a lot of traffic. 5 trios going to be crossing each other's paths. JDG inside of Bowling, Gen G moving into Fight Dome, and T1 coming in to sweep it all up.
Yeah, they're on a heater right now. Disrupt on 6, unfortunately cut down. Momentum stifled for a moment as JDG hold the line. The problem is everybody's going to be held. It's actually PBJ that has worked their way to Chapel, going to be playing edge of zone while all these teams fight each other. We'll see what scraps and remnants of the teams. The staggering bodies of zombies that are slowly working their way into the edge of zone, while Pond is still a battle that Leviathan has been winning, but unfortunately, a big contest here is somehow AG has made their way over here, regained all 3 in. It's gonna be 2v3 where Leviathan had held so much value on the map. They had so much real estate, and now they're in trouble.
For a second, it looked like Ravens got wiped, but it's a false positive, still alive, floating back in. As they go back over towards the mansion, Twisted Minds, Falcons, they are farming them right now. Vitality, they are also in trouble, looking for the regain in the bottom south side of that circle, closing forward. They're going to be held by JDG at the moment, as well as T1 going to be fighting on in Spam. Closed out our last game 6. Can he turn up to take down the top dogs of JDG, the top dogs of Main Street? Disrupt's gonna find Colonel God as well, and Melvin just looking to stay alive on the rooftops.
Yeah, Echo is still very safe on the top side of train station. JDG, not so much. Melvin down, FLS last alive. Continuing their reign of terror, G2 has worked through the eastern side of this zone from Research and are making their way to Mansion. So more fights happening at Mansion while we still pay attention to this south side rotation where Vitality have been scrappy, been able to stay alive. They've done a great job of placements, but you heard it from Coach Ebates. They still need those kills. It's been their story throughout the course of the year. Let's see if they can pick it up in the second half.
Top 13, still alive. Falcons looking for a turnaround inside the mansion. Dongy, low kill count. That's their story on Havens Hollow. It's just been, they have a win on this map. It didn't translate into points. Now we can see Twisted Minds trying to take them on inside this battle of two titans. It is going to be something storied, something that we talk about in this rivalry throughout pretty much every WRS.
Right now, Mansion is a layer cake, but down on the south side of the map, Novo have somehow restabilized, worked their way from the bot side of Research after being put into a blender. And here they are, working their way on the edge of map against PBJ, who they were fighting earlier. Still a lot to do. You got to move to new zone. You're going to be out in the open unless you get up into Mansion, but you find a freebie on the outside. Praise thought maybe they were the last team on the south. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Vortex going to full send here. Down goes PBJ. They are out of this lobby. Novo slowly but surely starting to turn up.
And Raven's going to be eliminated as well. Top 11. Trying to get into that top 10 multiplier now will be the rest of these trios sitting inside of Haven's Hollow. Circle's going to be closing further towards the north side Mansion. Just a small chunk of it still there. Majority of it is going to be the backside of Pond. So this is going to be a big map rotation for AGAL alongside Leviathan, so who can win this top side.
T1 are shooting. They have woken up since their win, and they continue to find kills. Echo, yes, is first, but he's the anchor. He's the IGL. He's making the calls, and the boys are shooting straight. Quick listen in with T1 as they rotate into new.
Come on. We like top right. I'll fight some more shit, bro. Okay, wait, come by the left, kill one. Nice. Right, the other. This is their team. Come by the advance if you drop me cash. Yeah, drop me cash. Money here. It's all here. Yep. The right kid's going to be on the other side of the wall. Well, he got P8, so I don't know. He might just run. Oh, it might be, yeah, I mean, he might just suicide run. He might have died right now. Okay. Wait for the advance. They give us space. We got space.
Disrupts on double digits, and the boys have stayed patient. And there's an opening on the south. They're going to rotate in, but up to the north pond. It's utter chaos amidst the listen-in. Look at what the Ravens have done. They've swapped over. Leviathan have joined the party. AG went down. AG won out the fight at Pond, but they get swarmed by two different teams. Leviathan have reclaimed their real estate. Now they got to fight the Ravens for it.
Falcons are out, so that's going to be Mansion for Twisted Minds around the backside. This Pond rotation is going to be everything for who can win it, and now you don't have to worry about the Falcons. Looking to sweep up and clutch again on Haven's Hollow. Ravens versus Leviathan. Here comes Amir. 5 kills, looking for more.
Leviathan are rising from the depths of the sea. Near bottom of the leaderboard, they desperately needed points, and they're going to get a few more. Criminal God finding Heeds with the cluster. Means the Ravens are in a deep blender. Spam on 7. Disrupt on double digits. T1 still in a fantastic position, because now that they were able to move straight up the middle, they're actually moved all the way up to the western side of the zone. They're going to be able to hold Leviathan rotating in.
They've literally cut this in half. Leviathan went from being in the best spot to possibly the worst spot in this rotation, because not only is T1 watching them, but AGAL is still very much alive on this hill. So this is going to be an uphill battle for Amir, Dark, and Criminal God. With 9 trios left, 11 seconds before this circle starts to close in. Look at how many people are inside of the Mansion. It is so many names, so many colors, so many things to watch in such a close quarter battle.
Yeah, no squatters' rights in this Mansion. My goodness. First team to leave is going to get obliterated, so everybody's holding the line. Cedar, wait, does he know? Does he know that there's some folks right next to him?
I don't think
Did these guys regain? These guys are still in the game. AGAL still alive. They're able to fly back in and just hiding in a shack. There's about to be a jump scare for Leviathan and many more on this side of the map, as AG have found their way to ratting out for some placement, ratting out for some multipliers. But it looks like Shifty has found an angle on one, while on screen, Leviathan still battle for their lives. T1 have held them near flawlessly, but Criminal God has been allowed to sneak through. He's actually found the angle. Davis Amir is just putting the team on his back right now, and Scumman's going to help him. Down go T1. They had the perfect hold, but there was more people than they wagered for. A full save from AGAL. No more ratting out. They want the multiplier, and they want more kills as well. Barrel stuff gone. Criminal God, Leviathan, they hold the line. Ridiculous push, a great rotation, and they've only lost Z-Dark and Criminal God, so that means Amir is all by his lonesome. Good luck, my friend. There are still 7 teams on the map.
We go from 9 to 7th. Circle closer onto the east side of this Mansion. The only thing on that high ground that's going to be available will be the top patio on the outside of that roof. It's going to be well fought over by the Ravens, but it looks like G2 are going to try to take over this rooftop, backing up Novo. chasing down these kills, racking up some much needed KP at the end of the game. If they get this top 5, it's another big one for G2, but Novo are trying to take over.
Still 7 teams left. All about to be stacked on top of each other on the edge of Mansion. This next zone pull will dictate the rest of this map. Do you have to leave Mansion? Novo finally cleaned up. A nice job to rotate all the way over here and battle for a top 10 position, but nothing more than that.
Where does it
need
go?
One more team to die for the multiplier, and Twisted Minds is in a great spot if it pulls outside, and it pulls to Pond all the way to the west. Twisted Minds in a fantastic position. Allman's still in the building, the other two outside. Look at this new zone.
And look at this Leviathan's last flare. Last remaining one is going to have a 1 versus 1 versus G2 inside.
Peekaboo!
You have no idea. Melvin is going to take down Nyson and wipe out the Ravens, but it's Amir that's still holding on to hope for Leviathan to now get a top 5 finish. G2 are gone in top 5. They get the multi, but everything's going to be looking at Leviathan and what they could do with this role.
Twisted Minds have all 3 up, looking for their first win. But Deus Amir has the weight of a region on his back. Down goes FLS, down goes Z-Smith. Vitality out of this map, again a top 5. How many kills? We'll calculate it later. Here comes Leviathan flying in, immediately cut down. See you later, Twisted Minds, a freebie. Twisted Minds, a win at Mansion when they desperately needed it.
We saw Twisted Minds walking back to the stage. They didn't look happy. Although it's been a good day for this squad, they have yet to find a win until now. And you can see the weight off the shoulders for these 3 players. They needed a win to start climbing this leaderboard. They were on the bubble outside of 100 points, now looking to join Gentlemates at the top.
That was a monster game. The amount of fights happening in Mansion meant that each of the teams were trading kill after kill after kill. But Twisted Minds traded a bit more. Falcons went down early. Twisted Minds pushed out Ravens, got a bunch of kills there. All the folks trying to rotate in from the research side. Farm. Twisted Minds put up a banger map. Twisted Minds are likely 1 game away from Call of Duty Warzone match point. They're only 1 game away from 150. I don't know the exact map, but it's actually fairly close.
It's like it's a Twisted Minds game away from 150. With games like this, Alman on 10 kills, Shifty on 11 kills. 12 at the end there for Alman.
Listen in.
Fucking go, baby! Fucking say, baby! Come on, you guys are fucking on. Come on, let's type that fucking.
Yeah, that was more kills than I thought. Wow. At least 2 players on double digits. That might have been the biggest game of this entire tournament. We'll wait on the final results to see how many points it was. But we saw 23 between 2.
Yeah, who knows what the third one had. And it's a situation, too, where we're just talking averages. I mean, a pop-off game from anybody can happen at any point on this Sunday. It's why match point is so special in the WRS. We've seen teams turn up in the last second, and look at that game from Twisted Minds. 29 kills, 46-point map on Haven's Hollow. That is ridiculous.
Leviathan with a great map as well, but it pales in comparison to what Twisted Minds just pulled off. Here's a look back on the highlights from this one. Again, a tip of the cap to T1, who really came online after their win. Did a great job pushing up through mid-map, but Twisted Minds were farming so much in Mansion that nobody else is going to be even close to that. And like you mentioned, they were bubble. They were just outside of 100. Folks, I think they're at about 140 points. I think they're about 10 points away from breaching our threshold and being able to play for the win. Unreal from Twisted Minds. A great move as well to leave Mansion earlier than their opponents. They left Allman to hold the line on the top ropes, but they sit 2 out. And Leviathan, Deus Amir couldn't 1v2 them without getting out of position. And so Allman, Shifty just farmed on the outside. Holy cow. Folks, we got a lot to talk about before we get into the next map. We'll be right back as we swap over to Rebirth Island.
lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with Coach Tenix from Leviathan, the best team in LATAM that we got on the main stage. The only team in LATAM that we got on the main stage. But you guys are representing so well. How proud are you of the boys' performance so far in its finals?
Well, we are the only ones. How do you think I'm going to feel? Of course, I'm so proud. I'm so happy. The young criminal guy is the rookie of the year no matter what. You know, we keep representing LATAM, Puerto Rico, Mexico. So, of course, we are so proud of them.
Are you so proud of them? Talk to me about the training that you guys did to make sure that Crim stayed cool, calm, and collected under this pressure.
So basically, they don't have pressure on it. Just we came VOD reviewing everything. We did our VOD reviews, our maps. So things are not going like our plans, but you know, at the end of the day, this is match point. At the end of the day, this is Call of Duty, you know.
It's Call of Duty, baby. Now, we've watched how Amir been leading the troops. You know, what do you want to see from the team going into the second half? What do you want to see change for them so they can get those points to get to the top of the leaderboard?
Stick to basics, stick to what we actually know. We have been practicing for so long, so we're going basics and putting pressure on it.
Putting that pressure on it. We got a lot of LATAM fans in the chat. What you want to say to them in Espanol?
Yo los quiero un montón, gracias por absolutamente todo, por ellos. Si nosotros estamos aquí, ustedes también. Sigan soñando, vamos a ustedes. Y oye, si ustedes se lo proponen, pueden lograrlo. Vamos para encima.
Let's get it, you guys. I mean, man, we are all over the place. There's so much action happening in Warzone, and you had never seen me and a Flash in the same place at the same time.
He can teleport, I seen it.
Shh. Now, when it comes down to this matchup, there's nothing quiet about it. The goal just right. Okay, Tainted Minds, 141 points on the board. We might see our first team get to match point finals as we enter Game 8, Lace.
Look, if they win, and that was my prediction for Twisted Minds to win, I promise I won't rub it in everyone's faces. But look, this is exactly what we expected from them. They were sort of getting those kills in the early matches. Their conversion to wins is exceptional and is one of the highest amongst the team. Obviously, they just got the win there, and they are only 9 points away from the threshold. So easily obtainable in the next match. And if you heard me say it, I said they could do it in 9 or 10 games. So is it because I'm Australian and like we're kind of in the future on the time zone? Can I tell the future?
You might be able to a little observation hockey from you on the main stage. But you know, one thing that we did see, especially in an interview before from 10X, when it comes down to Leviathan, okay, we saw Amir kind of rat his way to that second place. They're putting the pressure on the lobby, and they are grabbing these points. These next few games are going to be crucial, everybody. You need to make sure you're telling your friends that the Warzone match point finals is underway, and we're about to get to the nitty-gritty matches.
Yeah, I mean, you do see like the likes of Leviathan, right? They need to make their kills happen. Is it a little too late? Potentially, when you've got all these other squads that are mountains above them. But we saw that in that previous match, right? Where they were opening that position, they were able to lock down the building, and it came to it that AGL then tried to push them after that, and they were able to sort of be able to do that. So they have the strategy and they have the plan to be able to get those points quickly, but is it a little too late?
Well, it's time to find out. Our players are ready to go. The next match is ready to drop in. Let's get it.
Thank you, Blaze and Lace, and thank you for the gas. My math was pretty decent. 141 points. Take a look at this. Seymour, walk me through it. We are very easily one game away from a team breaching that threshold and then playing for that win to close things out.
Well, Gentlemates, they slowed down in that last game. They get eliminated way too early. They're going to sit at 4th place now, overtaken by both G2 and JDG. JDG still on pace to maybe look at match point in this one if they have a 30-point game. Last time we went to Rebirth Island, they did have a 35.2-point game, so technically they are in striking distance of getting it done. But with Twisted Minds ahead of them, all they need is 10 points, less than that. And both times they were at Rebirth Island, they got 13 in our 3rd drop. They got 19 in our 4th drop. This is very, very doable for them to hit match point first.
Yeah, it's not just doable, it's probable. A couple teams close by on that leaderboard, of course, and anything could happen. We have a couple teams that could maybe pass our Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold of 150 points in this map. It is certainly possible. To Rebirth Island we go. It's the map that has the most kills, it has the most action, and frankly, it's the most historic We've seen this team win EWC on this map. They cannot win right now, but they can pass the threshold and be on match point and be able to play for that win. Got to breach the threshold first and then win in any following map. Leviathan, a nice comeback, but again, dwarfed in comparison to what we saw from Twisted Minds, which was the biggest game of this competition yet. They told the Falcons, don't ever come back to Mansion.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for some Rebirth Island. Let's see where people are dropping. Let's see what's contested, and let's see what Twisted Minds can do. 10 points are needed, or a little bit less. And a lot of other teams looking for some big maps.
Here we go. Dropping on into the islands, and a lot of teams are going Stronghold right away. You got Falcons, Leviathan, as well as PBJ going to be dropping on top of each other, and that is going to be a whole lot of action to be paying attention to. We kick off, though, with Twisted Minds, who drop back at the factory, uncontested by the Falcons, but dropped on by JDG.
Yeah, things are changing, and the Falcons feel that they desperately need to turn the tide, so they go all the way back to Stronghold like the good old days. Did fifth last year with a different roster, but this is where they drop. Let's see what happens. JDG and Twisted Minds on top of each other. JDG certainly know it. JDG know that they likely need to get active and push out Twisted Minds fairly quickly. Of course, the Gentlemates will find a couple kills in mid-map at living quarters. Watch out, here comes Twisted Minds. Trading blows, actually 2 down. JDG gonna be able to wipe 2 of them. The third, though, way out onto the boat. No problem for Twisted Minds.
Anchor's doing what the Anchor does best. Almond knows you just need 10 points. No need to take these fights. The points will come to you, but it's Slappy nearly catching an angle. Looks like the rest of Twisted Minds going to be able to drop down, but JDG, they're not going to let up at all. They are still hunting, so you look at one of the players who's dropping in to maybe reposition this Anchor and see if you can pull a fast one on JDG.
JDG, again, is in second place. This is the battle of the behemoths at the top of the leaderboard. Chance for JD Gaming to not only wipe a team at the top, but also potentially flip the script and move to the top. But a long road to get there. That fight will go on for a while, so let's check in on the other side of the map. Is PBJ getting really aggressive? They desperately need it. Leviathan in a bit of trouble. Criminal God by himself for now. Teammates in the air. Gonna try to get something, won't get it. Jay Bella Believe working together. Criminal God goes down.
Talk about a team that looked good yesterday on Rebirth Island. PBJ, Jay Bella, just alone was dropping 13 kills on this map, so.
Oh no, bad news. AGAL out of this lobby early. Eclectic, wipe him out, send him back to the lobby. A tough day for the Gentlemen.
Yeah, tough day for the team sitting in 12th place. That's 69.2 points. Falcons creeping on in. Dongy on the pinch, PBJ in trouble. Jay Bella already down, and it looks like there's going to be a trade from Praise. Can he stay alive for the squad? They have the Anchor floating.
Watch out for the third party, though. Leviathan hearing the shots. It's a signal flare to come join the fight. And you see the Gentlemates also. They've got their fraggers in the area. PBJ all 3 up. Gentlemates looking to get a piece of the action down here. Don't oftentimes see this many players down in Stronghold, but I'm loving it. It looks like Amir actually getting shot in the back by Yankio as the Gentlemates continue to find a couple bloods from living quarters.
Well, this is one of the first times that we've actually seen Stronghold still in the circle this late in the tournament, or this early in the rotation. So teams are going to be looking to hopefully hold down this power position, but we look over towards Vitality on the docks. They got Novo to deal with. Smith on a kill. He's rotating around. It looks like Fede is going to get caught. Novo's still very much alive. They're in control center. They're up the hill. I want to take my attention over towards Turbine, though, and kind of look at this one, because you got Team 1 and G2 battling it out, and G2 has been fantastic on this map all day long.
Yeah, big fight over there. And in the meantime, it was Virtus Pro that also is getting put into a blender. They're just regaining. It looks like their third's going to fly into the water. You don't see Virtus Pro at the docks or control center. Vitality has returned to form and moved back there like they used to in the past. So they're playing from boat and they've got control over it. Here's a look at Turbine very quickly, the aftermath of some of those fights. T1 complete control now. So a great job here at Turbine. Quick glance back to Factory to see that Twisted Minds safe, JDG safe. Things slowing down for a moment. We talked G2. They were up at Bio, but the zone is pulling not to the south, really mid-map, which means Bio is going to be out of the zone, actually already is. Stronghold, everybody's going to have to move out of there as well. PBJ last in Stronghold, picking up the remnants of the Falcons, who are
in a deep and utter blender.
Hasn't been a great day for the Ravens, but hasn't been the worst day either that we've seen out of squads. They are still very much in the battle for today. Look over to Control where Nova was there. They're looking like they are still trying to hold off on the rotation through Control. But you look at G2 in Bio. They got Gen G on their heels from Cam and Gabe up top. That's really looking for some kills. Big man chasing him down. And G2, we know this squad on Rebirth has been something to worry about. And Gabe trying his best to stay alive. He's not able to get away though. Anxiety's gonna cut him down. And there is still a couple players alive for Gen G, although you do lose out on the one that's sitting on Turbine, so everybody's got a bunker up in Chem.
Unfortunately for Gen G, they cannot get out of the regain blender. Gen G is bottom of the leaderboard. No hope in sight, unfortunately, for them. Gonna have to figure it out. Gentleman's have found their way. First time on screen, but 6 kills for Enkyo, actually, from living quarters, uncontested. They've just been farming some of these teams at Stronghold.
And if there's anybody who wants a little bit of a bounce back on Rebirth Island, it's gonna be Gentleman's losing that 1 versus 2 to Anxiety. Ravens, we see them overtaking headquarters. They're gonna have that high ground that everybody is sought after. NIP usually in this position, but they are nowhere close.
Twisted Minds probably only needing about 5 more points. About 5 kills is what they need to breach that threshold still. They've been very quiet, very patient, knowing that the kills will come to them. You see them pop up with the kill feed there shortly. Gromlock continuing to find more. So my mind goes to, yes, a big fight on screen, but my mind goes to JD, G2, Gentlemates, T1, all technically under 30 points needed. This is a fairly easy scoreline for those teams to get if they're able to make it into the high multis.
We've seen 35 plus games before. No reason these teams can't do it again. Still 15 trios left. Lots of kills, lots of game. Lots of patience to be shown there, but Fede, the rookie, wow, what a shot versus Noobs. Over towards Doc, a battle between both Novo, Falcons, as well as Vitality is ensuing. And it looks like Falcons are the ones forced in regains.
Virtus Pro started hot and have started to slowly fall off. And T1 are just finding some freebies in the water on them. They're still on the map. We'll see if they can figure it out. At this point, people are swimming, just trying to hold on for dear life and keep themselves in the lobby, which they're doing a pretty good job of. We still have 15 teams on the map. As we move into new, it continues to go central. You can see our new zone on screen now. It's going to cover prison, but it will still also cover the boat and control center on the northwestern side of the map. So folks on the south, folks in factory, JDG going to have to get a move on either through living quarters or fight Gentlemates and PBJ, who are now on your screen.
Yeah, PBJ trying to hold the Gentlemates back. You also have Ravens at the top of this hill. Potentially third party. Ravens going to take a look at Control Center. That's going to be the third party for King Chalk onto Vortex. A wipe onto Virtus Pro, finally leaving the lobby. That's going to bring us down to top 14, and it looks like Twisted Minds are going to start working up the factory into JDG's position.
Let's do a quick listen in with Twisted Minds. They only need a couple more kills.
And on the boat again.
Yeah, by their louder zip.
Careful,
Yeah,
careful. This other team trying to look to third us from HQ, by the way. Yo, HQ 30, HQ is 30.
Yeah, do that.
You trying to get out or no? I'm with you, Shifty. He's close, he's close.
I don't see him.
He's close to his teammates looking over.
Guys, weak, it's weak, it's weak.
We got your factory. One's on the ground. He's on the box, on the box weak, on the box weak. His teammates looking over again.
Yeah, I got
it.
yeah. We need to make sure someone plays out, bro.
Yo, the other team's gonna third us in a sec. Careful.
Yeah. He got a scanner. He's back in basement. They're taking the scanner.
Yeah. One's on the railing.
Cracked one, this one.
He's second railing.
Yeah, I have one on me. Can you double this?
Yeah. Where are you?
Basement.
Yeah. Pitching it. Ready?
Yeah, go. There's only 2 there now.
You're not.
Still on the left. 2, would advance.
I need it. Got 2 of them. I'm starting to ground and get backing up a little.
Yeah, we need to just wait for these fucking points.
They're gonna play with Brad. Yeah, just run out to me, run out to my side.
You can tell Twisted Minds is playing patient. Unfortunately, Blast goes down low and gets punished for it. Allman last alive for his team. Fire Sale was active, so you saw a couple teams. You even heard the comms. Advance were in the air. Twisted Minds are being hunted. Twisted Minds may not have enough points yet. Allman has to stay alive. He's got the most wanted. He might go down here. Shifty is back up in the lobby, but Twisted Minds, enough in the blender that there's a chance they do not cross our threshold, especially if Shifty gets gunned down upon landing onto the map.
I'm sure the comms of JDG right now are tracking track down this last Twisted Minds player and keep this lobby going, keep them away from match point. You can see that Resurgence is now disabled, so Shifty is alone. He's got to buy back. He doesn't have plates. He gets Blast back in at least. So 2 players able to regain for Twisted Minds. JDG have left them alone. So Twisted Minds will be able to stabilize.
It's going to be the battle for Prison, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't seen one of these circles in a while. Everybody moving to mid-map, and the Gentlemates on a bit of a heater. Little Prince on 7. Plenty of damage to boot. Been backing up his teammates. I was about to say they're at least on double digits. Reminder, Gentlemates probably only about 20 points or so now, on their way to reaching that threshold as well. I'm sure you all can hear the drums. It's all Gentlemates fans right now, hoping, praying, and screaming that their team will be able to breach the threshold first. Vitality have done a great job of changing up their drop spots and finding a changing of the tides for them. They're about mid-pack right now, a lot more to do, but the Gentlemates back on screen because they're winning their trades. Playing great together as a team. Methodical gameplay. Unfortunately, the door was open and they lose Enkyo.
Novo's got to be careful. They're just down to 1. And there's a couple of teams here, PBJ, Falcons, all chasing this one last player for Novo. Should be able to drop the known if he can get that buy. But the circle's closing in. There's not a lot of room to work here if you're any of these teams. The circle pull is all the way center. Prison, and look at the kill feed. It just lights up with Ravens going down to Twisted Minds. A squad wipe on the Ravens.
Ravens full wipe. Twisted Minds have fully regained. Look at them. They're on the bottom side of Prison. They're going to have to work their way in through the low side and work their way into new. Down go the Falcons. That is official. Falcons are out in 12th. Dongi tried to put the team on his back there and unfortunately fell short. Falcons have a long way to go on the leaderboard. Twisted Minds might be there already or very close. If they get top 10, just that multiplier should push them past 150 points. Twisted Minds likely in a position to win this competition in the next map. But JDG could potentially be there as well.
All of our top 3 teams are still alive, JDG being one of them. Moving through the prison, looking for positioning. Top 10 multiplier achieved for not just Twisted Minds, JDG, Gentlemates, T1, all plus 130 points. A win here could put any of them over that 150 point marker.
NIP still on the map, Leviathan. We got 10 teams in prison. I gotta come up with a new term besides layer cake, my goodness. And we're gonna pull outside of it, or at least mostly. Down to the south side we go. Not quite the grandma's house, but close. G2 still on the map, easily well within a position to win this map and also breach the threshold. The Twisted Minds, they wanna create some margin for error. They want to jump well beyond the 150. G2 gonna play low side, Twisted Minds high side, NIP wiping PBJ. As Anxiety tries to drop down all the way to the low, but can't get over the rocks in time. Shifty, a nice take.
Vitality's going to be eliminated. Leviathan still alive. JDG gone. No more number 2 team on that leaderboard, so it's really just Twisted Minds, Gentlemates who are looking to cross that threshold now in this game. G2 still with 1 left alive. If he gets the win here, if he clutches up, then maybe you'll be close, but I don't know if the kills will be enough.
Yeah, I don't think so. They haven't had the game we've seen from them. Usually still a solid map, but Enkyo as a solo. If there's anybody that can do it, he can. We've seen it before, right before this competition. But this is going to be a tough one with New Zone going all the way to Factory. It's going to be the team that early rotates. First is Shifty, but unfortunately a full team of 3 NIP who have been basically silent this entire competition in the finals. Finally starting to shout at their opponents if they can win this game. Twisted Minds move to the low side, but they get top 5. Twisted Minds likely passing our threshold with that multiplier. Enkyo cut down. G2 does play spoiler in sight. Gonna hold on for dear life with a couple stems. NIP, another full wipe. Top 3, it's gotta be NIP.
3v1v1, G2 going for the full rotation, now left alive. NIP have the pull, have the numbers. This is going to be their map, Scythe. Stay alive as long as you want.
Yeah, big man.
Buy back by a big man, but now Scythe is going to be gone. And he gets vision, actually, so hold up. 1 versus 1.
Big man. What a buyback from Scythe. Great resilience in a 1v3. 2 are down. King AJ, first big man. NIP desperately need the points. G2 within striking distance of being able to pass our threshold. King AJ on 14. Can he make it 15? Yes! NIP, they needed a big map and they got it. From bottom 3 to at least in this competition. It's been a while, but they're back.
Something about G2 on Rebirth Island, man. They make it close, but not close enough for AJ. 15 kills in the map. That is unbelievable stuff. And you see towards the end that layer cake in prison, the pull down to factory. You see NIP recognize that, they get that early rotation, smiles on their face. It may not be the greatest day for your team, but that's gonna feel really good.
All smiles here for NIP. You can see their coach Wars, formerly on this team, laughing it up with his team, saying it's about dang time. Here's a quick look at that final moment. Big man with a great play off getting bought back, but King AJ just coming in a bit too hot. Nice win, let's listen in.
1v1. Oh my God, you're the best, bro. What a player you are! You're the best fucking player, bro. Oh my God.
You're the best. I love the celebration. A lot of excitement because they know that they're still playing for a ton of cash. And who knows how long we'll play.
It's match point at the end. I mean, we could go as long as all night.
Here's the thing. Looking at the map, Twisted Minds made it to a top 5 position. There is no question in my mind, 100% certainty, that Twisted Minds have breached that 150-point Warzone match point threshold. What that means is that Twisted Minds are now on match point. Twisted Minds could ace right here. They could win this next map and win it all. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, official confirmation. Gentlemate's almost enough to do it as well. But Twisted Minds in a position to win the Warzone Resurgence Series Championship here at EWC 2026. The points don't matter for Twisted Minds now. All that matters is the win. The second page, you can see NIP have jumped all the way up to 10th. Important for prize pool, but they still need to double up on their points almost to get to that 150-point threshold. Taking a look back on this map, things changed, drop spots changed. The Falcons go down to Stronghold, trying to mix things up, and it's chaos down there. But NIP battled their way through HQ to end up winning out in the Central Zone.
We can see Gentlemates, I mean, they had a great game. Falcons dropped a little bit earlier. A couple of teams in prison towards the end that we were talking about were the Gentlemates. JDG as well, Team 1. A lot of teams that were looking for the win. G2, one of them. If they walked away with the win, then maybe they would have been joining Twisted Minds in this match point final. And a chance to ace going into the next game. 15 kills for King AJ. I still can't believe it. The 1v1 at the end, a feel-good moment for NIP. But to close that one out, not enough to put yourself on the same level as 3's3 right here. And that puts us forward into Fortune's Keep now. And for Twisted Minds, it wasn't the best Fortune's Keep when they went here earlier. It was 14th on the first drop, 4th on the second drop. So gonna have to turn things up if they want to close it out here.
Twisted Minds go back where they usually do, up at Keep Terraces area, up on the north side of this map. Everybody knows they're going to be there. I wonder if we see the Falcons land square on their forehead. Ladies and gentlemen, this could be the last map, or it could be the first of many. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Their spirits are still high. Of course, Leviathan fans are absolutely popping off nevertheless. Now, we talk a lot, Luti, about consistency. But when you get a 29 kill win and kickflip your way up the leaderboard, that works too.
Yeah, and that's how you just get match points first. Not like it's the only team with match points, so every single team gonna have what they have to watch them, and they have to deny now, because if you don't deny Twisted Mind, they are champions.
That's true. Creeping up close behind them, we've got JDG, we've got G2, we've got Gentlemates also really creeping up. It's very, very intense, Luti.
Mesdames et messieurs, je vais vous demander aussi de les applaudir. Ils viennent de l'autre bout du monde. There is one team who needs some cheers, and this team is Leviathan! Directly from South America.
What's an encouragement here on the main stage? It's getting spicy. Let's go over to the casters to bring us into our next map.
We love our super fans, and Leviathan came out in strides. An entire region resting on the back of a roster who have had their ups and downs, but have had some fantastic moments. But of course, we have to turn our eyes to Twisted Minds. The defending champions, the first team to breach our threshold and be match point eligible. As we predicted, it happened on map 8. We moved to map 9. We moved to Fortune's Keep. And of course, I turned my eyes to the data, because where else would you look? Twisted Minds, the most winningest team in their groups, win 5 maps. This is a different lobby, but it's the same Twisted Minds.
However, still work to be done going to Fortune's Keep. They did not have good drops when they went here. They did not win the map when we dropped here in 5 and 6. And for all the teams that are hot on their heels, we talk about T1, who did find a win, a 22 kill win on Fortune's Keep in game number 6, a 10th place in game number 5. JDG a 2nd place in game number 6 with 18 kills. And Gentlemates with a 3rd place drop in drop 5 on Fortune's Keep with 21 kills. So you go to Fortune's Keep and you still look at the teams behind Twisted Minds to give you issues and try to strike for a chance at their turn on match point.
For those that haven't been watching the Warzone Resurgence series or Warzone competitive, there's a word we talk about often. It's called the ace. An ace is when a team breaches the threshold and then wins immediately after. The only chance for Twisted Minds to ace would be right here, right now. They're the only team that could end this competition in map 9. And it starts right now. All eyes on Twisted Minds and all eyes on this map, because where's everybody dropping? And who's gonna land square on their heads? Or would they be alone? Do they change things? Do they keep it the same? Our zone is giving us a perfect central circle. Let's take a look at where everybody's landing. It looks like Twisted Minds have headed down to Lighthouse in an engagement with Leviathan, and already in a blender, Allman goes down! Twisted Minds dead immediately! We go one more map!
No doubt in my mind that was painful for Twisted Minds, but we get to see more Warzone today, and today is a good day. G2 on Eclectic, you got Leviathan still at Lighthouse, they got AG Global, NIP alongside them. And because Twisted Minds went all the way down to Lighthouse, that means VP is going to be alone in the town. You get Ravens in keep uncontested. And now we start talking about the teams ready to take control of this opportunity that are right behind Twisted Minds and need a map here to put them over the threshold.
T1 picking up some well-needed kills. They're only 13 points away. Gonna get a couple more here as well. Aiden can't get his gun up over the banister, so Disrupt gonna shove his right in his back. Dip, dive, duck, dodge. Aiden able to skirt away. One of the most winningest players in Warzone history, unfortunately. A former EWC champion himself in a blender today. The teams that are close, the teams that can easily do it. Gentlemates, 9 points away. JDG, 11 points away. G2, 12 points away. T1, 13 points away. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a game on our hands.
And it looks like G2 wanted to tangle a little bit with JDG. They're going to be forced away from Smuggler's Cove on the regain at Bay, as well as middle of Grotto.
Take a look at the scores that I was just talking through on the right-hand side. You can see T1 slowly shifting up as well. Those are live. Even Eclectic potentially could put up a 30 bomb and jump it, but on your screen, PBJ catching at least one member of the Gentlemates out.
A lot of teams have been able to turn up to Fortune's Keep this weekend. It's been a great map to watch. First time that we've seen it in an official LAN setting. And it has not disappointed, and it's not going to disappoint in this one. Vitality are out. And that is going to, again, put them in a pretty tough situation. Raven's going to start sending things onto Gen G. Nice, and cleans up Gabe Kun.
Ravens in a position where they desperately need to just full send every fight. Had a brutal day today. The opposite side of that, of course, the Gentlemates. All three back up. They're playing through town. They're on the south side of town, but their anchor is way back. All the way bottom left, all the way to the southwestern side of the map. So these two gentlemen on your screen, Dramalok and Ankyo, are going to go hunting. They know they need the kills, but they also need to stay safe. Quick look at JDG, a lot of the same. Two a bit split, actually all three together as they push up and look for Leviathan right around the corner at Lighthouse.
14 trios still alive. And you've got a team in the water that's going to be Novo on the boats. See if they can sneak up on Leviathan. JDG as well. Not going to be aware of this one, as it looks like Novo are actually going to be pushing on in to that fight. Eclectic in the keep. You got to worry about a couple of members here, and it's going to be underneath Winery that they're going right towards the Ravens. Nice, and going to be caught there, turns around, and hello, Gentlemates into the equation. Kibby's is going to be down, and Enkyo, he is finessing around these pillars. Hisoka in a little bit of a 1-versus-1. Noobs is down, and the Falcons, they need this, and they're going to take it.
Bit of an overcook from the Little Prince. A weird engagement with a couple teams in the area. PBJ, Falcons, Gentlemates, a big fight, and Jay Fella actually the one to take down Ahsoka finally. The Falcons, Dongi's anchoring out way back on the backside of town because Graveyard has been busy outside of the map. See what Gen G is able to do from the bottom of the leaderboard. Anything can happen. It's Warzone, but these guys need a miracle.
Couple of 30-point games, one after the other, and a lot of denial to the teams at the top. So we're starting to close this circle in a minute. It is going to be very central Fortune's Keep. A lot of opportunities for teams to make some late rotations, even outside of the circle. Falcons being one of them. PP&J just on the outside of that town as well. Gentlemate's going to be moving in, but we look back over towards the action inside of Smuggler's Cove. It's Eclectic pushing into Novo, keeping them out in the water. And just above them, it's JDG continuing to farm. Melvin's got 4 kills already.
Yeah.
They're just going toe-to-toe with this Lev team and cleaning up anybody that wants to step into their domain.
Yeah, it's a great job from JDG. Just kind of hold their own, play patient. They really don't need that many kills, so they're just picking up the stragglers. It's a great check-in with them on the south side of the map because everybody's trying to fly in and find some real estate. There's plenty of it on Fortune's Keep, but nobody on the south side of the map wants to fly anywhere near JDG. Look at the Gentlemates again. Fraggers chilling. Gentlemates in an okay spot as they rotate in from the west side of the zone. Everybody's starting to advocate from town and work their way closer and closer to mid-map. Falcons restabilize as well, but they're in the area, and a mistake here from Noobs could mean a full sin from the Gentlemates, but Not quite. Hisoka up at the tower. Gentleman's having to decide, do we want to go north, do we want to go south? And it looks like they're swinging hard north.
They're swinging right into the Falcons too still. So PBJ just going to avoid them. To the north, we see Virtus Pro. Falcons got to be aware of that. I'm sure they have that noted. But they're going to walk right into Virtus Pro if that is the case. Closing into the next circle, PBJ getting caught by Gentlemates. A little bit more KP for Gromalok. And there's another one. Dongi going to keep PBJ on the regain. Finished off. Falcons in trouble. Gentlemates are recognizing this, and they're holding them in the graveyard.
Noobs again, able to snake his way out of going down early. Hisoka gets landed on and gets obliterated. Gromalok, a nice win. Reminded the Gentlemates, they probably need 4 more kills, or maybe some multi. Doing a great job of keeping the Falcons at bay, and even Donkey sells the Falcons. Getting shot from multiple angles. They try to get out, and they go down in 14th. They can't get anything going. The Falcons are near bottom of the leaderboard.
And the circle is not going to be too far from the Gentlemates either, so to hop, skip, and a jump, they can take their time on what to do next. JDG forcing a fight into Leviathan. Melvin now on 6 kills, back over to the loadout. High ground is acquired. Novo starting to creep in from the coast. Off the water, into the action. PBJ gets eliminated back over towards the town. And this suddenly becomes really important on who controls the south side of the map. Leviathan, they want to take down JDG.
A big fight on the south. A bunch of regainers in the water as well, including the entire team of Novo. But for now, JDG, they're doing what they need to do. 7 kills shown between 2. And Leviathan are battling their way up this leaderboard. And I think unfortunately for Leviathan, they need to wipe JDG. They cannot allow another team to get past our threshold, and JDG is close. Leviathan loses this fight. JDG likely passed it. A big fight though, because Novo is joining the party. Could be bad news for JDG. Smartly playing on the outside. Dark's just going to barrel stuff 1. Looking for the second. Gets traded out. And they're done! JDG! The perfect pinch! They're out! And I don't think they've done enough. No confirmation yet. JDG were playing for the scraps. And unfortunately, they get tossed to the wolves. Back to the lobby in 12th.
Avoiding the multiplier. G2 also going to be in trouble. 3 out of the 4 teams that can cross that threshold still in this lobby, but only 2 of them are in a safe spot to actually get it done. That's Gentlemates pushing into Grotto, and just on the outside of Keep, it's going to be T1 sitting on the wall.
Resurgence still active. G2 just holding on for dear life, and they get their lives back. Again, with JDG out, no confirmation yet whether or not they passed the threshold, but it was really dang close. The Gentlemates, G2, T1 next up on the ballot to be in position to pass the threshold and potentially win this competition in the next map. Still more work to be done. Our zone pulls a bit off central. Is going to move towards Gatehouse and Spiral. In IP, they heat it up and they're staying hot. Vision's on 6, but they are playing southeast. They're coming from Winery, and they've got a team right on their back. Watch out for Gen G right behind you, trying to play spoiler.
Yeah, Gen G is going to be pushing into this one, and not far behind them will be Leviathan. Still trying to avoid Novo. In the bottom of Grotto, that's big man down, but he was able to get both of his teammates back into the
nice
mix.
Buy.
So that double buyback is going to allow G2 to still have an opportunity to cross that threshold as they're going to drop into the outside of Gatehouse, close by T1. That's something you got to think about. They do get their 3rd back, and here they go, right into T1.
A big fight. VP finally rearing their ugly head again, finding some kills on Novo. But G2 in a position to still pass the threshold on the edge of Spiral. They're going to have to work their way through Gatehouse. Let's take a quick look at G2's comms and see what they're thinking as they go just full sitting down the middle.
Pardon me, dead. Just chill. Pardon me, got another one for me. Dead. On me. Come. He ran out. Bunker up, guys. Bunker up. I'm grabbing this loot. I'm going back. Let's just hold one side. On top. There's a kid on the buy, on the keep buy. In the garden. How many points are we at, bro? Top 10? We're at 6 kills. We're at 8. Okay, we need a couple more kills. How many points do we need? 8, 12? Yeah, 12. We're safe here, bro. My pulled back.
Comms were all intel. And a great slot right up the middle for them to make a way to the new zone. Zone does pull up towards Spiral. It does pull up towards Gatehouse. And the Gentlemates on edge of zone, yet again, are not being given anything. They've got to keep fighting for it. G2 find more kills. We're into our first multi, and NIP are down. Gentlemates close. G2 extremely close. The Gentlemates have to fight for this new position, and they got to fight through Eclectic.
Yeah, look at that zone pull, too. It's going to be a lot of work for Gentlemates, but we've known Gentlemates to do this work in the past for Fortune's Keep. All the way underneath the grotto is where they need to get into this Spiral Keep. Can they find their way into the circle? We did see Vitality go down. Z1 still battling their way through. In front of them is going to be Ravens, and Ravens now down to G2. Spam gets caught by VP.
Disrupt's in trouble, all alone. Needs top 5 multi to have a chance. He doesn't get it. That's 7th. I don't think T1's done enough, but it is extremely close. Too close to call. The mathematicians will have to do the work. And M8 find themselves nearly top 5.
Yeah, Gentlemate's going to push into the church. They got VP above them. On the outside of the circle is going to be Eclectic trying to make their way into the safe zone. Look at the pull. And you are going to be a rooftop warrior trying to get through this courtyard, but the only thing that's really going to be blocking you, shrubs, a little bit of natural cover on the walls, and one lonesome building on this cross. And look, G2 actually just pick up a car. They're going to go for the early rotation.
Great rotation from G2. They're here first with stims in hand. They're going to be here potentially last as well, but we have to pay attention to the top 5. You desperately need the multiplier. Gentlemates are still here. They're still fighting, and they're still not getting a zone pull. They need this multi desperately. This multiplier will push them past 150 if they're not there yet.
VP.
One more team has to go. Could Virtus Pro be the team that sets them up? Eclectic's gone. Gentlemates have done it. Gentlemates are past our threshold. With the top 5 achieved and a new multiplier, the Gentlemates have made it. They can't win here, but they could win in the next map.
But the question is for G2, they made that early rotation and they're just down to 1. They still need to cross that threshold. You still need to do the work.
Virtus Pro on a heater. It's about damn time. 10 kills for Grimy. And in a power position, but without the zone, they've got to make a move, and it's on the buy station. AGO barrel stuffing his opponent. They're picking them all up. Gentlemates is wiping everybody. There's no question now that they're well past the threshold, and they're on their way to another map victory. They can't close here, but they can close in the next one. Let's see what the Gentlemates can do.
You got Gen G early rotating to the new circle. G2 is still very much alive. Getting caught, though, by VP and AGO as well. G2's down. Gen G's down, and the Gentlemates are charging.
Gentlemates have won the map. Gentlemates on Warzone match point. I know you can hear the crowd, people at home, and I know you wish you were here. Paris is turning up for one of the greatest Warzone competitions we've seen yet. At least 2 teams on Warzone match point, and I have a stinking suspicion there might be a couple more. G2, a heroic effort, working their way into a top 5 position, utilizing the car to rotate straight through into new zone, get to top 5. Let's take a look back on this one. Virtus Pro also with a heater, but Gentlemates, through fire and tribulation, battle their way to a victory. Listen in. It is so close at the top. And the Gentlemates just put the fear of God in Twisted Minds. Could be one more map, could be many more maps. But all I know is it's going to be a dang good time.
This is one for Gentlemates that they have been waiting for a very, very long time. I mean, we just talk about the year that this team has kind of gone through, and that LAN, that official LAN has been eluding this crowd for so long. You go to Paris, you get to watch your team. And
this is one they'll remember.
The time to celebrate is now, but you never know what could happen, folks. Could be one more, could be many. We'll see you in just a moment.
We book Esports World Cup up.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
I'm side stage here while the games are taking place, and I thought I would catch up with my friends, the Ghosts. They've had a lovely time so far, and I thought I'd just... Oh, you've changed your... What's with the hair? Who's that? What's with the hair?
I've grown it.
Who's this? It's Sophie Snaz! Sophie, come here. What are you doing? Who let you in here?
Sorry, I snuck in through the back. I'm sorry, guys. I had to get in here and see the amazing atmosphere here today at the EWC.
It is amazing so far. We're having a really, really good time. Mate, look. What a tournament! What an experience! You've been in tournaments before. You've had a stressful time. What's it like?
It's stressful, and I can't think when I'm stressed. I can't deal with it under pressure. So I can't imagine the pressure that these guys are playing at. They're playing so well, calm, collected. It's incredible.
True professionals, if ever we've seen them. Well, you've already snuck your way into this tournament. Have you managed to sneak your way around the venue and catch any of the cool sights and sounds?
I have. The stage where they're giving away the trophies is insane. Pristine. I'm looking forward to seeing the trophy presented later.
Have you caught any of the games? I mean, obviously, you can hear the Gentlemates. They're having a good time so far.
Great time. The Gentlemates is amazing. Like the atmosphere from the Gentlemates that they're bringing, the drums, insane. They're bringing a lot of fun, a lot of vibes.
Great times, still games to go here at EWC 26. Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you so
now,
much.
get back to work.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the EWC at Paris. We got blind ranking for players out of Warzone. I'm sitting with the Nemesis team, come from across the pond, from what I hear. How you guys enjoying Paris?
Good so far. We haven't really got to explore, but we will soon.
Yeah,
it's very
a
hot.
Beautiful city. It is very hot today. What we're gonna be doing, basically, I hand you a name, and then you guys decide where it wants to go on the tier list. And once a team is, or a player is locked in, it stays there. You don't get to move it after. So make sure you choose wisely. And we're gonna be starting with
That's
right
pretty
away.
good. That's pretty good to start with.
It's a pretty tough one to start with, I'll say.
I think we have to leave S because there might be someone better.
A.
There's always better.
Okay,
we're going to go A. A very good player, probably on one of the top teams, so going to put him in A.
I thought that was going to be a lock for S.
He's good, but there's someone better.
Someone better? Is it this guy?
That is not the guy.
Criminal guy.
He's underrated. Criminal guy's good, bro. I'd say.
My opinion, he is not the one.
That's where I would put him.
I think
that's F for
he could nearly go F, I'll be honest.
I would say C, but D, meet in the middle. Go D or E.
Nope,
if you want to meet in the middle.
2 beats 1, we're going to put him in F.
Early F for the rookie. What about, we got Nyson up next.
B.
I like this. I reckon he
D.
is.
Because he's not better than Dongy, but he's probably like right below him.
I agree, B.
I think B.
Yeah. B then.
All right, shaping up the top. Lots of room for the bottom still. So keeping it open just in case. How about Gabe?
I don't rate him personally. What do you reckon?
Yes, C.
What do you reckon?
I'm tired of top 5.
I reckon D.
D or C? C.
D? Okay, we go D. A bit inconsistent at times.
How about Scumming?
E.
I wish we still had F. I'm 100% F. I do not like this guy, and I don't think he's good.
No room at the bottom. No room at the bottom. Oh. Rounded out, S and C left over. We got Shifty up next.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I've just been doing this. It's S.
Yeah.
There's only one.
You can't be below Nyson.
There's only one person I can put above this guy, and he's not going to be on it. So we're going to put this guy S. Multiple world champion, won multiple lands, so I have to put some respect on his name.
I think Dongy's teammate's going to have something to say about that one.
I'd say they're about tied right now.
I'll speak to him.
How about the last one? We got another rookie for the year.
That works. That actually works out. Yeah, see.
Yeah, he's
that works out.
Pretty good individual player. A bit inconsistent in the team recently, but I think that is actually a good order. I maybe switch these 2 around. That's about it.
You guys feel the same way?
Yeah.
Everything
Maybe
good?
switch those as well. But yeah.
I think that works perfect. Yeah.
I think we did pretty good.
I think that's a good tier list. Do you want to change anything?
Me personally, I don't know about them, but I'd switch these 2. And
I'll be honest, I'll put Gabe over Span. Yeah, I like Gabe.
So we switch D and C and F and E.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you have it. We got the tier list for players coming from Nemesis. I'd say a couple hot takes, in my opinion. I think I would switch these 2 around.
That's
in
valid.
my opinion.
That's
I would
valid.
switch them around.
This guy's EWC champ.
Other than that, it's looking good so far. Chat, let us know. What do you think about the tier list? If you would change anything, make sure you tell these guys.
Shifty is an EWC champion. He's looking to do it once again because Twisted Minds right now, they are performing here and they're also performing at a different stage.
Yeah, it's time for a quick CC update because there's a lot of chaos going on here today. Specifically, if we're talking about Overwatch, Twisted Minds versus Zeta Division. Now, this is a big one because they're actually 2-2 right now in their best of 7. It is back and forth. This is a day where if things go their way, potentially Twisted Minds could be taking home 2 wins, and that would be insane when it comes to CC standings.
It would be. Thank you, Glitter. We appreciate your time with that CC update. Now, for some of the other squads, we just saw Genoblades being able to get that win here, and we now have 4 squads in match point, baby.
Dude, Genoblades look unbelievable. The only slight you could knock them for right now is the fact that they dropped a couple of 1v1s that they really should have been able to win, but that's all in the past. Now it's about what happens from here on forward. You know you've got teammates that are looking like they're absolute demons in the lobby right now. You know that you shouldn't be afraid of the other names on the other side once you start squaring up. They got to close it out, and I think they have a chance to do it right here.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit worried because, like, watching in their previous matches, they were making, like, slight mistakes that could have got them the win earlier. This is not to take away from their dominant performance in getting those kills, but the fact that they could then close out that has given me a lot more faith. That's definitely right.
Yeah, you can see Genoblades right now in first place with those 164. Twisted Minds, keep in mind, Twisted Minds could have won it in this match, but they ended up getting eliminated by none other than Leviathan because they ended up switching their spot.
Yeah, that's just one of those things that, again, we talked about this in the pre-show. We talked about it early on. Once you get past that threshold, are you going to trust your normal drop spot, knowing likely that there's going to be a lot of teams trying to jump on top of you, or are you going to try for something different? This time they try to drop early out of the plane, and I honestly think it's just not just Leviathan that scouted. A couple other teams scout out, whoa, Twisted Minds are out of the plane. We have to go against them as well. So immediate squad wipe, 0 points for Twisted Minds, and Leviathan going to get a little bit of a boost because of that a little bit of help from the beginning of that last game.
And not just taking the fight with Twisted Minds, Leviathan is being a thorn right now for teams that were trying to get that match point, just like JDG. They ended up being able to eliminate them. And I want you to keep in mind too, Team Vitality and Team Falcons, not because they might be contending for the championship, unless something crazy happens here coming up in the next couple of matches, is because those teams are in club championship. And if they want to get points here out of COD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26, they have to make sure they place within the top 8.
I mean, for Falcons, what the heck? Like, you just start to think that they're starting to build a little momentum after yesterday, and then today they've gotten 2 wins, but it's been like under double-digit kills for those wins, and neither time have you been able to really see any of the pop-offs come through that we're used to, because I think they understand that they're just not keeping the same pace that we were used to seeing in Birmingham and Atlanta, and so far throughout the weekend, they really haven't shown us much except for the survival stage, which, you know, kind of is what it is.
Yeah, and I'm just feeling like the vibes aren't there. They're a little bit down, and they're holding on to that too much. As a powerhouse team, they should be able to shake this off. They are not unused to being on this LAN performance, but you can see it on their faces, and every time that they get into a contention or a fight, they aren't winning it. They're able to get those like later positions. You know, we've seen them get those and collect those wins across the board, but unfortunately they're not able to take on these 1v1s properly, these 2v1s properly. So it is a little bit disappointing to see that from the Falcons. But I mean, look, Gentlemates, they are like, I was super worried. I thought they were going to be one of the teams. Okay, guys, I drew a little frowny face because obviously I said twisted minds, and I brought no notes to this here desk segment for the sheer fact that they got eliminated. But look, I do like the fact that we have added more people into the total top pool, because then you can't have that much sabotaging on 4 teams, you know? So Twisted Minds still.
I still think, though, these guys behind us, I don't rule out as of wanting to contest somebody early on in a drop spot. Novo's kind of in that same ballpark. No strangers to dropping on teams and forcing a fight to have to happen. So, yes, there are more teams, which will mean that, okay, are we going to see as much opening grief? Probably not. but there are squads that are desperate, Falcons included, that are going to want to try to challenge these squads right off the get-go.
And talking about squads just becoming a little bit more desperate, we got to talk about the squads that are also within that range of match point as well. If it doesn't end in this match, we could have other squads being able to come up. I mean, we have Eclectic, VP, and JD Gaming, which are pretty much just right there. VP Gaming, I know you've been having your eye on them for a bit.
Horse.
Yeah. But
it's just like they're hitting their metrics, but they have not had a chance to get into a high kill, high finish game as of yet. They've survived into the late game, which is great news for VP fans. They're not finishing in the bottom 6 all that often, but their kill tallies as they get to top 5s have not been up to the metrics of the teams that have already through that wave. So next wave of 150s, I think will probably happen in the next game or two. It's kind of one of those things of now you're in a rush to have to get those points and then be able to follow up with a win. You get to go back to back.
Yeah, and of course, like even if they aren't sort of collecting those kills, they still have that opportunity to take that win away from those other 4 squads. So they still want to be competing to get to that end zone. You may not have the kills to back it up, but getting that win stops everyone else.
Is it going to be game 10 that we're going to be seeing a new champion crowd? Twisted Minds could be back-to-back, even if most of the squad isn't here. This is game 10. It could end here, or we could go one more game.
One more game, the ever-favorite saying of everybody in Call of Duty Warzone. Man, we were in the green room. We're sitting there. I'm thinking Twisted just crossed. They're on fire right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they aced here. And what happens? They go Lighthouse, and they are immediately knocked out by none other than Leviathan. And here's the real question. We're coming back to Haven's Hall, a map that they know, they love. It's the bread and butter. Do we see the same mistake, or do we see them just try and play it out of Mansion?
Honestly, I think I go back to the map we just saw in order to kind of give us the gleanings of what we want for the future. And for me, Twisted Minds changed their drop spot despite an average placing of 2nd playing out of Terraces this weekend on Fortunes. So I think the reason they changed it, they expected Falcon to go and fight them up at Terraces, change it up, and Leviathan say, this is actually our home turf, our backyard, get the hell out. So the question for me is, do they want to change it, or is that an admittal to the rest of the lobby that they don't believe they can deal with the contest?
The problem with that, though, Enigma, there's 3 other teams trying to take the crown in this game. You have the Gentlemates, you have G2, you have T1, all formidable rosters looking to take the crown alongside those defending champions in Twisted Minds. Gentlemates on your screen right there. You can see Hollow getting the boys ready, hyping them up. They're coming off of a map win. They feel the energy in the crowd. They feel the energy of the arena. They feel the energy in game because they are shooting. As we get ready to load in, ladies and gentlemen, it's a Western zone pull. And when we're talking about what some of these teams on Match Point love, it is a Western side of the map.
Certainly is. Gentlemen to be immediately into the fray. Nox coming on through. Hallow will drop Phrase. You lost Gromelot go in the process. Hallow's then going to be under pressure. Enkyo tries to dive back out. Timing nearly goes completely against him. PA going to be dropped in from the top just to ensure you stay up. Got to make sure you don't run into your own path line there. And, well, thankfully with the new update, you know where they're coming from. So at least he's able to guide his way to safety. But scary for a moment for the Gentlemates onto T1 under pressure at Church.
And they don't actually even land directly at train station for them. It's about, let's just land a little bit away from us. Let's not try and take this heads-up fight against Vitality if we don't have to. But here in the Mansion, we were questioning it. Shifty slides on out. He's not ready because look who's here. It is the Falcons. They have decided to land in Mansion, a spot that they are very familiar with. The Falcons will try and seize this into their own hands to push us one more game, but they have a long road ahead of them if they need to make that happen.
Yeah, it's a gauntlet that we have run through here, and this one will feel like a sprint, but much more of a marathon. Got to stay alive till the very end. Spam tucks himself into the wall, just making sure to avoid any trouble for now. Echo brought back into the skies. The 2 young guns will start to press towards Church, and unfortunately, well, disrupt, and Spam won't get very far. And Echo in trouble as well. T1 all at sea right now. They will just about get one player back into the skies and off to the east of Maine. Either way, another Match Point team hanging on by a thread. Twisted have picked up a pocket of space on the north side of Mansion. G2, they're doing the typical. They're out at lumber. They will have a fountain of contracts. They will have a amount of opportunities here to stack cash, get themselves all bought in and ready to go for the long rotation.
I think if you're any of these match play teams, you're probably happiest if you are G2. It's pretty no man's land on your side of the map. It's a pretty wide rotation in. You can just try and do your best to avoid everybody and just maybe make your way into a power position for that end game side. Because what we've seen from the other three teams so far, it's hectic battles already. Continuing to rage on here at the Mansion. Getting shocked. Trying to take it against Shifty. He realizes, I don't have to take this fight. Let me go ahead. Let me back on up. We'll try and gain some space, but you know, it's not only just the Ravens here, it's the Falcons as well. A lot of brains and birds here at the Mansion.
Well, you've got Nova rotating very early out of research, avoiding the issue that they so often have in these zones where they get held early, so they might meet everybody and turn this whole Mansion kerfuffle into a much more of a deeper scuffle. Shifty just going to tuck himself away, take his time, let the fighting go on around you. You could end this map with 15 kills, you could end up with no kills. All you got to do is stand on top come the very end. Gentlemates have set themselves up around the gazebo side. Some of you may know this as Nate Dogg, not in the lobby, so I don't mind calling it that for once. But either way, the French side with the home fans beckoning, begging them to get over the line. Holding your breath for now as everything kicks off elsewhere.
Ooh, Disrupt, he's found himself in a good position here. Spam a little bit away at that fire station. And I think if you are Disrupt, it's just about maybe hoping that you get a little bit of a scam moment. What are you waiting for? Pops on out. Shots are there. You get the knock. You don't actually get the full. Gun swap will maybe finish the job for you, but the trades are enabled. T1 a little bit too aggro on that fight. You might be thinking to yourself, they don't need the points. Why are they taking it? It's because you need the space.
No, certainly do. Confirmation, by the way, that JD Gaming will cross threshold. So should we see them in the next map, they have an opportunity to close as well. Because they've been in driving seat for so much of this afternoon, unfortunately stumbled on the last few. And now hoping that all these other teams don't close this. T1 will get themselves pushed up towards Train. G2 moving through East Main. It's going to be Gentlemates, of course, playing in from the south. And G2 have a lot of space, actually. The entire eastern side of the circle cleared out, all the way pushed up to Bar, and they basically own 50% of the landmass that's available.
You lose Enkyo, but a little bit of a push in. Resurgence still up, still healthy, timer still low. Don't have to worry too much about it, but you do just have one member of the Gentlemates alive. At least gonna be Gromalok will just lay in wait. Hang on, Spam back over here at the train station, takes a fight against Z Smith. Wrong person you want to do that to, buddy. Spam dropped. You can see you have Echo here, Disrupt flying in from the sky. Yet again, still a blender for this team. And it looks like two of our teams, it's not a great map for the other two. They've at least put their feet on the ground, and they're making their way into the best possible position.
Virtus Pro go out as our first team here in map 10. 23 points from threshold. They'll have to go again. But all they can do now is sit and wait in the spectator camps. Tune in with the sides that have already made it over the line and hope to watch them be cut down. Blast is going to hold his angle here on dots. The doorways that so often lead to players flanking them on this Mansion rooftop. Again, they don't need to push anything out necessarily at this stage, but you are aware that at one point you're going to have to make a rotation over, so you want to clear out the lower levels to make that cleaner.
You do still have the Falcons here as well. Big man. Good job holding these top white roofs. Disrupt though, here it's a nice double chow. Unfortunately for you, both members of T1 are ready and waiting for that one. Praise Jay Bella. Put into the dirt. You got Believe still alive, but he's over at fire. No opportunity to help out the boys. And for T1, they'll continue to stay alive. Back on over towards the Mansion we go. Novo, Twisted Minds, continuing to battle it out here. And you do have a member of the Ravens still alive here. That could cause some chaos.
Shifty gets dropped by Novo, but the trade is instant from Almond. Just continuing to hold this rooftop, glass side. Not let anyone up. You're going to see actually Almond play around the backside here, and while his two teammates look to control the front, maybe a bit of a pinch play coming through. Not sure if they need to be aggressive on the back of it, but for now they can just lay in wait. Try and cut down anyone that's rotating out. Play exits. Shifty will actually get the inkling that Nielsen's going to be at the doorway. Stays up for now. All three players survive. T1 off the back of that incredible play from Spam and Disrupt. That dynamic duo coming alive, slaughtering PBJ. will set themselves up at the chapel, hoping it will be the safe haven and answer their prayers for the later stages.
G2 have had the easiest rotation in ever. They've just walked their way all the way from Lumber Mill here to Barn. They've taken out a couple players along the way. You saw Scythe getting in the kill feed there with some kills on the Ravens, but it hasn't really been any opposition. The problem is where they are, you have T1 right in front of us, so maybe they finally will meet some opposition there. JDG on that southern side. Well, meanwhile, here at the top, the battle continues to rage on. King Chalk dropped alongside Soka. And you're just holding the glass side if you are Twisted Minds.
Fully aware that the Falcons are continuing to fight this. And it goes absolutely bonkers in the kill feed, but Spam and Co are going to tuck themselves in as G2 roll up. 2 teams on match point, squaring over center circle.
Scythe does a great job. They're trying to order the fight with a nade. You catch Spam in the room there. Anxiety, he's going to use that as an opportunity to push on forward. Spam gets dropped. You're going to replay. Hop on up. You go for the full teammate. Surge on forward. Can you find the trade? It fires in, but you run out of bullets. Thankfully, you do get the knock inevitably. Disrupt, drop. It's Echo. He is sprinting away, trying to stay alive, but look at these blue arrows from G2. They are on the hunt. They are trying to bring him down. Guns up. G2 take out T1.
Taking destiny into their own damn hands. They deny their greatest rivals in the moment and will claim all that center match. And there they go. Twisted Minds. The Falcons hung around, stuck around, and continue to slaughter them in their own damn backyard. The Falcons will push this yet further as we're down to now just 2 more teams on match point.
If there's anybody who's going to take this map into their hands, it's Hisoka. It's been a torrid day for them, but they will do what they can to make sure that they will have a shot at glory. The problem is you still have 2 teams in this lobby that are looking to end it here, one of them being G2, and they look pretty damn good.
They're not looking bad at all. Got all this bond space and can roll as far forward as Chapel, relatively uncontested if they wish. The Falcons, you might have dealt with Twisted Minds, but how long are you left for this world? Soka and Dongi are going to make a stim play here. Again, not going to keep you in the fight for very long. Got to move at some point. For Athletic, it's all about tucking yourself in at Rick here. Right next door, the Gentle Maze.
Our other team on match point. Still playing on this inside though, down below. It's a couple of different players. It's going to be Athletic here. Gravelot, Hollow, they're doing a great job. Athletic tried to move into their house and take it, but the Gentlemen, they're going to say, no, no, no. This is our house.
The only problem is in all of that, you lose Enkyo. It takes you an extra half a second to get that kill through. So for now, you're going to be outnumbered by several teams rotating over. JD Gaming going to be one of them that's stuck in getting to the nearest buy. So you're hoping and praying to find their timing and move on up to be involved in the later stage of this fight.
G2 starting to move forward, sending some shots over to AG Global, but you have Leviathan stopping you in the way. You have to be perfect about how you want to play this rotation. And I like the positioning where you just have one player just kind of looking at that mansion cross. Gentlemates will manage to get into zone. You cross here into fire. The problem is Slappy from above. He pops up at the right time alongside Melvin. You drop Hollow. Gentlemates, it's now just down to Gromaluk. He has $6,900. If he can finesse his way to a buy station, you get the boys back on in. But that is a huge ask and a must win now.
Yeah, he's praying that someone's going to shoot at JD Gaming. If he tries to rotate train station side, he'll be met with company. Can't really get out north. It's all banking on the one play where JD Gaming face pressure from elsewhere. For now, taking his time, holding his nerve, the best play. And as the zone starts to creep inland, as train station is mostly dissected, as G2 squeeze up towards Chapel, they'll have 2 other sides nearby. Yet more checkboxes that edge them ever closer to closing this tournament out.
Another team drops in the back. That will be Ninjas in Pajamas. And if you are G2, you're taking a look at that team's remaining number. And you're starting to feel the pressure as it continues to tick down. You can see on the top left side of your screen there, Zone will pull heavy left. So what stands between G2 and Destiny is going to be a number of teams, potentially 1 member of the Falcons, Leviathan, and also PBJ.
Well, just hoping that the JD players vacate the area. For G2, it's about trying not to attract too much attention, but Anxiety keeps his head out for far too long. Soka cuts him, ensures that G2 bleed going into the later stages, so now none of our match point teams are at full strength.
Soka will get found out. G2, they're starting to push forward. Let's go ahead. Let's see how they're feeling.
The far right strangled up, bro. You can't even go right. He's holding.
You have Sims or no?
Yeah, I do.
I'm not dropping him in it.
Or Sims on top of my body, too.
I gotta play dead.
But the far right is strangled up. They're all holding. They're holding.
I'm dead.
They're holding everyone. Go far right, Ted, go far right, go far right.
Scythe, he's the last player alive. I'm looking at the kill feed. I think the Gentlemates may have made an exit, and it's just Scythe. Stim just barely will give him the HP he needs. He starts to slide forward. He's not ready for Knight to be there. G2 have been eliminated. We need to ride this one on out because FLS continuing to stay alive. PBJ eliminated. It's Gen G still alive here. It's one member of AG. Of all teams to be stood here with a 4-3 as we go at one more map.
Gen G, who have had a torrid time, just waiting to close that one out, but for all the other sides now, it's looking at who else crossed threshold, who else got it done. I can tell you, of course, that JD Gaming did make it over the line. Eclectic were incredibly close. Yeah, we aren't done yet. So much for AGA.
Oh, absolutely not.
Misery. Aiden sealed the deal. Knight is done. Points on the board if you are Gen G. And a reminder of the fact that some of these teams will start to now mount massive amounts of points because the match point side must slow down. That opens it up for everything else. We could still have a ways to go. You and me, my friend, we cast a match not long ago. It went 14 maps, 12 teams hit match point. There's nothing to say that we couldn't do that yet.
No, I mean, that's kind of been the case, right? Everybody I've talked to, the number of how many games are going has been 12, 13. It looked like it might end there, my friend, but like you said, you and I have been here time before, and really right there, if you want to ask what happens, how does G2 not close that one out? That's just good old zone pulls, ladies and gentlemen. You're on one side, you're looking good, but all of a sudden you have to make your way all the way across the church over to wide open train space? Like, that's a tough row for G2, and unfortunately they just meet too much opposition on the way.
There's something poetic as well about, despite the struggles that the Falcons have faced, they're involved in cutting down not one but two of our match point teams. Gentlemates will look back at that fight of bricks and grit their teeth a little bit, suck the air through the room as they watch Enkyo fall, to feel the energy suddenly disappear inside of the venue here at Paris. But we will see another map, and to be honest, you and me were talking about this in the green room, we're not surprised to see it go on yet again. All these sides that are not on match point, even if you've had a torrid time, you believe you can get it done. You spot one of those players in the kill feed, you will hunt them down to the last.
I mean, you saw it even in that map, right? Even with G2 on the T1. They know that it's only one player left. They know that it's Echo. They say, this is another match point team. We have a chance to make this a lot easier for ourselves. And what do? They just fly, and they're able to take down Echo. So you are probably blessing the stars a little bit for Hisoka. If you are any other team in the lobby, he'll gladly take that, maybe in Twitch gifted subs or any other form of currency.
He could be balling.
You know, that's there, but able to push us even one more map further. But I want to take a minute to talk about something because you brought it up, my friend. With that game, very early on, JD Gaming was able to cross. And we got to talk a little bit about them here in a minute. But we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to head into the next map and potentially the last on Reaper 5.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Marzagoch here on stage as this match point marathon continues. A nail biter. A nail biter!
Mom, you better get the camera. Holy cow. We've got like 5, maybe 6 teams past our threshold. We'll see that leaderboard here in a little while, but all I know is that we're going at least one more game, baby.
I guarantee you one more, an absolute guarantee. But at that point in time, we're going to find out soon how many of the more teams are on match point, because that was a big one, a real big one indeed.
Yeah, it was really fun to watch because in the green room, I'm freaking, I'm jumping out. I'm doing jumping jacks to keep my heart rate high because, frankly, it was a nail biter. But that zone pull ruined everything for G2 and Gentlemates. A different zone pull, there's a chance for either of those two teams. But instead, shoot, it goes the other way.
Goes the other way indeed. Well, that is a crazy situation to find ourselves in. Match point finals continuing. As you can see on your screen, for the folks who are in the venue, it's starting to get tough. 5 of our squads eligible to win the tournament in the next game, but they must win it. Coach, pressure's on.
And big shout out to JDG. We saw the leaderboard right before we got into that last match, and the big story where the team's already on the match point threshold, but JDG was only a point away, like 1.2. So they did well more than enough than they needed to be there as well. We now have 5 teams that could close it out right here, right now. I'm so pumped.
Coach, in your experience, is there much a team changes now about how they play? It's not about kills, it's just about the win. Is that going to shift the tides in favor for anyone?
I can give you a real answer, or I can give you the fake answer.
Both.
The real answer is yes, they slow down a little bit, but frankly, what we've learned is that if you change it too much, you land on Leviathan and you get obliterated off rip. So watch out for changing too many things. Maybe just play your game and not full tilt, full send when you don't need the points.
Hope for their zone to pull the right way. Hope for a nice circle or two. Hope only gets you so far here, and as you know, hope that's the thing that kills you the most. We are now ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the next map. 5 teams on match point. Enigma, Dandro, get us through it.
Whew. Get us through it. Brother, we're loving this right now. We're living the dream. We get to go one more game here at the Esports World Cup.
I do have concerns about Goj and his high heart rate, though, so I get that, man. As an access something. Either way, we got ourselves 5 teams cross match point threshold. T1, G2, Gentlemates, JD, and of course, Twisted Minds. Now, I like a point that Goj brings up because he talks about the drop spot change that Twisted Minds did back on Fortune's Keep. They go to Lighthouse for some reason, probably expecting a heavy Conic Terraces, and it all goes a little bit pear-shaped. And I look at them again here on Rebirth Island. Their average position on Rebirth coming into today, 2nd. So there's not many reasons for them to change it up unless they believe that someone's headed in their direction and they're nervous about that. One of the teams that has been happy to contest them down there at points has been JD Gaming. I highly doubt that happens here, but you just never know. Of course, heavily circle dependent. But for T1 and G2, they've both been keen to play towards bio side. So a lot of our big teams are going to meet each other early here. Gentlemates, they will likely land living quarters and play that game where they try and hold out the stronghold team and kind of figure out what their rotation looks like from there. And that is essentially the set of markers that these 5 teams face. If you fail to get it done here, the team in 6th are Eclectic. They are currently a handful of points, less than a handful of points, from crossing threshold, and they are bloody brilliant at Rebirth Island.
They are very, very good. But the problem is, like you mentioned, you have 5 other teams that are trying to get it done as well. If you are one of those 4 teams from the last map, you're probably thanking the stars that it's only 1 team joining you here in the next one. Sometimes you get into these moments where, yeah, we got 4 teams on match play, and all of a sudden blink and you miss it, and you have 7 or 8, almost half the lobby, always trying to close it out. So maybe a second chance at life, another opportunity to make that happen if that is the case. Now, something that we haven't really talked about overall, we've been so focused on the championship, who's winning and everything like that. Reminder, folks, once somebody, any of these teams on match point win, the rest of the leaderboard freezes.
Yes.
Okay, so it's also kind of about points. Reminder, folks, there's a little team that we all know and love called the Gentlemates that just last year crossed threshold and just fried out in their last game to jump from basically 6th all the way to 2nd. And next thing you know, they're able to take home 2nd at the Esports World Cup, which is a lot better than the prize pool they had before.
It certainly is, and it's important because Eclectic, who will do sit in 6th, they need just the 4 points. So as soon as they've got those, they can just fly in the rest of this lobby and try and scoop as many points as possible, aiming to stand as tall as possible, so then when they slow it down later, they don't have to worry about dropping down the leaderboard. So there is a lot of different storylines at play here. And of course, all the other teams that are involved in this, they don't want it to end yet. They will still believe that they can win this. Just back from them, Virtus Pro. They would need 22 points to get over the threshold. They're more than capable of that playing out of the control center side. Team Nova, they're a bit further back than that, but that is a side that has dropped 30, 40-point bangers very recently on this map. So they will think we can close that threshold, and it goes on and on.
The Gentlemates fans banging the drums, sending the energy to their team to try and close it out here in map number 11. I didn't want to say this. We closed Birmingham in map 11. We closed Atlanta in map 11. Do we close the Esports World Cup in Paris on map 11?
Of so many of those players, 15 of them in fact on the stage, they will be hoping so and in their favor. The remainder will do everything they can to push it on yet. The island is unforgiving, unrelenting. It will demand high pace, a ton of kills, and everything that you can truly muster. But for the sides that are looking to just slow things down and close it out, it's about choosing your fights. When to pump the gas, when to hit the brakes.
You have to really hold on, especially in a map like Rebirth Island, right? You have to make sure that you understand when do we surge forward? We need to take this fight. Is this the best position for us to try and play out the rest of this game? So much of Warzone is honestly zone dependent on how you want to move from one side of the map to the other. We've seen time and time again today where we've had these maps where it pulls heavy to one side and there's always one particular team that seems to be able to take advantage of it. As we get ready to hop back very quickly here, ladies and gentlemen, into map 11. Who are you looking at in our list of match point teams that if they get one of these heavy zone pulls, they're going to be sitting pretty, and you think it really elevates their chances to end the tournament here?
It's a good question. I think it depends on the contest situation. G2 are so good at closing out from that bio side. Should the zone situate itself somewhere there or around industries, they'll take their time. They'll third-party chem when the fights kick off in order to just clear that space out. And every now and again, pop themselves inside of industries just to ensure they have a giant buffer, a barrier that will keep them out of trouble until the later stages, until they have to come out guns up. So that's probably the side I'm looking towards. Now whether T1 decides to contest them over there or play Turbine will be interesting from the very beginning. I think from an individual perspective, one thing that we haven't really talked about, top fraggers.
Yeah.
Top of the list, Enkyo on 56, joined by Shifty on the exact same number. In behind them, Disrupt on 53. This is only his second year of competition, and we've been demanding more from him on the main stage. Of course, his duo is a rookie. Should they close this out, what a story that is to begin your career.
Well, we are getting ready to head back into map 11. We have a great piece of content for you around the Falcons fans. So while we get ready to hop back on into the game, let's go ahead. Let's take a look.
EWC is in Paris is different of whatever I've seen. I've always been around football, basketball, baseball crowds. This EWC experience is crazy. The superfan group of Falcons are lit. I mean, if you from the Bay, you know what lit means. Lit means you're hype, you're with it. We make noise, we go crazy, we go dumb-dumb. That's what we do.
He's insane. His whole family, Sokka's family, is great. I have met his brothers also. Hisoka and his dad, and then two small Hisokas. That vibe, they're all great.
The Falcons fans have embraced us as a whole, the family, Mama Sokka, the kids. They have greeted us with none but kindness, love, respect. Basically put the red carpet out for us. You know what I'm saying? They showed a lot of love to our family, as well as my son's teammates, their families as well. We're very much grateful and appreciative to the Falcons. So the stage is pretty. It's pretty big. It's nice. It's a whole nother level of gaming. First off, I want to thank Paris for hosting this event. Beautiful event, beautiful atmosphere. The Esports Foundation, thank you for all that you've done for us, man. It's great. We love it. And all the fans that are tuning in, we appreciate y'all. Without y'all, we aren't anything. So with you guys here watching us, supporting us, it helps us become what we are right now. Thank you. God bless y'all.
Let's go Falcons!
I gotta agree with you, Tank. Paris is pretty lit. I'm not gonna lie to you. What's even more lit, though, is we're getting ready to head into map number 11.
Certainly are. Yeah, I agree. Obviously, with Paris, City of Love and all that. Not that there's much of that out there on the stage. It's all about a battle to the death. You talked about it before we went to the content piece, and map 11 has been the closing stage of every LAN so far this year. Should we get that again? It's a number that will be circulating forever in our books for future events. Of course, 5 teams cross threshold, one of them right on the precipice. Then there is a shelf to Virtus Pro. After that, a bit of a setback to Novo Leviathan, Team Ninjas in Pajamas, AGAL. If you're wondering where the Falcons are, they're down in 12th. An unfortunately disappointing day for them. And several other sides towards the bottom. Vitality, Ravens. I mean, we all had them in our books as dog horses.
These are just teams all year long that have looked phenomenal, just through different points, right? They've all been absolutely lights out. I mean, Ravens kind of kickstarted our first stint of the year leading into Birmingham, like being the team to beat, right? They got to land. We were kind of had our questions like, okay, you've done great online. How do you do on land? We got our answer very quickly. They were lights out, shooting everything that moved, and really kind of made a name for themselves, right? But now that we're here in this moment, we know Call of Duty, you could be day to day on this, and it just seems like for today, some of the top teams, just things maybe aren't clicking in the way they expected.
No, certainly not. It is a tough read for some of those sides, but I mean, we'll keep uttering it because it does happen time and time again inside of Warzone. We could go a long way, even still. You're probably thinking, those of you who tuned in to watch, my God, these Warzone tournaments are long. We might not know nothing, because the thing is, all these teams are going to want to push this onward. Eclectic, of course, right on the edge of doing something historic for Italy, a nation that has slid down the pecking order over recent years, enter this tournament with two teams that currently sit in 6th and 8th. That is a much better showing from them, but imagine getting them on threshold and the watch party coming out of that country where all the fans unite behind what they would do to see their side take a crack at the championship.
Shout out Last Safe, man. Help putting on for the community, help putting on for their region, a region that we've come to know and love. But we got to hop into Rebirth Island here, friends. So we have to always ask the question, does it end here, or do we go one more game? I know we got some emotes of that from a Mr. Rapal's. I want to see those spam in the Twitch chat that you're in right now, because who knows what can happen here. Rebirth Island has been the birthplace of Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence, and it could just be the ending point here for the Esports World Cup.
Certainly could. And oh my God, I just got to look at the circle that we are heading off to. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare your eyes for a feast. This is going to be a bloodbath. If you wanted to send it on to more maps, you get a circle like this where it pushes everybody into one corner of the map. Bioweapon's going to be heavily contested. G2 are going to be squaring down with Leviathan, of all people who go at them. And right next door, JD Gaming, another match point team, and they're actually going to push this to third party.
Ain't no party like a third party, as we always say. How are these teams going to battle it out here? Already kickstarting it. G2, I think they get a little bit of an idea that there's some other players here, more than they anticipated. Very quickly, before we get in, look at the top of your screen, 15 out of 16, Virtus Pro, potentially already wiped off of some early engagements, but back to the action. Melvin takes the fight against Scythe in the stairwell, is able to get the drop, able to get the full. Anxiety answers back though, kill on to Zark. It's just a nice little trifecta of action here. Diving in and out of the windows. Good shots from Anxiety. You gotta jump in. Self-denied. No opportunity to get back into this. And for Anxiety, I think he's done enough to stay alive, get the teammates back in. Now the question is, do they fly immediately onto Bio to help secure this power position for this zone? Or do they try and maybe stay alive, play a little bit more cautious?
And they're rotating off towards Chem, where they will meet Gen G. It's at a torrid afternoon. AGAL and Leviathan will continue to send it at bioweapons. The rotation away for JD Gaming only gets so far. Slappy sat down, Member's going to try and cover. Does drop Aiden. Slappy will get back to his feet, both at low health. Go! Try and turn and burn. Won't get her. Gabe, Kuhn and Len cleared things out. FLS off into the ocean.
Not a great play from Gen G there. It's a great swing at the right time, in order to make it stay alive. And oh my God, yet again, we're down at the factory side, and look who is here. The Falcons, yet again. There's 4 other teams in the lobby that they can chalk, but they're putting it on their back to say, we will make sure Twisted Minds do not make it further. They will not be the champions of this event.
Screams are so cold if ever I saw one. If you want to know where the rest of the match point teams are, you will see Gromlock in the feed, knocking the lead. That is over at Stronghold, where the Gentlemates landed and have now begun a wild swimming route all the way up the northern side of the map. Not sure about that game plan, not one we see very often. T1, they're fighting a turbine, have garnered themselves a pocket of space. We already know about JD and G2, and of course your Twisted Minds, they're trying to deal with that Falcons pressure.
So much action happening elsewhere around our map, but down at Bio, JDG taking a fight against G2. Scythe, he's still here, playing cleanup. Slappy, Melvin dropped yet again into the blender. Does JDG continue to go?
FLS taking absolutely zero risks. The deepest breath of your life into the floor of the seas we go. Gentlemates on this swimming route that I was talking about. To be fair, if you don't run into trouble, it will literally lead you all the way to bioweapons. It just depends on where they want to get off, where they do want to head back to shore. Twisted Minds move through factory, breaching, clearing, looking for threats. Speaking of which, G2 have dealt with all of theirs so far, and as JD come back yet again, Big Man, Anxiety, and Scythe are locking this down.
I mean, this is a power position for where this zone is pulling. They can ride this till the wheels fall off. And I love this Anxiety hip fire, rev in hand. Take down Slappy. You're just not giving JDG an opportunity to even try and stay into this tournament. A little bit of a do-si-do around the shack here as you were trying to bring one of these members of Gen G down into the line of sight of your teammates. It's going to be Gabe inside. Good armor crack from Anxiety, but you've already done what you need to do. That's back Gen G down. Give over to Bio with your teammates.
I love his positioning in that fight. Very disciplined from the young man. Decides to back off, put himself where the windows of bioweapons are exposed, and it allows Scythe and Big Man to cover his retreat. We'll get back together as a three. Try and, again, lock down that northeastern corner. They've done so well through this year. Swatting away all comers. T1 will dodge a precision airstrike. Great shots out of Spam in the end to cut key bays. Twisted Mind trying to move through Harbor here. Looks like they have dealt with Falcons on a day where they can seemingly do no right. G2 continue to just mop points out of JD Gaming. Again, it doesn't matter how many points you put on the board. If you close out, you win. So for JD Gaming, this isn't a bad thing necessarily, but you can't build your way into the map. You can't get advanced UAVs, intel, etc. You are fighting from behind.
G2 currently have 13 kills. JD have 5. Gives you any sort of an idea of how that contest is going back and forth between those two teams. I don't even know if I can call it a contest. Feels like a feeding frenzy for G2 at that point. But already, some great defense coming out of G2 here. Like we said, it's going to force so many of these teams to have to get pushed to this side of the map. Look at the Gentlemates out into the water, and I'm seeing shots coming out of Z-Dark down into them. If I'm the Gentlemates here, this is not the position I want to try and be in.
Honestly, I just don't understand this rotation. Maybe they pull it off and we call them geniuses, but felt risky to me. And Gromalok now, he'll be sat down next. Hollows under pressure out in the waters. Can you stay up? Just about. Dodges a bullet or two. The new velocity mechanics in the water, probably cutting him clean, but we will just about burn through the Resurgence timer. Should get Enkyo back up momentarily. Gromalok a couple of seconds after that.
Yet again, you do not want to be just trying to rely on water physics for your tournament dream to stay alive. And the problem is when you're out here, you have about 6 different teams looking out into the water, looking to cut you down.
Next circle pull absolutely massive, by the way, not only because we soon approach fire sale and the advance and everything that goes on with all these sites being forced into a small area due to the way the circle works, but it will tell people whether we are heading more towards bio, industries, chemical, etc., and they'll all have to get on their bikes, put themselves in win condition.
Shifty tries to lurk his way up the stairs. However, for you, the Ravens controlling top prison. They get a little bit of a peek, and they will bring you down. Last is the last player alive from Twisted Minds for the moment, playing top red. You do have a couple members of Gen G in front of you. At Harbor, at Chemical.
Oh my god.
Good shots from Big Man onto FLS. This could actually be huge because the other 2 members of JDG, they're still not even on the floor yet.
Well, the reason why JDG have... Oh my god, he gets the self off. What? I think Big Man expects him to just bleed out, so it doesn't bother taking the remainder of the shots. Hits the reload, and FLS just about gets himself back alive and swimming yet again. But this is the reason why JDG can continue to suffer, why you're seeing Slappy die in the feed and such, because FLS is out there, so it's safety for now. Gromalok into the water. Twisted Minds under pressure, and it will be JD Gaming wiped. They're done here. Over. One of our match point teams finished. We'll press on with the rest. G2 have complete control over bio. The circle pulls relatively central, so that's looking more like an Industries or Shack kind of circle. The Gentlemates have all turned tail and headed towards that center, but it's held by Leviathan.
Almond just playing his life, staying alive. The problem is he's caught on the outside of Chemical down below. Lennon will find another. Still just no opportunity to stay alive, and the shots are going in too much on the fly-in. Shifty, he's lost all of his plates as he hits the deck. Blast has been dropped. Shifty, he's got to stay alive here. Is he going to be able to? No, he cannot. He's taken out, and in the process, who else leaves the lobby? The Falcons.
G2 truly in the driving seat right now, and the Gentlemates are out. That swimming rotation does not pay out in the end. T1 trying to set up a turbine. Suffering right now. Spam stripped of plates. Echo's trying to drill some efforts in the return.
Oh
Smith,
my God!
how do you get one from there? Skullface on the coverage over the back of the fourth, and you get yourselves in and will retrieve Echo from the buy station that is just on top of Turbine. So, yes, you lose your leader in the moment, but you have time to re-establish yourselves.
These teams are just dropping so quickly from this lobby. Top squads who we expected to be here are just gone. They're eliminated. Out into the buy station, Fede goes to try and get Novo. Maybe another chance here, but Knight in the kill feed. Wiped, Believe. Wiped, that's AGAL. That's PBJ gone. One more team needs to drop to put us into the top 5.
Down to our top 6 teams, of which match point we have T1 under pressure right now from the Ravens. Nielsen sends it and loses the fight. Disrupt and Spam going to work here. They'll hit the buy station, pick up whatever they require. UAVs in hand, looking to set themselves up with the information for the rotation. G2, they will deal with Novo again and again, and actually Gen G have a body in this direction. Could let them be a thorn in the side.
Lobby will crawl to a patience because we're missing so many teams. You can see on the top left side of your screen here, nobody really has to be on top of each other. And the zone pulls one more time, and G2 still control Bio.
T1 do have enough in the sense for an advanced UAV. Will give them everything they need to know. Could play in through Industries, but what they want to do is clear out that southern side or western side of the circle, of which there are 2 Ravens players and 1 from Gen G. You do that, you can almost set up a straight square off with G2 in that Industries building later. You're just trying to figure out when they get active, where to make the move. And between them, Leviathan still exists as a full 3 in the Shag. What role could they play in whether or not we see one more map?
Everybody crawling down here. T1 have decided to clear out their backside over here at Prison. I don't mind it. You have a member of Ravens who will get found out in King Chalk. You have one member of Gen G. Will you see Gabe Kuhn here? Gabe has the opportunity to spoil this for T1. Unfortunately for him, the timing is just not there. Spam cuts him down. This now gives T1 a pretty clean route into the rest of this map.
Gen G just going to buy back in. They have a full 3 set up at Chemical. It is all 3s, except for one member of the Ravens. Nielsen tucked inside. Make no mistake about him, though. This is a player that could 1v2, 1v3 any roster. We've watched him do it all year long. Next pull, splits, Industries, and Bio. As such, you'll see a shifting. T1 will take all the space in Industries. Bioweapons has become home for 3 different sites.
Vortex, alongside his Novo brethren, down here in the basement. They've given up all of the upstairs to G2 here, and T1 have moved over to Industries.
T1 might have missed a trick, actually, because Gen G have played a tunnel from Chem straight into Industries and will actually draw up a line to hold them. A massive checkbox for T1 to face.
Leviathan is also still in this lobby, ladies and gentlemen. Still have an opportunity as well. Lennon guns up, cuts down Echo. Aiden, he's here to help as well. Sliding in and out, you try and go over the side, but Gen G, they will claim T1. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 4 teams remain in map number 11.
Gen G have gained all of Industries' control. The fights have forced pretty much everybody else over to bioweapons. That multi-layered building will become a kill box for everybody inside of it in a moment. G2 4-3, they'll be the highest team. In the basement exist the Italians of Novo. And then in the middle ground, it is, of course, your Latam north side. Leviathan, the Ogre, and the crew have rolled up to try and take control.
But look at where the zone is pulled. Gen G, they're in such a good opportunity here. Gabe Kuhn's going to open up the fight onto Anxiety. Sight has to stay down below. Start calling in the streets. You have haven't got the full on anxiety yet, and you're actually going to move over and get this tap. You're going to let Leviathan, you're going to let Novo go ahead, battle it out. Meanwhile, Scythe, he's jumped up. He's been able to find Aiden.
You have managed to get yourself pushed up into Chemical. You have the numbers advantage, but you're getting banged away at by Leviathan on the backside. One of you gets dropped. I don't think there's anyone to trade that, though, so you should be able to get into his feet if you're Anxiety and Big Man.
You need Field Medic here, though, if you are Anxiety, and you will get the tap. Zone will continue to move over, but Leviathan, you can see it on the top left side of your screen. They're starting this rotation.
They've got to find a way through, though, cleanly, and there will be a fight, and Gabe Goon might have just called the tournament right there as he drops a Mia. It means that you are outnumbered. Everybody else, G2 in the driving seat.
It's all three members of G2. They find Gabe Kuhn. It's just one player of Leviathan. Enigma, G2. They just need this one last kill in order to become the Esports World Cup champions, and you can tell the hesitation is there. They don't want to throw this away.
Zero risks, zero concern here. Nothing to be worried about. Actually, Scythe's just going to get aggressive. They're sending Kremmy.
Kremmy just trying to make the 1v3 of his life, Rookie of the Year for a reason, but it doesn't matter! G2 have done it! The motto, nothing is granted, everything is earned, and if there is one team who spent the entire year earning it, it was G2! They came into the Esports World Cup last year with no expectations. Everybody had all of this noise, everything to say about them, everything to say about Big Man. And what did he do today? He shut them up. He silenced the haters.
The brotherhood that is G2 shall get it done. A roster that has been doubted immensely over not just this year, last year as well. They finished 17th in the end at the Esports World Cup 2025. Everyone questioned them. You had no nerve, no bottle. They've improved bit by bit through this year. Anxiety showed his level in Atlanta to top frag. But could the rest of them make it happen? The answer, a resounding yes.
Before the group stages, G2 had never won a map on land. All it took was one to put belief in those boys that they could do it. All it needed was a map win on land for them to be in the driver's seat here in map number 11 yet again to close out the Esports World Cup here in Paris. What a fantastic moment for those three. You can just see the elation on their faces, the sacrifices they've all had to make to be a top team. And already you can see the chatter has started across the aisle.
Soka's going to do his damnedest to try and get in the head of Shifty, but I'm going to be honest with you, one of you had a day where you had a chance to close it out. There will still be those closing questions, of course, but I think for Soka and the Falcons, this is very much a walking away with your tail between your legs. Again, going back to G2, like all the questions, everything that they have faced this year, no one took them seriously. They couldn't do it online. Online Reapers, that was the type. Yes, but here in Paris, they have been so incredibly consistent. It's the balance as well between the roster. The kills, Anxiety and Scythe, 52 apiece. Big Man, 46. If you need your brothers, if you want to put your arms around your friends and ask them to drag you to glory, that's how you do it together.
26 kills and a win to end map number 11 here for G2. They were not going to go quietly in the night. You saw them. You get the zone pull. It's been a year of controlling bio for them. They see that and they say, great, we don't got to move here. We know exactly what we have to do. Everyone else around them had to move. They had to go from one side of the map to the other. For G2, it was let's plant our feet strong. Let's hold the line and make sure nobody can take this from us. And by God, did they hold the line.
And when you think about how many teams sent them, at least 5 that I can think of off the top of my head, JDG went again and again and again. And even in those late stages, you had a knock come through. Instantly, Anxiety and Big Man raised Scythe to his feet. We're not done yet, though. Let's get this one done. Let's close this out. Aside with incredible spine and just understanding that they were never the side that we all said they would be, that they would get here underneath the lights in front of these fans. They would feel far too much pressure.
and you can see for a lot of those players on your screen, Blast from Twisted Minds. You know, they're giving some props where props is due, right? They're saying, hey, you know, you guys have been a competitor all year long. Like, G2 is not some random team that came out of nowhere. They were top of the board. They were always top of the line, sometimes being the first team to cross match point threshold, but they just were never able to close it out. So I think for a lot of these competitors, they're giving respect is due, saying, hey, you guys went back to the lab. You figured it out, right? You're here. You are now Esports World Cup champions. But we got to talk about some of these other teams here, my friend, because yes, G2, they're going to take the title, but we have so many other teams. Because we got to talk about second place here, man, in T1. Surging from behind out of nowhere. A team that started the year, incredible, had a little bit of lull in the middle. And I understand you don't get the championship, but you do get second place. So let's take a look at some of these final moments here of how G2 was able to close it out. I mean, it just comes down to a 3v1v1, my man.
I have the buy. He's tunnel. Do you want to ape him? Yes, let's go. Ape him. I'm watching the buy. Go. He's not here. He's in front. He's weak. He's on the stairs. On the buy, go. He's running deep. Hold. Let's go.
Celebrations echoing out. Hugs with shockwaves so loud, the mics are picking them up from meters away. Deserved champions in the end. So many other things to say, but what we want to know right now is exactly how those boys are feeling. So let's send it on over to Barney and interview G2.
Wow! In one of the most nail-biting and exciting and chaotic match point finals that we've had here at EWC, G2 Esports, you've managed to do it. Anxiety, try to put into words how you're feeling right now, bud.
I got no words right now, none. I'm just shocked that we won that game. There's just no words.
There's no words, there's always words. Come on, Anxiety, let's do this. Scythe, my man, to be able to do this, to be able to accomplish this at the Esports World Cup 2026 alongside these boys, I mean, give some props to your teammates. What an incredible show out they've had.
I mean, bro, I've been playing with them for the past 4 years. Last year at EWC, we almost got dead last. And for this year, just to prove all the doubters wrong, especially this guy on my right, it doesn't feel real. Just to keep it honest, it's crazy.
Big man, I'm coming over to you. To perform like this on the main stage when it matters the most, that's got to feel good, right?
Yeah, it feels good, especially from last year. I was literally on rock bottom from fucking everyone calling me a cheater, all this shit. And now we won, so it was literally just the storyline meant to be. It hasn't hit me yet, it doesn't feel real, but it'll hit me later. But it just felt like a scrim to me.
Felt like a scrim. It definitely is going to hit you later. Gentlemen, I'm going to need you to get on your feet because we've got some things to do, as you can imagine. Ladies and gentlemen, G2 Esports managing to secure that incredible win here at the Esports World Cup. And of course, as the winners, you've got some pretty cool things you get to do. And one of those things is over here. Our awesome Crusher. Now, this is your first time over here, isn't it? How does it look? What's the view like of all these keys?
Beautiful. It looks beautiful.
It does, doesn't it? Right, step up onto here. Let's go. Right. Keys to crush, trophies to lift, you know, all that jazz. It's just another day at the office, isn't it? So, before we crown you guys as champions, of course, we've got to do this bit. Now, all of these teams that you're about to eliminate from the competition, namely the best in the business, but right now you guys are the best in the business. Is there anything you'd like to say to the teams before you crush their keys?
I mean, GG's, that's all I can say. It's been a crazy tournament. I appreciate all the support and good game to all the competitors.
GG's, I guess, yeah.
GG's. A somber feeling over here, but I'm sure it's about to feel better once we do this. Right, Scythe, I'm gonna get you to open up the iris, please. Just press that button. Here we go. 2 have already gone, but see you later. Okay, we have the remaining keys from this competition today. Match point finals is about to be over once you pull on that lever. So Anxiety, delicately pull on this lever in 3, 2, 1. And with that, only one key is left intact, and that key belongs to G2 Esports. So if I can please ask our key master to come out here to present you with your key, because we've still got some more things to do, guys. You're champions, we've got things to do. Jacob, if you could hand over the key, who wants to take it? Go on, Sai. Right. Now, that was pretty satisfying, wasn't it, to pull on that level?
Yes, it was.
It was pretty satisfying. Right, gentlemen, I'm going to get you to walk down the Gadia City grid. I'm going to get you guys to place that key in the center of your trophy and seal it as champions of the 2026 Esports World Cup. Once you've done that, I want you to lift the trophy for everyone to see and just bask in the moment, boys, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your champions, G2 Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions of the Warzone Resurgence Series Championship at the 2026 Esports World Cup, G2 Esports! Gentlemen, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. First and foremost, one thing that we have to acknowledge out here in the Esports World Cup is that none of us would be here without the fans. And so, Sai, is there anything you would like to say to the G2 Esports fans out there and the guys who've been supporting you throughout your whole journey to the Esports World Cup?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate all the support. I can probably count all the supporters my hands, which is less than 10, right? So it's crazy to just prove all the haters wrong, and if they hate you, that means you're doing something right in life. So I just appreciate all the support nonetheless.
You're not wrong, and obviously Coach has been having a great time running over and celebrating with you as well, so I'm sure that there'll be lots of celebrations to have later. Now, we have one more thing out here, don't we? We have our Sony Tournament MVP Award. And so one of you has indeed won our MVP Award. If I could get Jacob to come over here. Your Sony Tournament MVP is Anxiety. Congratulations. Make some noise for Anxiety, everyone. Anxiety, I'll quickly ask you, to come out here, especially after the year you guys had last year, right, here at the Esports World Cup, to come out here to outperform everyone on the main stage at the Esports World Cup as well and secure that MVP medal. How does that feel?
It was amazing. I mean, I had no words. I lost my voice screaming. This is amazing.
Honestly, it's been amazing to see you guys come out here, perform so well, to silence the haters, like you said, Scythe. And so, for one last time, I'd like you guys, Big Man and Scythe, you can hold on to that MVP award. I want you to lift that trophy one more time, cement your legacy at the Esports World Cup 2026. And we'll do this one last time. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last time, make some noise for your Warzone Resurgence Series champions at the 2026 Esports World Cup, G2 Esports!
An amazing performance from G2 Esports, starting off hot at the beginning of the day, being super consistent. In the first 4 matches, this squad did not leave the top 3. And boy, did they show up here at the end, getting the final win and securing that championship.
I mean, it's been such a pleasure and an honor to watch this team rise through the ranks in the group stages, making us question a little bit if they could close it out. That was just me, by the way. But to be able to come through right at the end there amongst some juggernaut teams, I mean, G2 deserve it.
Tenacious squad. They never gave up. They really did fight ferociously throughout the entire competition. Talk about maybe not feeling it, not letting it sink in. You don't realize you're a champion just yet. I think it's starting to hit. And anxiety as well. That MVP, so well deserved. That 2v1 against the Gentlemates, that shook the whole venue. We felt that one in our bones. That was a raunchy moment in a long-standing tournament. These guys played their hearts out, and it shows. What a great, great match.
An impressive match, honestly, an impressive day here from G2 Esports, and you can see it now. It is starting to hit them. They are starting to realize what they have just accomplished here at CUD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26. Overall, an amazing day for them. But when we end up talking about some of the other squads, right? So many squads that were also being able to be consistent throughout the day. Gentlemates, at one point we thought it was going to be them winning that championship.
How close they came. How close they came so many times. And the scariest thing as well for so many teams, especially towards the last few games, 5 squads there on tournament point. There's 5 potential winners at any given moment there in that matchup. I mean, what an insane thing to do. And G2, we saw them just chilling, sitting in the backside of blue. No one's moving, no one's giving up anything. They let the play come to them. And then on the rotation we saw, leading through the smoke, going out to their left-hand side, wide open ocean on their left. A single revive, 2 smokes made all the difference between them then and them now.
And then not only that, you know, they've had months of getting to this point. Last year didn't work out for them. They took that back and they decided to be champions this year. And that's taking down the likes of Twisted Minds, Vitality, VP, the Falcons. This is an obviously beautiful moment for them. And I'm going to start crying in the club too.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Lace. You set me off as well, Lace. But another wonderful thing for this squad, proving the haters wrong. I can say with certainty, one of the greatest feelings as a player. Besides, said it first. You know, he may not feel like they had as much support from social media, maybe from the fan base. You know, G2, a massive organization in Call of Duty. But now, you have to feel like you've grown. Anxiety's play, the excitement, their big man story, Science gameplay, and just that moment. You've got the championship now, you've done it, you've won it, you've been there, you've done that. You come back next year from absolute rags the year before to champions. That is an unbelievable journey, and it is definitely starting to sink in now. They make their way to the totem.
The emotion just showcasing here from these players. Tears are going to be running down as they make their walk to the totem to finally cement their name into history here at EWC 26. And I can't wait to see what that reaction is going to be like as well from some of these players.
Seven, you remember every single step. You remember every face clapping, congratulating you, all those thumbs up. You remember every single second of this for the rest of their lives.
Please, once again, welcome to the totem, your Warzone Esports World Cup 2026 winners, G2!
guys. Excellent. Please, take to the stage, grab your frame, and engrave your names in Esports World Cup history.
Paris, once more, your Esports World Cup 2026 winners for Warzone, the enigmatic G2 Esports!
A heartbreak for 31 teams that were trying to be in that place right there, where G2 Esports is now. And that is none other than the CUD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26 Champions.
Welcome to the EWC Spotlight, everyone. I'm Ovly. I've got Johnny and Shift with me, joining after 2 incredible grand finals. But something that was even more incredible that we just found out, Johnny has never mogged before, once in his life.
Have you mogged?
That was actually my 3rd time. So no.
Okay. I'm just learning as I go here. Look, in Overwatch, we don't really mog that much, but maybe that's a thing that's going on here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I feel like just because it is the Esports World Cup, why don't you give us one good mog to camera before we proceed?
It's getting better.
Ooh.
It's getting better.
Ooh.
I'd rate that.
This is, thank you, Ovly. I never knew that I needed to mog in my life, but I guess this is the first time for everything.
It was very important. But I mean, listen, that was an incredible mog. But also, we had some incredible games this entire championship weekend. Look at this. Look at all of the winners that we've got on the board after the double trophy ceremony. Zeta Division coming in for Overwatch. We had G2 Esports that we just saw for Warzone. And then, of course, Team Spirit with MLBB. And Crimey, the 15-year-old winner for Street Fighter 6.
Insane.
15? We're all washed.
Crazy.
Completely and incredibly washed. Wow. But let's talk about Warzone right now, because we did see some of those grand finals. It was crazy, but how did we get there?
Oh man, the group stage was pretty electric. I mean, the storylines coming in, Twisted Minds would have been a repeat winner, but the team from last year split between 3 different squads. All of them made it in towards the final playoff, which was a little bit expected, but the routes were a little bit different. Our first EWC winners, though, in Falcons, who also got split up, didn't make it out of their group stage initially, had to go through survival, and we were all wondering, like, were they actually ever going to show up through the weekend? Wouldn't you know it? Yes, they did. Survival stage, they win 4 out of their last 6 games. They look like they're ready to cruise and move into the finals with tons of confidence. But then we get to the finals. Everything starts to change a little bit. Best 16 teams in the world, go figure, you're going to get a lot of bloodshed and a lot of carnage. We got that almost immediately. Twisted Minds set the bar, getting to match point first, but then everyone else starts to creep up, catch up. They start to grief onto Twisted Minds. Don't let them play the game. It's always the easiest way to beat a champion. And then go figure, we get into a final circle moment. Gentlemates, who finished runners-up last year, had the highest point total, in a position to win this year, and then a surprise pick out of G2, kind of coming out of nowhere. They get into the 150 mark, they clean up the last fight, and this is insane because this group of 3 guys played last year and had to beat a bunch of allegations because they were running so much online, show up to EWC and flop out, but trust the process, Avil. You stick together and results come your way.
Can we talk a little bit about the fans going crazy, though? Because I think those were Gentlemates fans in the audience, like banging drums. What was happening?
Gentlemates fans show up, man. I don't know what it is about Parisians, but they get a little wild in the audience. And I'll tell you flat out, it's one thing to be cheered on for doing well. It's another to be another squad who gets wiped and you hear the whole crowd cheering because their team has another chance to win. It's mental head games through and through without question. But yeah, they showed up. They showed out.
Yeah, we had drums, incredible things happening on the COD stage. But as we go over to Overwatch, man, what do you think of the dancers that open up each of these finals, man? That was incredible.
I think it's electric. Like, there's so much energy in the stadium, and all the fans are like, oh, we're ready for the finals. And then, like, the dancers, they're like, oh, you know, it's a beautiful act. You get some of that energy kind of dispelled. So I don't mind it too much. And actually, you're giving me some bananas here. That's great, actually, because that leads me to my next point here, where we kind of copied the script here a little bit of Warzone, actually. And Team Falcons, the reigning champs in Overwatch, they slipped on a banana peel in the group stage. And actually exited early, which set up the thing for everyone else here to really pick things up. And Twisted Minds, they set the bar in the playoffs, just like they did in Warzone. And so as I'm keeping fed bananas rather, it's been a long week. It's been a long week of Overwatch action here. It was actually going to be Zeta Division who did actually come out on top, and they won the grand finals. And they did so with a bunch of legends in their team. Shu, Violet, just spectacular. This is a real banana, which I can't wait.
You didn't
have a bite of. But it's been a really entertaining Overwatch tournament overall. Like, I really enjoyed watching some of these teams. Like T1, they just surprised Crazy Raccoon, like 3-0 Crazy Raccoon. So it's been some unbelievable Overwatch action throughout the entire week, and I couldn't be happier.
I don't know what was more incredible, the Overwatch finals or him taking a bite out of a green banana.
Have you ever heard a banana crunch before? Because I literally heard that crunch.
That was great.
I have not. I feel like we do have to somewhat join him in solidarity. I gave you the nice banana.
I really appreciate that. Do I need to bite through the peel too?
I think you do.
Let's see if this will crunch. Like, yours crunch.
Yeah, that was delicious.
I think.
I love a crispy snack. Yeah, that's great. That was fantastic right there. Get in.
Mine didn't
Get
crunch.
in, Overly. That's what I'm talking about. So you see that? None of these carbs, they've turned into sugar yet. That's delicious. That's good for you. Great fiber. Great fiber in these bananas. So that's not a lot of fiber, bro. Have some broccoli tonight. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
I'll never say that I don't do my own stunts. But yes.
What? Having a fruit is a stunt to you?
Yeah, we're in esports, man. You think people are out there eating fruits and legumes?
I'm still chewing on my banana, by the way.
That's disgusting. How's that banana rind tasting?
You know, I love Overwatch. Overwatch is the greatest. Let's move on. You brought these bananas onto here. Like,
I did, because I wanted to line up a question about Winston, because the last time I brought you bananas in a jar of peanut butter, but they said I can't have the peanut butter this time around. Something about allergies. But we do have to take a look at the club championship rankings after both of these grand finals came to their conclusion. And these are the top 14 teams that we can see so far. And as you said, Falcons racking up so many points this week from the Street Fighter 6 finals that we saw of Crimey, finally knocking Na'Vi down to second place. But I mean, Shift, anyone on here that's kind of jumping out to you, either people who, surprised you or people that are missing?
I'm just going to kind of jump out there a little bit. There was a big missed opportunity here for Virtus Pro and Team Vitality because they were both...
Same thing in Overwatch.
Stop it! It's like we're brothers. Are we brothers?
Yeah, we might be.
No, your accent's way different than mine.
We'll have to do some family research.
I'm down for that. But yeah, both of those two teams would have had a chance to possibly boost themselves up the rankings a little bit further, if not possibly win a championship. But for Falcons, an incredible week because they needed a win.
Yes.
And a lot of people were thinking that because the Falcons Street Fighter players were knocking each other out, maybe the Warzone team had to do it. Obviously, they came up short, but that's still a good week for them.
Yeah, and we do still have our second page. Let's take a look at the other half of the rankings. You see NRG's on there, Twisted Minds, Gen G. I mean, again, a lot of these teams, I'm sure they wanted some of the extra points that they could have earned from this weekend.
Who's the dark horse here, Overly?
The
as
dark
the analyst turns it over to the host here.
To the
Who's
host?
the dark horse?
So
you'll make like the top 5.
I'm going to talk about a sad horse right now because this was a club that I had been following for a very long time. And I mean, they were second place, runner-up for the last 2 years. Where are you, Team Liquid? Where are you? I'm just this little, NA fan looking for you,
First
hoping for
round
you.
in Overwatch. They got last place. It's a tough look.
Yeah, and they didn't do too well in MLBB either. So
They don't have a team in COD, so later.
they don't. Should they have one?
Absolutely. Everyone should have a team in COD.
Steve, we're literally calling you right here, right now. But we can also take a look at next week's schedule just to see, what else we have on the horizon, because we are going to have some more Call of Duty this time. Black Ops 7. We've got the PUBG Mobile World Cup, Honor of Kings, and of course Tekken 8 to get a little bit of fighting games in there. We had Street Fighter. Have you played Tekken?
Yeah, I grew up with like Tekken 3.
Same.
Yeah, King was the
brother. Are we actually brothers?
That's what I'm talking about.
I played King too.
It was awesome. And now I'm just making up names, but Yoshimatsu or something with the sword?
guy with the sword.
Yeah.
Didn't he also have a really fun hat that he could throw too?
Yeah, and you can levitate in the air and stuff like that. Yeah, I love Tekken.
Yeah.
Tekken 3 anyway. And Tekken next week. Bam, bam.
Ooh, are you excited for any of the Call of Duty stuff that's upcoming? You have teams to watch. Are you staying? Are you
I'm staying.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
I'm not going to bite through another banana next week, but I'll find something else fruity to bite into, like an apple or a strawberry or something more normal.
I think
Is that a water bottle? Is that a pear?
No. Wait.
Each?
This is a fake.
Oh, wait, they're all
You can't bite that.
This is not.
This is also a fake.
Do not eat
Why are there
that.
just fake fruits?
Why do you have fake fruit under the
Because
desk?
fruit is dangerous for esports players. That's all I'm going to say. But gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. Shift, anything that you want to say before I throw fruit at you?
I'm going to get the heck out of here, and I cannot believe I just watched Reinforce take another bite through the banana peel.
Fiber. Get the fiber.
I can't. Get me out of here.
Johnny, anything else that you'd like to add besides eating a fibrous and nutritious diet?
It's great to see you. It's always great to see you, Overly. Have a great rest of your Esports World Cup.
Thank you so much. And here's another banana for you on me.
Yeah, mine too.
This was the EWC Spotlight, and we will see you all next time. Make sure that you eat your fruits and vegetables, no matter how hard and scary they might be.
What?